Hello, my sleepy pickles. I'm glad you're here. Let's snuggle up and allow me to ease you into the story of King Arthur, the legend that slowly grew from history, where fragments of real events slowly turned into castles, quests, and campfire tales told for centuries. So if this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you unwind, feel free to follow us, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim your pesky lights, pull up that bunket and turn on that fan for some steady white noise. Tonight, you're going to drift into sleep alongside one of history's most enduring mysteries. The story of King Arthur isn't just a tale of knights and magic. It's a legend that grew slowly over centuries, layer by layer, like sediment-forming rock. By the time you wake, you'll understand how a possible war leader from the chaos of post-Roman Britain became the King of Camelot. Picture Britain in the year 410. The Roman legions are leaving. You stand on a hill fort watching the last organised military force this island has known for 4 centuries march toward the coast. The soldiers' armour catches the weak northern sun. Their footsteps echo on stones that Roman engineers laid down when your great-great-great-grandparents were young. The departure is quieter than you might expect. There are no dramatic speeches or tearful farewells. The empire is collapsing. Rome itself will be sacked this very year. The legions are needed elsewhere. Britain, this rain-soaked frontier at the edge of the known world, must fend for itself. The morning is cold and still. Your breath makes small clouds in the air. Frost clings to grass in the shadows where the early light hasn't reached yet. The soldiers move with practiced efficiency, the way men do who have performed the same tasks hundreds of times. They've done this before in other provinces. Abandoning forts and frontiers is becoming routine for Rome's shrinking military machine. You notice small details because you know you'll want to remember this day. The way the centurion's horsehair crest bobs as he walks at the column's head. The rhythmic creak of leather straps and the bright jingle of metal buckles from hundreds of men moving in step together. The standard bearer carries the legion's eagle with stiff formality, as if the ceremony of departure matters more than the fact of it. That eagle represents more than just a military unit. It represents Rome itself. Law, order, civilization, peace. All marching away toward ships waiting on the eastern coast. Some of the soldiers are British themselves. Men from local families who joined the legions a generation ago for steady pay, for Roman citizenship, for adventure beyond their fathers' farms. They're leaving too. Their extended families wave from the stone walls of the hill fort. Some women cry quietly. Children stand solemn and confused. They don't fully understand what's happening, but they sense their parents worry and grow unusually quiet. A small boy waves at his father and gets a brief wave back before the march continues. The villa owners stand in nervous clusters, their fine wool cloaks pulled tight against the morning chill. You can hear fragments of their conversations carried on the breeze, plans for hiring private guards from among the retired veterans, discussions about strengthening manor walls with additional stonework, worried speculation about what happens when word reaches the Saxon pirates across the North Sea. One older man with scars on his weathered face mentions the Picts with the voice of experience. He fought them decades ago along Hadrian's Wall. He doesn't relish the thought of facing them again without the legions at his back. For nearly 400 years, Rome has shaped this island. Latin is the language of government and trade. Roman roads connect towns that didn't exist before the conquest. Bathhouses steam in winter. Villas sprawl across fertile valleys with mosaic floors depicting Mediterranean gods and heroes. Along the coast, watchtowers scan for Saxon raiders. The roads carry wine, olive oil, and pottery. Britain exports grain, lead, tin, and slaves. It's a functioning province integrated into Rome's economic system. Now, all of that is ending. Not with a bang, but with the quiet crunch of military boots on gravel roads. You can feel the change in the air the way you can feel a storm approaching before the first drops fall. The villa owners are nervous for good reason. Their wealth depends on stability, on roads being safe for trade, on courts functioning to enforce contracts, on someone being in charge when disputes arise. Who provides all that when Rome leaves? The town councils are holding emergency meetings in the forum buildings that still stand in every major settlement. The question everyone asks is simple and terrifying. Who will protect us now? The discussions go in circles. Some suggest hiring Saxon mercenaries. Others find that idea insane given that Saxons are one of the primary threats. Some talk about raising local militias. Others point out that farmers with spears aren't soldiers. Some hope that Roman authority will return once the current crisis on the continent resolves itself. A few realists acknowledge that Rome isn't coming back. The threats are real and multiplying. Across the North Sea, Saxon, Anglian and Utish peoples are moving westward. They've raided before, but with the legions gone, raiding might become settlement and conquest. From the north beyond Hadrian's Wall, the Picts watch Rome's withdrawal with interest. From Ireland, raiders can cross to Britain in a day. Britain is wealthy and suddenly vulnerable. What Britain lacks now is unified defence. The Roman military ran on organisation and logistics. Legions at strategic points could respond quickly via the road network. A military bureaucracy coordinated provincial defence. Supply chains ensured resources arrived where needed. Now there's no chain of command, no one in charge, just communities and estates that shared Roman administration until it departed. Villa owners will hire private guards. Town councils will form local militias. Old tribal identities suppressed by Rome will resurface. The Brigantes, Iceni, Catuvelauni, all remembering they existed before Rome. Britain is fragmenting along pre-Roman fault lines that Roman power kept suppressed but never eliminated. You watch the last of the legionaries disappear over the eastern horizon, their standards catching the light one final time before dropping below the sight line. The sound of their march fades slowly. First you can hear individual footsteps and voices, then just a general murmur, then silence broken only by wind in the grass, and someone's dog barking in the distance. The silence feels significant, heavy with implication. You wonder what happens next. The answer, though you don't know it yet, will involve centuries of conflict and cultural transformation, and the gradual emergence of stories about heroes who held back the darkness when no one else could. One of those heroes, or at least the idea of one, will eventually be called Arthur. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in 410, Arthur doesn't exist, not even as a story. The conditions that will create the need for an Arthur are only just beginning. The legend will grow from the chaos and violence and desperate resistance of the next century, but that growth is slow, much slower than you might imagine. The decades after the legions leave are genuinely confusing when viewed from the perspective of later historians trying to piece together what happened. History becomes fuzzy around the edges and then outright murky in the middle. The written records that Roman administration produced so reliably and archived so carefully simply stop. Britain enters what scholars sometimes call the sub-Roman period. Later generations will call it the Dark Ages, though that name says more about the absence of written sources than about the actual quality of life people experienced. Life goes on, obviously. Farmers still plant and harvest. Potters still make vessels. Blacksmiths still work iron. Children are still born, and old people still die, and teenagers still fall in love and make the same mistakes teenagers have always made. The rhythms of daily existence continue regardless of what political structure exists or doesn't exist overhead. But the big picture becomes invisible to us. The sweep of political events, the rise and fall of leaders, the shifting territorial boundaries, all of this happens in darkness from our perspective centuries later. We catch glimpses through archaeological evidence and the occasional written source from the continent, but the detailed narrative history we can construct for the Roman period simply vanishes for the 5th and 6th centuries. What we do know, or can reasonably infer, is that some version of Romano-British society persists for quite a while after 410. Town councils keep meeting in the forum buildings even if there's no higher authority to report to. Some villas stay occupied and productive even if the trade networks that made them profitable are disintegrating. Latin remains important as a language of administration and church business, even if fewer people speak it fluently. Christianity, which took root during the 4th century, continues to spread and probably accelerates its growth as the church becomes one of the few institutions still functioning reliably. But the defensive situation deteriorates steadily and then rapidly. Germanic raiders become Germanic settlers. The eastern coast of Britain, the areas most accessible from continental Europe, begin to see permanent Saxon villages established. At first, this probably seemed manageable to the British authorities. Some British leaders evidently made a calculated decision to invite Saxon mercenaries to serve as hired troops, offering land grants in exchange for military service. This was a standard late Roman practice that had worked reasonably well in other frontier provinces. Pay foreign warriors to defend the frontier against other foreign warriors. It must have seemed like a reasonable solution to the problem of defending Britain without legions. It didn't stay reasonable for long. The Saxons brought families, they brought their own language, their own gods, their own way of organising society. They built the kind of halls and farms they'd built back in their homelands. They pushed inland from the coasts looking for better agricultural land. What started as controlled military settlements with clear boundaries and agreements became something else entirely. An invasion, but one that happened gradually, incrementally, farm by farm, village by village, generation by generation. The British resistance to this Saxon expansion is where our story really begins to take shape, because somewhere in that resistance, buried under centuries of later embellishment and myth-making and imaginative elaboration, there might have been a real person who fought effectively enough to be remembered across the dark centuries when writing was scarce, someone the later Welsh would call Arthur. But that's still ahead in our story. For now, Rome is gone, the Saxons are coming, and Britain must figure out how to survive on its own. Imagine you're living in Britain around the year 500. Nearly a century has passed since the legions left. The world your great-grandparents knew is gone. The towns are smaller now, much smaller. Many Roman buildings stand empty, their roofs collapsed decades ago, their walls slowly crumbling brick by brick as weather and time take their toll. The bathhouses are cold and silent. The forums where town councils used to meet are overgrown with weeds pushing up through mosaic floors. The amphitheatres where people once watched entertainment are home to nesting birds and wild rabbits. The road system is still there, still the best transportation network in Britain, and likely to remain so for centuries. But no one maintains these roads anymore. Grass grows between the paving stones, sections wash out in heavy rains and don't get repaired. Trees fall across the roadbed and stay there until someone bothers to drag them aside. The roads still function, but they're slowly returning to the landscape they were imposed upon. But this isn't a post-apocalyptic wasteland despite what some dramatic historians might suggest. It's a different kind of society emerging from the ruins of the old one. British kingdoms are forming and reforming and feuding and allying with each other in constantly shifting patterns. These kingdoms are led by men who claim descent from Roman officials or ancient tribal chiefs, or frequently both. Genealogies get creative when legitimacy is at stake. These kingdoms are small by any standard. A successful king might control a few river valleys, a stretch of coastline, a cluster of old hill forts that have been reoccupied and strengthened. The idea of Britain as a single political unit has vanished like morning mist. Instead, you have Gwynedd in the northwest corner where the mountains made good defensive terrain. Dumnonia in the southwest where Cornwall's peninsula offered some isolation from Saxon expansion. Elmet in the north, carving out territory in what's now Yorkshire. Powys in the central west, controlling the borderlands. Each kingdom has its own ruler, its own warriors, its own concerns, its own enemies. And each kingdom faces the same fundamental problem, the Saxons. By the year 500, Saxon settlement dominates the eastern third of Britain. They've created their own kingdoms with Old English names that reflect their origins. Essex for the East Saxons, Sussex for the South Saxons, Wessex for the West Saxons. The pattern repeats with Anglian groups creating Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia. The future England is taking shape like a photograph developing slowly in solution, though no one alive can see the final image yet. The frontier between British and Saxon territory is porous and violent. A successful British war leader might push the Saxons back from a strategic river valley one year, only to lose it again after his death when his sons fight over succession instead of fighting the enemy. A Saxon king might advance westward into good farming land, then face a British counterattack that costs him everything he gained, and sometimes his life as well. Territory changes hands, villages get burned, people flee or die or bend to new masters and hope to survive. This is the world that desperately needs heroes, and heroes emerge, though details about them are maddeningly sparse given what we'd like to know. Welsh tradition remembers war leaders from this brutal period. Their names survive even when their deeds have become confused. Cunedda supposedly migrated south from what's now Scotland to northwest Wales, driving out Irish settlers who'd been raiding and occupying coastal lands. Whether Cunedda was one man or represents a whole movement of people is debated. Vortigern is remembered, though his reputation is catastrophically bad in most sources. He's blamed for inviting the Saxons to Britain in the first place. The name might mean High King, which could indicate it's a title rather than a personal name. Ambrosius Aurelianus appears in slightly better light. He organised British resistance and won victories that mattered. Ambrosius is particularly interesting because he shows up in our earliest surviving source. A British monk named Gildas wrote around the year 540. His book isn't actually a history, it's a sermon. A long, angry, thundering denunciation of British kings for their sins and failures. Gildas believes that God allowed the Saxon conquest as punishment for British wickedness. He's not interested in giving us a detailed narrative of events. He wants to call sinners to repentance. But within his sermon, Gildas does mention Ambrosius Aurelianus. He describes him as one of the last Romans, descended from people who wore the purple. That probably means his family had held imperial office. Gildas says that Ambrosius rallied the British after a period of devastating Saxon victories, that under his leadership the British began winning battles, that this back-and-forth struggle culminated in a great British victory at a place called Mons Badonicus, Mount Badon. The Battle of Badon apparently halted Saxon expansion for a generation. It was significant enough that people still talked about it decades later when Gildas was writing. It gave the British breathing space, time to recover, hope that they might yet survive. But here's the frustrating thing. Gildas doesn't tell us who commanded the British forces at Badon. He doesn't mention Arthur at all. This silence is one of the great puzzles of Arthurian studies. Our earliest source from the period knows about a crucial British victory, but doesn't connect it to the most famous British hero of legend. Several explanations are possible. Maybe Arthur wasn't important enough to mention. Maybe Arthur didn't exist at all. Maybe Gildas deliberately left him out for reasons we can't recover. Maybe Arthur was there but not in command. We simply don't know. The silence feels louder and more significant the more you think about it. In the world Gildas describes, war leaders need many skills. You must be a capable warrior in brutal personal combat, mail armour if you can afford it, spear and sword, shield and speed. But fighting ability isn't enough. You also need political skill. British kingdoms constantly feud over territory and honour. A successful leader builds alliances, convinces rivals that fighting Saxons together matters more than fighting each other. You need administrative ability too. Wars require supplies, food, weapons, intelligence. Someone must organise it all, and you must create personal loyalty. Warriors fight for their lord personally, following because you feast them, give them gifts, make them proud to serve you. The successful war leaders must have been extraordinary, charismatic, ruthless, clever, brave. They navigated a world without Rome's supporting structures. No bureaucracy, no taxation, no standardised tactics. just their abilities and their warriors' loyalty. This is the environment where Arthur might have emerged, not as king of unified Britain, which didn't exist, not as ruler of peaceful Camelot, a later invention, but as a hard man in a hard age, scarred from battle, pragmatic, leading a war band of perhaps a few hundred men, moving from hill fort to hill fort, fighting where needed most. That's the reality behind the legend, if there was any reality at all. The first time we definitely see the name Arthur connected to British resistance against the Saxons comes around the year 830. That's more than 3 centuries after the event supposedly took place. 300 years in which stories could be told and retold, in which deeds could be exaggerated and combined, in which a real person could be transformed into something larger than life, or in which a legend could be invented whole from the desires and needs of a conquered people. You're sitting in a monastery scriptorium, the only kind of place where books get copied in this period. The smell of ink and parchment fills the small room. Outside, you can hear monks chanting the daily office. Inside, careful hands are creating a manuscript called the Historia Brittonum, the history of the British. The text is attributed to a Welsh monk named Nennius, though modern scholars debate whether Nennius actually wrote it, or simply compiled it from earlier materials that no longer survive. The distinction matters less than you might think. What matters is that this is our first written connection between Arthur and the defence of Britain. The Historia Brittonum is a strange and problematic document by modern standards. It mixes what seems like genuine historical information with obvious mythology. It includes biblical genealogies alongside accounts of battles. It treats some events in detail while skipping over others entirely. Medieval historians didn't share our obsession with verifiable sources and careful documentation. They included material because it was interesting, because it supported the points they wanted to make, because it came from tradition they respected. Truth was a more flexible concept, but buried in this frustrating text is a passage that changed how later generations understood early British history. It mentions Arthur, not as a king, interestingly, as a war leader, as a dux bellorum, which is Latin. The phrase might mean Duke of Battles. It might simply mean battle commander. It suggests military leadership rather than royal kingship. The passage lists 12 battles that Arthur supposedly fought against the Saxons. The list has fascinated scholars for centuries because it's specific enough to seem like it might preserve genuine information, but vague enough that we can't verify any of it with confidence. The battles are at places called Glin, Dubglas, Bassus, Cat Coit Celidon, Castello Ginio, Urba Legionis, Tribruit, Agned, and finally the great victory at Baden, where Arthur supposedly killed 960 enemies in a single charge. That number should make alarm bells ring in your head. 960 dead by one man's hand in one attack is not history. It's propaganda or legend or poetic exaggeration. The medieval mind loved numerically tidy impossibilities. But the propaganda or legend might be wrapped around a kernel of something that actually happened. That's the hope that keeps historians searching. The battle list itself is endlessly debated because most of these place names can't be identified with any certainty. Generations of scholars have spent careers trying to locate these battlefields on maps. Some identifications are reasonably plausible. The battle at Urba Legionis might be Chester, an old Roman city whose name literally means City of the Legion. Cat Coit Celidon could be the Caledonian Forest, which covered much of what's now southern Scotland. But many of the proposed identifications are purely speculative, guesswork based on similarity of names or wishful thinking about where Arthur might have campaigned. What the list suggests, if it has any historical basis at all, is a wide-ranging military campaign. Arthur, or whoever this text is actually describing, fought across a huge territory, from the Scottish borders to somewhere in the south or west. That implies significant coordination of forces. It implies resources to move warriors around over large distances. It implies sustained military effort over years, not just a single campaign season. The Historia Brittonum also mentions Arthur in one other intriguing context. a brief reference to Arthur's dog, whose name was Cabal. The text describes a supposed wonder in Bilth, where the dog's footprint remained permanently pressed into a stone. People could carry the stone away, but it would always return to its original location by the next day. This is obviously folklore, pure legend with no historical content, but it reveals something important. By 830, when the Historia Brittonum was compiled, Arthur was already attracting miraculous stories and wonder tales. He wasn't just a name in a battle list. He was becoming mythologized even in our earlier surviving sources that mention him. The next significant reference comes from the Annales Cambriae, the Welsh Annals. These were compiled around 970, more than a century after the Historia Brittonum. But they claim to record events from much earlier, arranged by year like a chronology of important dates. The Annals mention Arthur twice. First for the year recorded as 516, the Battle of Badon, where Arthur carried the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ for 3 days and 3 nights on his shoulders, and the British were victorious. The second mention comes for the year 537, the Battle of Caveman, in which Arthur and Medrawt fell. 3 days and 3 nights carrying a cross is obviously miraculous embellishment. No one fights a battle while carrying a large wooden cross for 72 hours straight. This is religious symbolism being projected onto historical memory. Arthur as a Christian champion defending Britain against pagan invaders. The image is powerful, even if it's not factual. But the reference to Camlan is fascinating for different reasons. It suggests Arthur died in battle, not against the Saxons, but possibly against another Briton. Medrawt is mentioned in the same breath as Arthur. They both fell. Later tradition will transform Medrawt into Mordred, Arthur's treacherous nephew or incestuous son. But here in the annals, we get just the bare fact. Both men died at Camlan. Who was fighting whom? We don't know. Civil war is implied but not stated. So by the 10th century, when the Annales Cambria were compiled, Welsh tradition knew several things about Arthur. He fought at Badon around 516. He died at Camlan around 537. He was associated with Christian faith and resistance to the Saxons, and he already had miraculous elements attached to his story. But even these sources don't give us anything like a coherent biography. We don't know where Arthur came from, who his parents were, where he was based, if he was based anywhere consistently, how he organised his forces, what weapons he preferred, what he looked like, what language he spoke primarily, though it was probably a British language ancestral to modern Welsh, what he believed about religion beyond the Christian symbolism that got attached to his memory. We don't know if he was married, if he had children, if he was generous or cruel, if men loved him or feared him, or both. All the human details that would make him real to us are simply absent, lost in the dark centuries between when he supposedly lived and when people started writing about him. The historical Arthur, if there was one, is hidden behind centuries of silence and then glimpsed only through much later texts that mix history with legend so thoroughly that separating them becomes almost impossible for modern scholars. This frustrates historians enormously. We have better documentation for some random Roman bureaucrats who lived 6 centuries before Arthur's time than we do for this supposedly crucial British war leader. We know more about the daily life of regular people in Roman Britain than we know about the military campaigns that supposedly saved British culture. That gap in evidence makes many scholars sceptical about whether Arthur existed at all. But the absence of contemporary written evidence doesn't necessarily prove Arthur didn't exist. The early 6th century was a dark period for documentation in Britain. We have very few written sources of any kind from that era, not just about Arthur, about anything. The literacy that Roman administration fostered largely collapsed. The Christian church was still organising itself. There simply wasn't much writing happening compared to the Roman period, or even compared to the later medieval period. So the fact that Arthur isn't mentioned in contemporary sources doesn't mean as much as it might seem at first. Those contemporary sources barely exist at all. The fact that Arthur isn't mentioned in sources that don't mention much of anything isn't conclusive proof of his non-existence. It's just an absence, a silence. And silences are hard to interpret. What we can say with confidence is that by around the year 1000, Welsh tradition firmly believed in Arthur as a historical figure who had actually lived and fought and died. He wasn't just a mythical hero from immemorial times. He was someone who had existed in a specific period, the post-Roman era, when British kingdoms fought for survival against Saxon expansion. Arthur appeared in genealogies of Welsh royal families. Kings wanted to claim descent from him, or connection to him, because his name carried weight and prestige. Saints' lives from Wales mentioned encounters with Arthur, usually portraying him as a rough warrior who needed correction from holy men. This is actually interesting because it suggests the Welsh church had complicated feelings about Arthur's memory, respect mixed with disapproval of his warrior culture. Welsh poetry referenced Arthur constantly. He became the standard of comparison for heroic virtue. A later poet might say his subject was as brave as Arthur, as generous as Arthur, as mighty as Arthur. The name became shorthand for everything a warrior should aspire to be. The Welsh called him Arthur ap Uther, Arthur son of Uther. They associated him with various locations across Wales and the north of Britain. They told stories about his warriors, giving them names like Kai and Bedwyr, who will later become Kay and Bedivere in medieval romance. They knew about his wife, called Gwenwyfar in Welsh, later Guinevere. These Welsh traditions are crucially important because they might preserve genuine early material about Arthur. They're closer in time to the events than later medieval romances. They're in the right cultural context, Welsh speakers remembering Welsh heroes. But they're also deeply problematic because they mix the possibly historical with the obviously fictional in ways we can't untangle. Welsh poetry has Arthur fighting giants in mountain caves, raiding the underworld for magical cauldrons that never run empty, possessing a ship that can sail wherever he wishes. The boundary between legendary hero and Celtic demigod becomes very thin in these sources. We can't simply trust everything Welsh tradition says about Arthur just because it's older than Geoffrey of Monmouth. By the 11th century, Arthur has evolved far beyond whatever historical figure might have stood at the origin. He's become a symbol, a representation of British resistance to foreign conquest, an emblem of a golden age before the Saxons took over most of the island. A king whose return was prophesied by poets and seers. The Normans who conquered England in 1066 heard stories about Arthur from the conquered Welsh and quickly became fascinated. Arthur represented a glorious British past that predated both Saxon and Norman rule. He could be claimed as a unifying figure, a king who ruled before England and Wales split into separate identities. The legend was poised to explode across medieval Europe. It just needed someone to light the fuse. The year is 1136. You're in Oxford. A Welsh cleric named Geoffrey has just finished writing a book that will transform Arthur forever. Geoffrey of Monmouth calls his work the Historia Regum Britannia, the history of the kings of Britain. He claims he's translating from an ancient source, a very old book in the British tongue that was given to him by an archdeacon named Walter. Whether this mysterious book actually existed is one of history's great unanswered questions. Most modern scholars think Geoffrey invented it as a way to give his own creative work an air of ancient authority. What Geoffrey definitely did was take the fragmentary, contradictory, scattered Welsh traditions about Arthur and weave them into a coherent, detailed, dramatic, and almost completely unreliable pseudo-history. He presented Arthur as one of the greatest kings who ever lived. Not just a British war leader, not just someone who won some battles, but a world conqueror on par with Alexander or Caesar. Geoffrey's Arthur bears almost no resemblance to any possible historical figure from the 6th century. This Arthur isn't a war leader scraping together forces for desperate defensive campaigns. He is a conquering emperor who defeats the Saxons utterly, who invades Ireland and Iceland and subjugates both, who conquers Norway and sweeps through Gaul, defeating the Romans themselves, who marches toward Rome with every intention of becoming emperor of all Europe. Geoffrey gives Arthur a capital city, Caerleon on the River Usk in South Wales, a court of magnificent splendour, where the greatest warriors and wisest counsellors gather, where games and feasts and ceremonies happen on a grand scale, where Arthur wears a crown and dispenses justice and receives the homage of subject kings. Geoffrey gives Arthur a magical sword, Caliburnus, forged in the legendary Isle of Avalon, a weapon of supernatural quality that marks its bearer as chosen for greatness. And Geoffrey gives Arthur a complete biography, filled with dramatic incidents and clear narrative momentum. He's conceived when Uther Pendragon, with the wizard Merlin's magical help, disguises himself as Gorlois, Duke of Cornwall. Uther sleeps with Gorlois's beautiful wife Igerna, while Gorlois himself is away being killed in battle. Arthur is born from this morally questionable deception, raised without knowing his true heritage. Becomes king at the improbably young age of 15 when Uther dies. Proves his worth by defeating the Saxons in a series of victories, then embarks on his extraordinary foreign conquests. The story ends in tragedy worthy of classical literature. While Arthur is campaigning on the European continent, his nephew Modred seizes the throne back in Britain. Modred also takes Arthur's wife Guinevere. Whether by force or with her cooperation, Geoffrey leaves carefully ambiguous. Arthur sails back across the Channel with his army. He defeats Modred in a climactic battle at Camlan in Cornwall. Arthur kills Modred personally, but receives a mortal wound in the process. Arthur is carried away to the Isle of Avalon to have his wounds tended. Whether he actually died there, Geoffrey says with deliberate vagueness, is uncertain. The ambiguity is important. It leaves room for hope, room for prophecy, room for the idea that Arthur might someday return. This is the Arthur that medieval Europe falls completely in love with. Geoffrey's history becomes a bestseller by medieval manuscript standards. Copies multiply across Europe. It gets translated from Latin into French, into English, into Welsh, into other vernacular languages. It gets treated as serious historical fact by people who really should know better, but desperately want to believe in it. Not everyone is fooled. A contemporary historian named William of Newburgh denounces Geoffrey in the strongest possible terms. He calls Geoffrey a shameless liar who invented ridiculous fables about Arthur and passed them off as legitimate history. William is outraged that anyone takes Geoffrey seriously. But William's scepticism, however justified, doesn't slow the spread of Geoffrey's version of events. The story is simply too good to resist. Why was Geoffrey's Arthur so wildly successful? Several overlapping reasons suggest themselves. First, the timing was perfect from a cultural perspective. The 12th century was a period of growing literacy across Western Europe. More people could read. More people wanted to read. The audience for books was expanding beyond just clergy and monks to include educated nobles and wealthy merchants. People were hungry for stories about the past. Geoffrey gave them a past that was exciting and dramatic and flattering to their pride in being British or having British connections. Second, Geoffrey's Arthur fit perfectly into emerging medieval ideals of kingship. He was a warrior king who led armies personally and won battles through courage and tactical brilliance. He expanded his realm through conquest, which was exactly what successful medieval kings tried to do. He held court with proper ceremony and grandeur. He dispensed justice and rewarded loyal service. He faced betrayal by those closest to him, which gave his story a tragic dimension that made it emotionally resonant. This was kingship as the medieval world wanted to imagine it, noble and glorious despite ending in tragedy. Third, Geoffrey's book appeared just as French culture was developing a new kind of literature. They called it romance. These were narratives about knights and ladies, adventures and love, written in vernacular French rather than scholarly Latin. The romance genre needed good material. Arthur turned out to be perfect. A legendary king with a dramatic story, a court full of potential characters, a world where adventures could happen. The French poet Chrétien de Troyes, writing in the late 12th century, took Geoffrey's Arthur and transformed him yet again. Chrétien was one of the first great romance writers. He understood that his audience wanted sophisticated entertainment, stories about love as much as warfare, moral complexity rather than simple heroism. Chrétien added the round table as a central symbol of Arthur's court. The table is round, so no knight can claim precedence over the others. All who sit there are theoretical equals despite inevitable reality of social hierarchy. This became a powerful political metaphor dressed up as furniture design. Chrétien introduced Lancelot to the legend. Lancelot doesn't appear in Geoffrey's history at all. He's Chrétien's creation, though the poet claimed to be following earlier tradition. Lancelot becomes the greatest knight of the Round Table, the most skilled in combat, the most courtly in behaviour, and tragically, the lover of Arthur's wife Guinevere. Their adulterous affair becomes the poison that eventually destroys the fellowship and brings down the kingdom. Chrétien's Arthur is less active as a protagonist than Geoffrey's conquering warrior king. Instead, Arthur presides over a court where his knights have adventures. The narrative focus shifts from Arthur himself to the knights who serve him. Lancelot, Gawain, Percival, Yvain. Each knight gets his own story, his own quest, his own moral testing. Arthur becomes almost a supporting character in his own legend, the fixed point around which everyone else revolves. The idea of Camelot as Arthur's capital appears around this period, though pinning down its exact origin is difficult. Geoffrey had placed Arthur's primary court at Caerleon. Other traditions mention different locations. Camelot might have been invented by French writers who needed a name for Arthur's legendary castle that sounded appropriately exotic and British to continental ears. The name stuck despite having no historical basis whatsoever. With Chrétien and the French romancers who followed him, the Arthurian legend becomes thoroughly medievalised. Knights wear full mail armour or increasingly plate armour as technology advanced. They joust in elaborate tournaments with formal rules. They follow detailed codes of chivalry about proper knightly behaviour. They go on quests for holy relics and enchanted objects. They serve ladies from noble families, performing brave deeds to win favour and tokens of affection. None of this has the slightest connection to 6th century Britain. These are 12th and 13th century European cultural fantasies being projected backward onto a legendary past. But they're enormously appealing fantasies that speak to medieval values and concerns. The romances spread across Europe like wildfire through dry grass. French, German, Dutch, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese. Every literate culture wants Arthur stories. Each culture adapts the legends to fit their own tastes and concerns. The basic framework remains similar, but the details shift to accommodate local sensibilities. The Germans, through writers like Wolfram von Eschenbach, developed the Grail quest into an elaborate mystical allegory about spiritual perfection. The Grail itself, barely mentioned in earlier sources, becomes the central object of knightly aspiration and spiritual yearning. It might be the cup from the Last Supper, sanctified by Christ's blood. It might be a magical stone with mysterious properties. It might be a symbol of divine grace made manifest in the world. Medieval writers and modern scholars will argue endlessly about what the Grail represents. English writers eventually reclaim Arthur from French domination of the story. The alliterative Morte Arthur, written in the 14th century in the Old English verse tradition, returns to Geoffrey's vision of Arthur as conquering king. But it adds even more battle scenes, more dramatic confrontations, more spectacular incidents. This Arthur fights giants personally in single combat. His round table hosts dozens of named knights. His court displays wealth beyond any real medieval king's capacity to match. By the 15th century, Arthur has been completely integrated into the chivalric culture of late medieval Europe. Knights at tournaments might claim to represent famous Arthurian heroes. Kings commission expensive tapestries depicting scenes from the romances to hang in their great halls. The stories function as entertainment, but they're also a mirror in which medieval nobility sees idealised versions of themselves and the world they wish they inhabited. And then comes Sir Thomas Malory, and everything changes one last time. Malory's Le Morte d'Arthur, written in English prison cells during England's Wars of the Roses, and published by William Caxton's new printing press in 1485, becomes the definitive version of the legend for the English-speaking world. Malory takes the sprawling, contradictory mass of French and English Arthurian material accumulated over 3 centuries and shapes it into something comparatively coherent. His Arthur is born through Merlin's magical deception. He proves his right to kingship by drawing a sword from a stone where Merlin had magically placed it, a test that only the rightful king can pass. He marries the beautiful Guinevere despite Merlin's warnings that she will bring disaster. He establishes the Round Table as a fellowship of the greatest knights. He sends them on quests to test their virtue and prowess. He faces the slow-burning tragedy of Lancelot and Guinevere's love affair, which everyone knows about but no one can openly acknowledge without destroying the kingdom. He endures the Grail quest that scatters his knights and breaks the fellowship. He discovers that Mordred, the son born from his unknowing incest with his half-sister Morgan, will be his doom. He fights the final battle at Caveman. He receives his death wound. He's carried by mysterious women to Avalon in a boat. Malory's Arthur is noble, but deeply flawed. His kingdom achieves extraordinary heights of glory, but contains within itself the seeds of its own inevitable destruction. The adultery of Lancelot and Guinevere, the quest for the Holy Grail that takes the best knights away and kills many of them, the revelation of Mordred's true parentage. Everything leads inexorably toward Caveman and the end of the Golden Age. This is the Arthur most people still know even today. The sword in the stone, the Round Table, the pure knight Galahad, Lancelot and Guinevere's tragic love, the quest for the Holy Grail, Mordred's treachery, the final battle, the mysterious boat carrying Arthur to Avalon, the inscription on his tomb that reads, Hic jacet Arthurus, rex quondam, rexque futurus. Here lies Arthur, the once and future king. It's a magnificent story, complex and moving and full of human truth about loyalty and betrayal, love and honour, achievement and loss. It's shaped Western literature's understanding of heroic narrative for 5 centuries since Malory wrote it down. It's also almost entirely fictional from any historical perspective. But fiction can contain truths that history cannot capture. Now you're watching the legend acquire its most fantastical elements, the ones that lift it completely out of historical possibility and into the realm of pure mythology. The magic sword, the wizard mentor, the enchanted island, the mystical artifacts, everything that makes Arthur's story not just history or even historical fiction, but genuine mythology that operates by its own internal logic. Let's start with Excalibur, because everyone knows the name of Arthur's sword even if they know nothing else about the legend. Geoffrey of Monmouth called it Caliburnus. He mentioned it briefly as a notable weapon forged in the Isle of Avalon. But Geoffrey didn't elaborate much. It was just the kind of special sword a great king should possess. No more remarkable than that. The French romancers did much more with the sword. They eventually developed 2 different origin stories that sometimes get confused with each other in popular retellings. In one version, Arthur proves his right to rule by pulling a sword from a stone where Merlin had magically lodged it. The sword is a test. Only the true king, the rightful heir to Britain's throne, can remove it. Every nobleman in the land tries and fails. Young Arthur, still just a squire serving his foster brother Kay, pulls it out effortlessly, almost by accident. The miracle reveals his identity and destiny. In the other version, Arthur receives his sword from the mysterious Lady of the Lake. She lives in an enchanted realm beneath the water's surface, a magical kingdom that exists parallel to the mortal world. She rises from the lake holding a magnificent sword. She gives it to Arthur as a gift, or possibly a loan. The sword is called Excalibur. The name might derive from a Latin phrase meaning cuts through steel, or it might come from the Welsh name Caladfeilch, which was what earlier Welsh tradition called Arthur's sword. The sword has various magical properties depending on which version you read. Some say it makes its wielder invincible in battle. Others claim the sword's scabbard is the truly magical item, protecting whoever wears it from bleeding no matter how severe their wounds. Arthur loses the scabbard later, stolen by his half-sister Morgan Le Fay in an act of treachery. This loss makes him vulnerable, human again, capable of being killed at Caveman. After the final battle, as Arthur lies dying, he orders one of his few surviving knights to throw Excalibur back into the lake. The knight tries to avoid this task twice. He can't bear to throw away such a magnificent weapon. He hides it and returns, claiming he's done as ordered, but Arthur knows he's lying and sends him back. Finally, the knight throws Excalibur into the water. An arm rises from the lake surface. A woman's arm, though whose exactly varies by version. The hand catches the sword, waves it 3 times, pulls it down beneath the surface. The Lady of the Lake has reclaimed her gift now that Arthur's time is ended. This is pure mythology, not history by any measure. But it's powerful mythology that resonates with deep human concerns. The sword from the stone represents the idea that legitimate authority reveals itself through tests that cannot be faked. True leadership isn't about force or cunning. It manifests as ability that others simply don't possess. The sword from the lake suggests that power is a gift that comes with responsibilities. It must be wielded justly. It must be returned when the time comes. You don't get to keep it forever just because you once deserved it. Then there's Merlin, the wizard who looms over Arthur's early life and then vanishes just when his guidance might matter most. Merlin's origins are Welsh. He appears in early poetry as Myrddin, a prophet who went mad after battle and lived in the forest making prophecies. Geoffrey of Monmouth transformed him into Arthur's advisor. Geoffrey wrote 2 works about Merlin. In one, Merlin appears as a boy who reveals why King Vortigern's fortress keeps collapsing. 2 dragons fight beneath the foundation, one red for the British, one white for the Saxons. Merlin prophesies the future in cryptic verses. The French romancers expanded his role and gave him detailed backstory. He's the son of a demon and a virtuous woman. He has magical powers but a human soul. He builds Stonehenge. He creates the Round Table. He enchants the sword in the stone. He guides Arthur's victories. Then Merlin falls in love with a woman whose name varies. Nimue, Vivian, sometimes Morgan, usually one of the ladies of the lake. He teaches her his magic. She uses it to trap him in a cave or tree or tower of air. He cannot escape but can sometimes still be heard making prophecies. Merlin's fate is peculiar and symbolically rich. He's not killed in battle like a warrior. He's not murdered by an enemy. He's undone by his own choice to love and to share his knowledge. It's as if the story understands that pure magic has no place in the increasingly complex human world that's developing. The age of simple supernatural intervention must end for the more complicated age of human moral choices to begin. The magical elements multiply and elaborate as the romances develop. Morgan Le Fay, Arthur's half-sister, transforms from a benevolent healer in earlier sources to an ambiguous figure who might help or harm, depending on her mood and purposes. She learns magic from Merlin. She creates trouble at Arthur's court. She steals Excalibur's protective scabbard and gives it to her lover, hoping to get Arthur killed in battle. She reveals Lancelot and Guinevere's adultery to Arthur, forcing him to acknowledge what he'd been willfully ignoring. Yet she's also one of the women who takes Arthur to Avalon after Caveman, promising to heal his wounds. Avalon itself grows more detailed and mysterious in the romances. Geoffrey of Monmouth called it Insula Avalonis, the Isle of Apples, a place where magical swords are forged and wounded kings might be healed. Welsh tradition had long spoken of mystical islands in the Western Ocean, where the dead went or where time moved differently than in the mortal world. Some later medieval writers identified Avalon with Glastonbury in Somerset, a real location where an important monastery stood. In 1191, the monks of Glastonbury made a spectacular claim. They'd discovered Arthur's tomb buried deep in their graveyard. They'd found a lead cross with a Latin inscription identifying the grave as Arthur's, calling Glastonbury the ancient Isle of Avalon. The discovery was almost certainly a fraud. The monastery needed money for rebuilding after a fire, claiming to possess Arthur's grave would attract pilgrims and donations. But the fraudulent discovery shows how the legendary and the supposedly real became deliberately entangled for practical purposes. The Holy Grail enters the Arthurian stories through Chrétien de Troyes in the late 12th century, though he didn't call it holy. His Percival, the story of the Grail, introduced a mysterious object, a dish or bowl or cup seen at a strange castle. Chrétien died before finishing the poem. Later writers picked up the Grail and developed it into the ultimate mystical object of quest and devotion. Robert de Baron made it explicitly Christian. The Grail was the cup from the Last Supper. Joseph of Arimathea had used it to catch Christ's blood at the crucifixion. The Grail possessed miraculous powers. It could feed people spiritual nourishment. It could heal wounds. Seeing it required spiritual purity and worthiness. The Grail quest becomes the defining adventure of Arthur's court and the beginning of its end. Arthur's knights scatter across the land seeking the Grail. Most fail and never return. Some die in the attempt. A very few achieve temporary glimpses. Only Galahad, Lancelot's son and the purest knight who ever lived, achieves the complete vision and understands the Grail's mysteries. He dies in spiritual ecstasy afterward. His mortal life cannot contain what he's experienced. The Grail quest marks a turning point in the legend's internal chronology. Before the quest, Arthur's court represents worldly perfection. Great warriors, beautiful ladies, spectacular feasts, glorious tournaments. Secular achievement at its peak. The Grail quest introduces a spiritual standard that the secular world cannot meet. Most of the knights fail not because they lack courage or skill in arms. They fail because they've committed sins, because they've loved unwisely, because they value earthly glory more than heavenly truth. Even those who survive the quest return to find something precious has been lost. The fellowship is broken. Too many chairs at the round table are empty. The innocent confidence of earlier days is gone. Everyone knows the kingdom's days are numbered. The trajectory bends toward tragedy. These magical elements transform Arthur from a possible historical figure into pure mythology. The magic makes the story work on multiple levels simultaneously. It's still about kingship and loyalty and betrayal, about the tension between personal desire and public duty, about how even the best intentions can lead to disaster. But it's also about the tension between the mundane and the mystical, between human limitation and divine possibility, between the world as it is and the world as imagination and faith say it could be. The 6th century war leader, if he existed, fought with iron spears and wooden shields and tactical cunning. He won or lost based on training and morale and logistics and luck. He lived and died as men do, subject to time and age and violence. The medieval Arthur fights with an enchanted sword given by otherworldly powers. He's guided by a wizard born of demon and saint. He seeks holy relics that embody divine grace. He faces enemies both human and supernatural. His story operates by mythological logic where symbols matter as much as events. The historical distance between these two figures is immeasurably vast. One might have existed. One certainly did not, at least not in the form the stories describe. But the magical Arthur is the one people remember and love and return to across centuries. The wizard, the sword, the Grail, Avalon, the promise of return. These are the elements that make the story immortal. These are what transform a possible war leader into a legend that transcends the merely historical and enters the permanent realm of human imagination. Now comes the difficult question, the one that historians have argued about for generations and likely will continue arguing about for generations more. Was any of it real? You're standing in a modern university library, surrounded by shelves holding hundreds of books about Arthur. Some argue with fierce passion for his historical existence. Others dismiss him as complete legend with equally strong conviction. Most scholarly works take carefully hedged positions somewhere in between. The debate has been ongoing for well over a century in its modern form. It shows no signs of reaching any consensus that would satisfy everyone involved. Let's be ruthlessly honest about what we actually know, setting aside everything from Geoffrey of Monmouth, onward as obvious invention. We know that Roman Britain ended around 410 when the legions withdrew and central imperial authority collapsed. We know that Saxon settlement and expansion happened over the following centuries through a complex process of migration, military conquest, and cultural transformation. We know that British kingdoms resisted this Saxon expansion, with varying degrees of success for varying lengths of time depending on geography and local circumstances. We know that by the 10th century, when our earliest surviving Welsh historical sources were being compiled, Welsh tradition confidently remembered a war leader named Arthur, who fought at a place called Baden and died at a place called Caveman. That's not much to build a biography on. That's barely enough to argue for Arthur's existence at all by the standards of evidence historians normally require. The sceptical position is straightforward. We have no contemporary evidence for Arthur. No Roman or early Saxon source mentions him. The first Welsh sources naming him date from 830 and 970, centuries after he supposedly lived. The Battle of Baden might be historical, but we don't know who commanded there. Arthur could be a later invention, a legendary hero created to embody British resistance. This scepticism is reasonable. By normal historical standards, Arthur doesn't make the cut. The evidence is thin, late, and mixed with obvious fiction. But dismissing Arthur entirely has problems too. First, the absence of contemporary evidence isn't surprising. We have almost no written sources from 6th century Britain about anything. The whole period from 400 to 600 is poorly documented. Literacy collapsed with Roman administration. You can't use absence of evidence as proof when the evidentiary base is nearly empty. Second, Welsh traditions show characteristics suggesting genuine oral tradition rather than invention. The geographical connections are specific. Arthur is associated with real places in Wales and the north, Geligaia, Caerleon, the Edinburgh region. Not the fictional Camelot that Romance writers created. Third, the name Arthur itself derives from the Roman name Artorius. This wasn't common in Welsh. Its appearance in 6th century context suggests a real Romano-British person who achieved something notable. Fourth, British resistance to Saxons was real and sometimes successful. Baden happened and resulted in British victory that halted Saxon expansion for a generation. Someone commanded that victory. Someone achieved something significant enough to be remembered. The moderate position held by many historians is that Arthur might have been a real war leader, whose genuine accomplishments were later exaggerated and mythologized beyond recognition. The historical Arthur, if he existed, was probably nothing like the medieval Arthur. No Camelot, no Round Table, no mystical quests or divine weapons. Just a capable military commander operating in a violent period. This hypothetical historical Arthur might have been a Romano-British noble who maintained some elements of Roman military organisation and tactical thinking. He might have used cavalry effectively against Saxon infantry, which would give him a significant tactical advantage. The 12 battles listed in the Historia Brittonum might preserve a distorted memory of a wide-ranging campaign. The victory at Badon might have been his greatest achievement, the high point of his career. After his death, possibly at Camlan in what might have been a civil war between British factions rather than a battle against Saxons, his reputation grew. His victories got remembered and retold and gradually exaggerated. He became the hero who had held back the Saxon tide, if only temporarily. As the centuries passed and the Saxons did ultimately conquer most of Britain and establish what became England, Arthur became a symbol of what the British had lost. The last great British king, the once and future king who would return when his people needed him most desperately. This moderate position fits the fragmentary evidence we have reasonably well. It explains why Arthur appears in early Welsh tradition without requiring us to believe all the supernatural elements. It explains why the earliest references treat him as a historical figure from a specific period, rather than a timeless mythological hero. It explains why later writers could build such elaborate legends around him. there was a small foundation of possible historical truth for the stories to grow from, even if that foundation bears almost no resemblance to the final elaborate structure built upon it. But we need to be absolutely honest about what we don't know and almost certainly can never know with confidence. We don't know where Arthur was born or where he was based. We don't know what he looked like. We don't know what language he spoke primarily, though it was probably a Brittonic language ancestral to modern Welsh. We don't know how he organised his forces or what weapons and tactics he preferred. We don't know if he was Christian, and if so, how devout. We don't know about his family in any reliable detail. We don't know his personality, his motivations, his private thoughts, his fears, his hopes. Every Arthur biography is part responsible speculation based on what we know about the period, and part pure imagination filling in gaps. The human details that would make him real and interesting to us as a person are precisely the details we cannot verify, and likely never will be able to verify. Modern archaeological work hasn't settled the question despite some optimistic claims. Various sites have been proposed as possible locations connected to Arthur. Cadbury Castle in Somerset, where excavations in the 1960s revealed that the old Iron Age hill fort had been substantially refortified and reoccupied in the late 5th or early 6th century. That's exactly the right period for Arthur. The site is impressive, but archaeology can demonstrate that a site was occupied, and even that significant resources were invested in fortifying it. Archaeology cannot tell us who occupied it, or whether any occupant bore the name Arthur. Tintagel in Cornwall is another site associated with Arthur in later legend. Archaeological work there has found evidence of high-status occupation in the Arthurian period. Imported pottery from the Mediterranean, suggesting wealth and trade connections. Buildings that indicate someone important was based there. But again, impressive as the findings are, they don't prove Arthur was there. They just show that Tintagel was an important place in the right period. Genetic evidence from modern populations doesn't help either. DNA studies of British and English populations show exactly the pattern you'd expect from Saxon migration mixing with earlier British populations. But genetics can't tell us about specific historical individuals or particular battles. It operates at the population level over long time scales. It can't point to Arthur. So where does this extensive and rather inconclusive discussion leave us? If you demand proof that meets rigorous modern historical standards, Arthur doesn't exist. The evidence is insufficient. Period. You should dismiss him as legend and focus your historical attention on things we can actually verify. If you're willing to accept that a real person might lie somewhere behind later legendary accretions, then Arthur might have existed. A Romano-British war leader, effective and lucky enough to be remembered, whose real achievements were later embroidered far beyond recognition. The honest answer that fits the evidence best is simply this: we don't know. We probably never will know with certainty. Arthur exists in an ambiguous space between history and myth, between what we can prove and what we want to believe. That liminal space is uncomfortable for historians who prefer clear conclusions, but it's where Arthur lives most naturally, because Arthur represents something larger than historical facts about battles and dates. He represents an idea, the idea that heroism matters even in desperate circumstances, that leadership can make a real difference, that resistance against overwhelming odds has value even when it ultimately fails, that the good we accomplish might be remembered even when everything else is forgotten. The medieval storytellers understood this better than modern historians sometimes do. They weren't trying to write accurate history in our sense. They were trying to express truths about loyalty and honour, love and betrayal, achievement and loss, the tragic nature of human ambition and the persistence of hope. They used Arthur as a vehicle for exploring these universal human themes. Whether there was a real Arthur commanding real troops at a real battle called Baden matters less than you might think for most purposes. The Arthur who truly matters, the Arthur who shaped European literature and culture for 8 centuries and continues influencing us today, is the legendary Arthur, the king who pulled the sword from the stone proving his right to rule. The king whose knights sat at a round table seeking the Holy Grail. The king who established a brief golden age of peace and justice. The king who was betrayed by those he loved most. The king who died at Caveman but was carried to Avalon where he might yet be healing. The king who might return when Britain's need is greatest. That Arthur is real in the way that stories are real. He shapes how we think about leadership and heroism and tragedy. He influences our imagination and our ideals. He gives us a framework for understanding human nobility and human failure in the same person. The historical Arthur, the possible war leader from the poorly documented darkness of the 6th century, is lost to us. Too much time, too little evidence, too many layers of legend obscuring whatever truth might lie at the core. The legendary Arthur is immortal, and maybe that's what matters most. You've travelled through 15 centuries tonight, from the departure of Roman legions to medieval romance, from the possible reality of desperate military campaigns to the definite unreality of mystical quests and magical swords, from sparse references in Welsh chronicles to the elaborate imaginative constructions of Camelot and the Grail. Arthur's story teaches us something profound about how legends grow and why they persist. They don't spring fully formed from nothing like mushrooms after rain. They accrete slowly, layer upon layer, each generation adding new elements while preserving fragments of older traditions. They adapt to new cultures and new concerns. They become whatever each age needs them to be. The Romano-British of the 6th century, if they had an Arthur at all, needed a war leader who could organise scattered resistance to Saxon invasion. The Welsh of later centuries needed a symbol of their lost independence and a prophecy of eventual return. The medieval French needed an idealised king who embodied emerging chivalric values. The English needed to reclaim their greatest legend from the French. Every generation reshaped Arthur to reflect its own dreams and fears and values, and Arthur endures because the fundamental themes embedded in his story are genuinely timeless. The wise advisor who disappears when most needed, the pure love that becomes tragic adultery, the perfect fellowship that splinters and fails, the good king undone by secrets from his past, the son who becomes his father's mortal enemy, the final battle that ends everything, the hope that death is not quite final, that return remains possible. These are patterns of human tragedy that every culture recognises, even if the specific details vary. They're dressed in medieval costume in the Arthurian stories, with castles and knights and courtly customs, but they speak to something deeper and more universal than any specific historical period or cultural context. Modern authors continue retelling Arthur in countless variations. They set him in space or the far future, or alternate histories where magic works by different rules. They make Arthur a woman or a time traveller or a corporate CEO, leading a business empire. They deconstruct the legend, reimagine it, subvert it, celebrate it, mock it, honour it. The story proves endlessly adaptable precisely because its core concerns are so fundamental to human experience. Historians will continue debating whether Arthur was real. New archaeological discoveries might strengthen the case for a historical basis, or might undermine it further. Old texts might be reinterpreted using new methods. New analytical techniques might reveal patterns in the sources that previous scholars missed. The academic debate will go on. But regardless of what historians eventually conclude, if they ever reach consensus at all, Arthur will survive. Not as history, but as story. Not as verifiable fact, but as truth of a different kind. The truth of human aspiration meeting human limitation. The truth that heroism is possible even in the darkest times. The truth that what we build can be beautiful even when we know it cannot last. As you drift towards sleep now, you can let the many layers of Arthur's story settle in your mind like sediment, slowly forming into solid stone. The possible war leader fighting impossible odds with limited resources and scarce hope. The legendary king holding court in a castle that never existed in a golden age that never was. The symbol of human excellence and human failure intertwined. The promise of return that might never be fulfilled. All of it is real in the only way that ultimately matters. Real in the imagination. Real in the stories we tell ourselves and our children about who we could be and what we might achieve if we had the courage to try. The once and future king sleeps in Avalon, waiting for the call to return that might never come. And while he sleeps, we tell his story, adding our own interpretations and concerns to the legend, ensuring that whatever historical truth might lie somewhere at the distant core remains alive in the one place it can truly survive across the centuries, in the telling itself, in the endless creative reimagining that each generation performs, in the universal human need for stories about heroes who try despite knowing they might fail, who build despite knowing time will tear down what they create, who love despite knowing love brings pain as well as joy. Sleep well, with knights and quests and magical swords dancing through your dreams, with the knowledge that some stories are too powerful to die, too meaningful to be reduced to simple questions of historical fact or fiction. Arthur lives in that space between, and perhaps that's exactly where he belongs. Welcome to a soothing journey through one of history's most improbable stories. Now remember, you're settling in to explore how a young prince from the edge of the Greek world, born into a dynasty plagued by instability and surrounded by enemies, somehow conquered an empire that stretched from the Mediterranean to India. So let's discover together why Alexander the Great's victories seemed impossible before they happened. You're standing in the royal palace at Pella, Macedonia, on a summer night in 356 BCE. The air smells of olive oil lamps and the faint scent of horses drifting in from the stables below. Through the window you can see the rugged mountains that ring this northern kingdom, their peaks dark against a star-filled sky. Somewhere in these chambers, a baby has just been born to King Philip II and his wife, Olympias. That child is Alexander, and if you could tell the assembled nobles what his future holds, they would laugh you out the room. Macedonia in 356 BCE isn't exactly the crown jewel of the ancient world. Think of it as the rough cousin nobody invites to dinner parties, while the sophisticated city-states of southern Greece, Athens, Sparta and Thebes debate philosophy and stage elaborate theatrical productions. Macedonia remains a semi-barbaric kingdom of shepherds, farmers and warriors. The Greeks down south don't even consider Macedonians fully Greek. Their dialect sounds strange, their customs seem coarse, and their kings have a disturbing habit of murdering each other. You walk through the palace corridors, your sandals clicking on stone floors that lack the polished marble of Athens. The walls are sturdy but plain. There's wealth here. Philip's recent military reforms have begun paying off, but it's the wealth of a frontier kingdom, not a cultural centre. In the great hall, shields hang on walls alongside the mounted heads of boars and deer. The nobles who gather here are fighters first, administrators second, and philosophers never. The baby Alexander enters a family that makes modern dysfunctional households look peaceful. His father Philip is a military genius and political operator who has somehow survived the chaos of Macedonian court politics. Philip spent his youth as a hostage in Thebes, which sounds terrible until you realise it probably saved his life. While he was away, his family members were busy killing each other in the traditional Macedonian fashion. By the time Philip returned and eventually seized the throne, he had learned two important lessons. First, how to fight like the Greeks. Second, how to scheme like a survivor. Alexander's mother, Olympias, hails from Epirus, another kingdom on Macedonia's western border. She's intelligent, fiercely ambitious, and deeply religious in ways that make people nervous. You might catch her at midnight ceremonies honouring Dionysus, handling snakes with a fervour that even the most devoted cult members find unsettling. She believes she's descended from Achilles on one side and descended from gods on the other. When she looks at her newborn son, she doesn't see a baby. She sees a prophecy waiting to unfold. The marriage between Philip and Olympias is strategic, political, and increasingly toxic. Philip collects wives the way some people collect coins, and Olympias resents each new marriage as a threat to her son's position. In Macedonia, succession isn't guaranteed to the eldest son. Any legitimate male heir can make a claim, and legitimacy is interpreted loosely. Philip has other sons by other wives, and each one represents potential competition for Alexander. You're watching a child born into instability. The kingdom itself barely held together before Philip took charge. For decades, Macedonia had been the punching bag of its neighbours. Illyrians raided from the west, Thracians from the east, and the Greek city-states from the south treated Macedonia as either a resource to exploit or a threat to contain. Philip has changed that through military innovation and ruthless diplomacy, but his accomplishments are recent and fragile. One assassination, one lost battle, one palace coup, and everything could collapse back into chaos. The odds are stacked against this baby in ways that would discourage anyone with sense. He's born into a dynasty where murder is standard operating procedure for succession disputes. His kingdom is surrounded by enemies who view Macedonia as an upstart nuisance. The mighty Persian Empire, which controls everything from Egypt to Afghanistan, has wealth and armies that make Macedonia look like a village militia. Even if Alexander somehow survives childhood and court intrigues and inherits his father's throne, the smart money says he'll spend his reign just trying to hold Macedonia together. But you're not watching a normal baby. You're watching someone who will rewrite the rules of what's possible. Not because he was destined to succeed, but because he was too stubborn to accept that he was supposed to fail. You're in the Macedonian camp watching teenage Alexander observe his father's army drill in formation. The smell of leather and bronze fills your nostrils. Dust rises from thousands of feet moving in unison. This is Philip's creation, the war machine that will make everything else possible, and Alexander is absorbing every detail with the intensity of someone memorizing sacred text. Philip didn't invent military power. He inherited a mess and turned it into something formidable through borrowing, adapting, and relentless practice. You can see the result in the soldiers before you. The core of the Macedonian army is the phalanx, that dense formation of infantry carrying spears so long they'd be useless in any other context. The sarissa, the Macedonian pike, stretches 18 feet. A man holding one can barely manage it alone, but thousands of men holding them in formation create a bristling wall of bronze spear points that extends farther than any enemy can reach. Philip borrowed this idea from the Thebans, who perfected dense infantry tactics, but he took it further. Deeper formations, longer spears, better training. These aren't aristocratic hoplites who fight when convenient and farm when not. These are professional soldiers who drill constantly. You watch them now, moving like a single organism, each man maintaining exactly the right spacing from his neighbours. Too close and they can't move. Too far and gaps appear. They've practiced this until their bodies know the spacing without thinking. But the phalanx alone isn't enough, and Philip understood that. You turn your attention to the cavalry exercising on the flanks. The companion cavalry, they're called, and they're the elite. These are noble sons and trusted warriors who form Philip's hammer, while the phalanx is his anvil. The strategy is elegant. Fix the enemy in place with the phalanx, then smash into their flank with heavy cavalry. Simple in theory, murderously effective in practice. Alexander is learning that warfare isn't about individual heroism. It's about systems. The Macedonian army wins because every piece works together. The infantry holds, the cavalry strikes, the light troops screen and harass, and the siege engines, another of Philip's innovations, knock down city walls that used to make places invincible. It's combined arms warfare before anyone called it that. You also see what Alexander is inheriting in terms of political structure. Philip has reorganised the Macedonian nobility into something more useful than feuding clans. The companion cavalry serves double duty as a military unit and political institution. By keeping the sons of nobles close, training and fighting beside them, Philip ensures loyalty while also making sure potential rivals are where he can watch them. It's patronage and hostage-taking wrapped into one elegant package. The kingdom's finances show Philip's practical genius. You can't run a professional army on goodwill. Philip has expanded Macedonia's territory, seizing control of gold and silver mines in Thrace and around Mount Pangaion. Those mines fund everything. The coins you might see changing hands in the camp bear Philip's image, a constant reminder of who's paying the bills. Money buys loyalty more reliably than speeches about honour. Alexander is also inheriting his father's diplomatic playbook. Philip doesn't just conquer, he absorbs. After defeating Greek city-states, he doesn't burn them to the ground. He incorporates them into his alliance system, the League of Corinth, where Greek states theoretically remain independent while acknowledging Macedonian leadership. It's hegemony with a velvet glove, at least most of the time. Cities that resist get harsh lessons, but those that submit find Philip surprisingly reasonable. But here's what Alexander sees clearly, watching his father work. All of this is fragile. The Macedonian system depends on constant success. The army needs payment, which requires controlling wealth-producing territories, which requires military victory, which requires paying the army. It's a cycle that only works if it keeps working. One serious defeat could break the whole machine. Philip has also made enemies everywhere. The Greek city-states resent Macedonian dominance. The Persians watch with growing concern as this western kingdom grows stronger. The tribes on Macedonia's borders wait for any sign of weakness. Philip's own nobles, elevated and enriched by his success, might just as easily turn on him if fortune shifts. Alexander is inheriting power, but that power sits on foundations of recently dried concrete, not ancient bedrock. You notice something else as you watch young Alexander study his father's work. He's not just memorizing tactics, he's identifying limitations. The phalanx is powerful but slow and inflexible. The cavalry is devastating but relatively small in number. The political alliances are useful but unreliable. Philip has built something impressive, but Alexander is already thinking about how to push beyond what his father achieved. There's a strange irony in watching this. Philip is giving Alexander the tools to succeed, but those tools come with an expiration date built in. The same system that makes conquest possible also makes conquest necessary. Stop expanding and the money dries up, the soldiers grow restless and the allies drift away. Alexander won't just inherit an empire in waiting, he'll inherit an obligation to keep moving forward or watch everything collapse backward. You're in a garden at Mysa, a quiet sanctuary away from the palace at Pella. The air smells of herbs and wild thyme. Sunlight filters through grapevines overhead, creating patterns of light and shadow on the ground. This is where Philip has sent Alexander to study under Aristotle, and it's about as far from a traditional military training ground as you can imagine. Aristotle isn't here by accident. Philip could have hired any number of teachers, but he chose one of the greatest minds in the Greek world. The philosopher arrives from Athens carrying scrolls, questions, and a systematic approach to understanding everything. You watch as he walks with Alexander through the garden, discussing not battle tactics, but biology, ethics, politics, and the nature of the universe. The relationship between teacher and student is more complex than simple instruction. Aristotle treats Alexander as someone capable of understanding sophisticated ideas, and Alexander responds by asking questions that reveal a mind constantly testing boundaries. When Aristotle explains his classification of animals, Alexander wants to know about creatures nobody has catalogued yet. When they discuss politics, Alexander doesn't just absorb Aristotle's theories, he challenges them with examples from Macedonian reality. You overhear them debating the nature of kingship. Aristotle, following his teacher Plato, suggests that the ideal ruler is one who governs with wisdom and virtue, pursuing the common good. Alexander listens but counters with observations from watching his father. Philip governs effectively not because he's a philosopher king, but because he understands power, how to gain it, keep it, and use it. The theoretical ideal and practical reality don't quite match, and Alexander is learning to navigate that gap. The curriculum here goes far beyond what most princes study. You see Alexander examining plant specimens, learning to identify medicinal herbs and poisonous ones. Aristotle believes in understanding the natural world through direct observation, and Alexander takes to this approach enthusiastically. He's not just memorizing facts, he's learning a method. Watch carefully, categorize what you see, look for patterns and test your assumptions. It's scientific thinking before science has formalized its methods. Geography fascinates Alexander particularly. Aristotle shares maps and travellers' accounts of distant lands. The known world extends from the Pillars of Hercules in the west to India in the east. and from Ethiopia in the south to Scythia in the north. But the maps have enormous blank spaces where knowledge fades into rumour and legend. Alexander studies these blank spaces with special intensity. What's actually out there? Are the stories about Persian wealth accurate or exaggerated? How wide is the world, really? Homer's epics are another focus of study. Alexander already knows the Iliad nearly by heart. His mother made sure of that, claiming descent from Achilles. But with Aristotle, he examines the text differently. They discuss leadership styles, the relationship between glory and wisdom, and the role of fate versus choice. Alexander identifies with Achilles, but also recognizes Achilles' limitations. The greatest warrior in the Iliad dies young, and his rage causes catastrophe for his own side. There's a lesson there about the costs of unchecked emotion. You notice Alexander developing what might be called strategic empathy during these studies. Aristotle teaches him about different cultures, forms of government, and religious beliefs. The Greek world contains democracies, oligarchies, tyrannies, and kingdoms, each operating on different principles. Beyond the Greek world lie the Persians with their centralized monarchy, the nomadic Scythians with their mobile society, and the Egyptians with their ancient priesthoods. Alexander is learning that people organize themselves in various ways, each with logic behind it. But you also catch something troubling in these lessons. Aristotle, for all his wisdom, carries the prejudices of his culture. He teaches that Greeks are naturally suited to rule, and that barbarians, non-Greeks, are suited to serve. This idea will lodge in Alexander's mind, but he'll apply it strangely. He'll conquer as a Macedonian and Greek, yet he'll also adopt Persian customs and marry foreign wives and promote non-Greeks to high positions. The student will take the teacher's framework and bend it into something Aristotle wouldn't quite recognise. The education at Mysa lasts about 3 years. During that time, Alexander also trains physically, running, wrestling, and hunting. You watch him return from a hunt, mud-spattered and exhilarated from pursuing a wild boar through rough country. The intellectual and physical training happen together, creating someone who can think strategically and act decisively. Near the end of his time with Aristotle, something happens that reveals the contradiction Alexander is becoming. A trader arrives with a magnificent horse, Bucephalus, that no one can tame. The horse is huge, powerful, and seemingly vicious. Philip is ready to send it away when Alexander asks for a chance. He's observed something others missed. The horse is afraid of its own shadow. Alexander turns the horse toward the sun, eliminating the shadow, calms it, and then mounts it. In that moment you see observation leading to understanding, leading to action. It's everything Aristotle taught, applied to solving an immediate practical problem. Bucephalus becomes Alexander's horse for the next 2 decades, carrying him across Asia. The relationship between rider and horse becomes legendary, but it starts here with a teenager who paid attention while everyone else just saw an impossible problem. Alexander leaves Mysa educated but restless. Aristotle has shown him how to think, Philip has shown him how to fight, but neither has shown him limits he's willing to accept. You're standing on a dusty road in Asia Minor watching supply wagons creak past. The smell of ox sweat and grain sacks fills the air. This is years after Alexander crossed into Asia, but to understand how he won, you need to understand how he ate. Armies march on their stomachs, and Alexander's greatest battles weren't against Persian forces, they were against distance, terrain, and the calendar. When Alexander crosses the Hellespont into Asia in 334 BCE with roughly 40,000 men, he's bringing along a logistics nightmare. Each soldier needs about 2 pounds of grain per day. The horses need more. Do the math, and you're looking at 50 tons of food daily for the army alone, not counting the camp followers, servants, and animals. That's a mountain of wheat moving slowly across some of the harshest country in the world. You watch the army's foragers spread out into the countryside, requisitioning supplies from local villages. It's not quite pillaging. Alexander learns early that terrorizing the locals makes them hide their food and flee, leaving nothing to take. Instead, his system involves payment, at least theoretically. The reality is somewhere between purchase and polite theft. but it works better than pure plunder. The geography of Alexander's campaign tells you why so many thought he'd fail. You're looking at a world where mountains form natural barriers, rivers become impassable in spring floods, deserts stretch for weeks of travel, and winter shuts down military operations entirely. The Persian Empire spans 3,000 miles from west to east. Marching from Macedonia to India and back covers distances that make modern road trips look trivial. Consider the terrain. You cross coastal plains where cities cluster, then climb into mountain ranges where passes might be held by hostile tribes. You descend into river valleys where local rulers might support or oppose you. You traverse plateaus where summer heat can kill as effectively as any sword. Each type of terrain requires different tactics, different supply methods, and different timing. Alexander succeeds partly because he's willing to move when conventional wisdom says don't. You're crossing the Hellespont in early spring when the weather is still unpredictable, but you want the whole campaigning season ahead. You're marching through Gordium in winter, when other armies would hunker down. You're crossing the Gedrosian desert in late summer, which is insane, but it's the route nobody expects, which makes it strategically useful if you survive. The supply system Alexander develops is adaptable. In fertile regions, you live off the land. Near coasts, you coordinate with the fleet to bring supplies by sea. In barren areas, you establish supply dumps in advance, stashing grain and fodder along your route. You also move fast enough that you don't exhaust any single region before moving to the next. It's like a locust swarm, but organised and directional. You notice another crucial element: intelligence gathering. Before Alexander moves into new territory, scouts go ahead, talking to locals, mapping water sources, and identifying food supplies. The army rarely blunders into a region blind. Someone has usually been there first, asking questions and sending information back. It's not perfect. The Gedrosian desert disaster proves that. But it's more thorough than most ancient armies attempted. Rivers present constant challenges. You can't just ford them anywhere or any time. The Granicus is narrow enough to force in spring. The Danube is another matter entirely. The Indus and its tributaries are massive barriers that require boat construction, bridge building, and careful timing with flood seasons. Alexander's engineers become as important as his cavalry, finding crossing points and building the infrastructure that keeps the army moving. Cities complicate the logistics picture. You can besiege a city, which pins down your army and consumes resources while the defenders wait you out. Or you can bypass it, but that leaves a hostile force in your rear that might cut your supply lines. Alexander's solution varies. Important cities get besieged with whatever it takes: siege towers, mines, and relentless assault. Lesser cities get offers they'd be wise not to refuse. The calculation is always about whether taking the city is worth the time and resources it will cost. The climate's rhythm shapes everything. You campaign in spring, summer, and fall. Winter means stopping and finding cities friendly enough or conquered thoroughly enough to house the army, while weather makes movement dangerous. This seasonal pause isn't wasted time. It's when Alexander reorganises, integrates new troops, handles political business, and plans the next year's campaign. The rhythm becomes predictable. Move, fight, conquer, winter, repeat. You're also watching Alexander adapt to local conditions. In Egypt, you use the Nile's transportation network. In Bactria, you learn mountain warfare. In India, you face war elephants and monsoons that turn roads into rivers of mud. Each region teaches new lessons, and the army that reaches India is more sophisticated than the one that crossed into Asia. The extended supply lines eventually become Alexander's greatest vulnerability. You're in India, and your logistics trail stretches back thousands of miles. Messages take months to travel from the front to Macedonia and back. Reinforcements arrive irregularly. Local satraps control the territory you've conquered, and if they rebel or simply stop cooperating, your army becomes isolated. The troops understand this, which is partly why they eventually refuse to go further. They're not just tired of fighting, they're terrified of being cut off from home. There's a reason most conquerors stick closer to their home base. The further you go, the thinner you're stretched. Alexander pushes beyond what's sustainable, and he only avoids catastrophe through luck, speed, and sheer audacity. The fact that he makes it back at all is nearly as impressive as the conquests themselves. You're in the Macedonian camp the night before the Battle of Issus. The air feels electric with anticipation and fear. Soldiers sit around fires, checking equipment, talking in low voices, and there, moving among them, is Alexander. He's not in his tent reviewing maps or consulting with commanders. He's here, visible, speaking to regular soldiers by name. This is the aspect of Alexander's success that's hardest to quantify, but impossible to ignore. You're watching leadership as performance, presence, and genuine connection, all woven together into something that makes men willing to march thousands of miles and fight impossible battles. Watch how he moves through camp. He stops at a fire where veterans from the phalanx are sharing bread. He asks about their families back in Macedonia, remembers details from previous conversations, and jokes about the Persian army waiting across the river. These aren't scripted interactions. Alexander genuinely seems to know these men and care about their answers. When he moves on, you can see the soldiers sitting straighter, talking more confidently. His presence is tangible. Alexander fights in the front, not the rear. At the Granicus River, he's one of the first into the water, leading the cavalry charge personally. A Persian noble strikes at him, shattering Alexander's helmet. Before the second blow can land, one of Alexander's companions kills the attacker. Alexander could have died in the campaign's first major battle, but he survives, and every soldier sees their king taking the same risks they do. This pattern repeats constantly. You're at Gaza, watching Alexander directing the siege personally when an arrow strikes him in the shoulder. He has it pulled out and continues fighting. At the Hydaspes River, he's in the front ranks again, this time facing war elephants. During the siege of the Mali city in India, he climbs the wall himself when his troops hesitate, and he ends up isolated with only 3 companions while the Mali attack. He nearly dies from an arrow through the chest, and the army rages through the city afterward, massacring inhabitants out of fury and fear at almost losing their king. The injuries pile up over the years. Arrow wounds, sword cuts, and a concussion from a slingstone. Alexander's body becomes a map of his battles, but each wound proves to his troops that their king doesn't ask them to do anything he won't do himself. It's leadership through shared suffering. You also notice how Alexander celebrates victories. After significant battles, there are games, competitions, sacrifices to the gods, and distributions of plunder. He honours soldiers who performed exceptionally, sometimes promoting them on the spot. He holds elaborate funerals for the fallen, ensuring their families receive pensions. The men die, but their names and sacrifices are remembered publicly. The relationship between Alexander and his troops isn't entirely warm and fuzzy. He demands brutal discipline when necessary. You're watching a mass punishment after a unit breaks formation and flees. The responsible officers are executed publicly. The lesson is clear. Cowardice brings death. But the same army that witnesses executions also sees Alexander sharing hardships. When water is scarce in the desert, he pours out a helmet of water that scouts bring him, refusing to drink if his troops can't. Symbolic? Yes. Effective? Absolutely. Alexander's ability to inspire shows up most clearly in impossible situations. You're at Tyre, a city on an island that has never been taken by siege. The conventional wisdom is to give up and bypass it. But Alexander orders a causeway built from the mainland to the island, essentially creating a land bridge where none existed. The engineering required is staggering, the time consumed is enormous, and the Tyrians attack the construction constantly. It should fail. But Alexander's will becomes the army's will, and after 7 months, Tyre falls. The troops accomplish it because Alexander convinced them they could. There's also a dark side to this leadership. Alexander's charisma makes men do things they'd normally refuse. Burning Persepolis, marching through the Gedrusian desert, fighting in monsoon rains in India, these decisions risk the army's survival. Some soldiers follow out of loyalty, others from fear of punishment, and many from a strange belief that Alexander's luck will hold. He exploits that belief ruthlessly. The Macedonian nobility presents a different leadership challenge. These are men who knew Alexander when he was just Philip's son, and they remember that they're nobles too, not just subordinates. Alexander manages them through a combination of personal relationships, calculated generosity, and occasional ruthlessness. Clytus, one of the companions who saved Alexander's life at the Granicus, later criticises Alexander during a drunken feast. Alexander kills him in a rage, then spends days in anguished regret. The lesson for other nobles is complex. Alexander values loyalty but won't tolerate challenges to his authority, even from friends. You notice that Alexander's leadership style changes over time. The young king who crosses into Asia listens to advisors and follows Macedonian customs. The emperor who reaches India wears Persian dress, expects proskinesis, prostration, and makes decisions increasingly alone. Success breeds confidence that curdles into arrogance. The troops who worshipped him begin to whisper that he's becoming foreign, less Macedonian, and more Persian. The same presence that inspired them now sometimes alienates them. But even at the end, when the army refuses to continue past the Hyphasis River in India, Alexander's handling of the mutiny shows his understanding of leadership. He sulks in his tent for days, trying to shame them into continuing. When that fails, he accepts their decision but stages it as his own choice based on omens. Both sides save face. The troops get to go home, and Alexander avoids looking like he lost control. It's manipulation, but it's effective manipulation. Leadership, you realise watching Alexander, isn't just about inspiring moments. It's about understanding what motivates people. Glory, greed, fear, loyalty, pride, and orchestrating those motivations toward your goals. Alexander conducts his army like an instrument, knowing which strings to pluck and when. The fact that he sometimes mistakes the music doesn't change the skill involved in the conducting. You're in a Persian war council chamber, watching commanders debate strategy. The year is 333 BCE, and Alexander has invaded Asia. The smart move, the Persian nobles argue, is to withdraw, scorch the earth, and let Alexander's supply lines collapse. He's far from home, his army's relatively small, and time is on Persia's side. But Darius III, the Persian king, rejects this strategy. He chooses to face Alexander directly at Issus. That choice changes everything. Luck runs through Alexander's campaigns like a river through a valley. Sometimes it's the river that creates the valley's shape. You're watching moments where things could have gone catastrophically wrong but didn't, often through random chance rather than brilliant planning. Start at the Granicus River, Alexander's first major battle in Asia. He attacks across a river against a defended position, which violates every tactical principle. The Persians have cavalry waiting on the opposite bank, and Alexander charges straight at them. It's a foolish move that works partly because the Persian commanders are more interested in killing Alexander personally and claiming the glory than in defeating his army systematically. They converge on him, and in the confusion of single combat, the Macedonian phalanx crosses the river and establishes position. If the Persians had fought defensively instead of hunting for personal glory, Alexander might have died in Asia's first major engagement. Then there's Darius's decision at Issus. The battlefield geography favours Alexander enormously. The narrow coastal plain negates Persia's numerical advantage. Darius chose to fight there instead of on the open plains of Mesopotamia, where Persian cavalry could manoeuvre freely. Why? Perhaps because retreating seemed cowardly. Perhaps because his advisors pushed for immediate confrontation. Perhaps because he underestimated Alexander. Regardless, the choice hands Alexander a victory he desperately needs. Darius flees, the Persian army breaks, and Alexander gains credibility as a legitimate threat rather than a raiding party from Macedonia. You notice how often Alexander's gambles pay off when they shouldn't. At Tyre, the siege drags on for 7 months. Alexander has already spent more time here than the entire city is worth strategically. If Tyre's defenders hold out another month or two, Alexander might be forced to withdraw, leaving his first major failure as a scar on his reputation. But the city falls just before that breaking point, and what could have been a disaster becomes another victory. Gaugamela, the decisive battle against Darius, shows both planning and absurd fortune working together. Alexander scouts the battlefield beforehand and notices Darius has cleared and levelled the ground to favour his scythed chariots. So Alexander attacks on the ground, Darius prepared, knowing his phalanx can handle the chariots. The plan works, but there's a moment during the battle when the Macedonian line breaks, and Darius could have won if he'd committed his reserves. Instead, Darius sees Alexander charging toward him personally and flees again. The Persian king's fear hands Alexander an empire. Timing matters as much as luck. Alexander invades Persia when the empire is wealthy but militarily complacent. The Persian army hasn't fought a serious war in generations. Their commanders learn tactics from textbooks and peacetime exercises, while Alexander's troops are veterans who cut their teeth fighting mountain tribes and Greek hoplites. The timing isn't planned. It's just when Alexander happens to become king and when his father's assassination forces him to move. But it's perfect timing nonetheless. Disease and assassination remove Alexander's rivals in ways no strategy could accomplish. Darius dies at the hands of his own subordinates, eliminating the legitimate Persian king and leaving Alexander to claim he's avenging Darius's murder rather than just conquering. It's propaganda gold that Alexander didn't have to orchestrate. Meanwhile, potential rivals in Macedonia die or discredit themselves conveniently, leaving Alexander without serious challenges to his throne back home. You're watching Alexander cross the Hindu Kush mountains into Bactria, and the audacity nearly kills his army. The passes are higher than anyone expected, the cold more severe, and the food scarcer. If the weather had been slightly worse, if the local guides hadn't cooperated, or if the descent had been steeper, the army could have perished in the mountains. Instead, they struggle through and emerge as the first Western army to cross those peaks, terrifying the locals who thought the mountains made them unreachable. At the Hydaspes River in India, Alexander faces Porus's army, which includes war elephants his horses have never encountered. The battle plan involves crossing the river at night during a storm to achieve surprise. It's ridiculously risky. Horses can panic, troops can drown, and the surprise can fail. But the storm provides cover, the crossing succeeds, and Alexander wins a battle that most generals wouldn't have attempted. Later, Alexander's admirers will call it genius. More accurately, it's a calculated risk that happened to work. The relationship between luck and skill gets complicated here. Alexander creates opportunities for luck to favour him by moving fast, taking initiative, and putting himself in positions where good fortune becomes possible. At Issus, he's lucky Darius chose that battlefield, but Alexander got to Issus quickly enough that Darius had to react to him rather than vice versa. His speed creates the conditions for luck to matter. You also see how Alexander's personality affects his fortune. His willingness to take enormous risks means he experiences both spectacular successes and near disasters. The difference is that he survives his disasters and publicises his successes. At the Mali city in India, getting isolated on the wall could have ended his entire campaign. Instead, he survives, and the story becomes another example of his heroic courage rather than his reckless stupidity. There's survivorship bias here that's impossible to ignore. You're watching Alexander's campaigns knowing they succeeded, but you can imagine parallel universes where the arrow at Gaza hit a vital organ, where Darius stood his ground at Gaugamela, where the Hindu Kush crossing ended in mass starvation, and where the Gedrosian desert claimed the entire army. In those universes, Alexander is a footnote, a reckless Macedonian king who invaded Persia and died quickly. But in this universe, the gambles pay off. The river crossings succeed. The sieges eventually fall. The enemies make mistakes at crucial moments. Alexander's luck becomes part of his legend, and soldiers start believing their king is divinely protected. That belief becomes self-fulfilling. Troops fight harder because they think fortune favours Alexander, which makes victories more likely, which reinforces the belief. Near the end, Alexander's luck shows signs of running out. The wound at the Mali city nearly kills him. The desert crossing loses thousands of men and animals. His troops refuse to continue into India. These are warning signs that fortune is finite, but Alexander dies before he fully exhausts it. You wonder what would have happened if he'd lived another decade. Would his luck have held? Would we remember him differently if one of those later gambles had failed catastrophically? But that's speculation. What you know is that Alexander won partly because the dice kept coming up in his favour at critical moments. Skill positioned him to roll those dice, but luck determined what numbers showed. You're watching something peculiar happen as Alexander's campaigns progress. Each victory makes the next one easier, not because the enemies become weaker, but because Alexander's army becomes more formidable in ways that transcend simple military strength. Momentum, the strange force that makes moving objects want to keep moving, becomes as powerful as any weapon in Alexander's arsenal. The psychological effect starts early. After the Granicus River victory, Greek cities in Asia Minor that were previously under Persian control start opening their gates. They don't resist because resistance seems futile. Alexander has demonstrated he can win against Persian forces, and surrendering early means better treatment. You watch cities that could have cost months to besiege instead welcome Alexander as a liberator. Each surrender encourages the next city to follow suit. The wealth accumulation feeds the momentum. Persia is rich in ways that make Macedonia look poor. After Issus, Alexander captures Darius's baggage train, which includes the Persian royal treasury. Suddenly, Alexander can pay his troops in gold rather than promises. He can hire more soldiers, build more siege equipment, and fund his political operations back in Greece. Money makes everything easier, and each conquest brings more money. You notice how Alexander's reputation starts working for him. Before battles, enemies know they're facing the king who defeated Darius, who conquered Egypt, who broke Tyre. That knowledge undermines morale before fighting begins. At Gaugamela, many of Darius's soldiers flee early, not because the Macedonians are winning, but because they expect the Macedonians to win. Expectation shapes reality. The army itself improves through experience. The troops who cross into Asia in 334 BCE are good, but the veterans who reach India years later are extraordinary. They fought in every type of terrain, against every type of enemy, using every type of tactic. They've learned to build bridges, conduct sieges, coordinate with naval forces and adapt to local conditions. Each campaign is a training exercise for the next one. Alexander integrates conquered peoples into his forces, which increases his numbers but also sends a message. Persian cavalry start fighting alongside Macedonians. Local auxiliaries join the army. This mixed force shows that Alexander isn't just conquering, he's building something larger than a Macedonian kingdom. The vision expands with each edition, from recovering Greek cities to defeating Persia, to ruling Asia to reaching the end of the world. Each goal achieved suggests the next goal is achievable too. The administrative structure Alexander establishes helps maintain momentum. Conquered territories get satraps, local governors who manage regions and supply resources to the advancing army. This creates a trail of stable territory behind the front lines. It's not perfect. Some satraps rebel, some steal, some prove incompetent. But it's functional enough that Alexander can keep pushing forward without constantly worrying about his rear. You see momentum working at multiple levels simultaneously. Militarily, victories accumulate. Economically, wealth flows in. Politically, Alexander's legitimacy increases. Psychologically, both his troops and his enemies start believing he's unstoppable. These factors reinforce each other, creating a self-sustaining cycle of success. But momentum has limits and dangers. You're watching Alexander in Bactria and Sogdiana, mountain regions where there are no major battles to win, just endless guerrilla warfare against local tribes. The momentum sputters here. Alexander spends years pacifying territories that don't particularly care about his grand vision, and can't be defeated in decisive battles. The easy victories stop, the casualties mount, and the troops start grumbling. Momentum requires visible progress, and these campaigns don't provide it. The army's growing diversity also creates tensions. Macedonian veterans resent seeing Persians elevated to positions of honour. When Alexander adopts Persian dress and customs, it feels like betrayal to soldiers who thought they were fighting to defeat Persia, not become it. The momentum that united the army behind a conquering king starts fracturing when the mission becomes less clear. By the time Alexander reaches India, momentum has carried the army impossibly far from home. They've marched for years, crossed deserts and mountains and fought enemies most never imagined existed. But they're also exhausted, separated from families by thousands of miles, and increasingly uncertain about what they're fighting for. The momentum that pushed them forward finally meets an immovable object, their own unwillingness to go further. The mutiny at the Hyphasis River marks the moment when momentum breaks. Alexander wants to continue into the Ganges Valley, convinced that the edge of the world lies just beyond. The troops refuse. They've followed Alexander everywhere, but they won't follow him there. For the first time, Alexander can't overcome resistance through force of personality or the promise of future glory. The campaign has reached its natural limit. Even then, momentum helps Alexander on the return journey. His reputation makes local rulers cautious about resisting. Cities surrender or face destruction. The army that returns is smaller than the one that invaded, reduced by combat losses, disease, desertion, and the desert crossing, but it's still formidable enough to command respect. You realise that Alexander's conquests weren't inevitable even after they started. Momentum helped, but it required constant feeding. Each victory needed to be publicised, each defeat minimised, and each pause filled with training or diplomacy or preparation for the next advance. Alexander understood that stopping meant risking everything, so he almost never stopped until his troops forced him to. The final irony is that momentum kills him. Not directly, but he can't adjust to peacetime. Back in Babylon after the campaigns, Alexander plans new expeditions. Arabia, Carthage, the Western Mediterranean. There's always another target. His body is breaking down from wounds, fever and excessive drinking, but his mind still operates in campaign mode. When he dies at 32, he's planning rather than resting. Momentum, once started, becomes hard to stop. You're in a library centuries after Alexander's death, surrounded by scrolls and histories written by people trying to make sense of what happened. They've turned Alexander into myth, philosophy, and legend. But you know something they don't. You watched it happen. You saw the luck, the mistakes, and the chaos that history smoothed into narrative. Looking back at Alexander's improbable success, you see patterns that contemporaries couldn't. Philip's reforms created the military instrument. Aristotle's teaching provided the intellectual framework. Persian weakness offered the opportunity, but none of it guaranteed success. You're staring at a sequence of events where everything had to go approximately right for Alexander to achieve what he did, and somehow, improbably, things did go approximately right. The revisionist historians will argue that Alexander was inevitable, that the Persian Empire was ripe for conquest, and that any competent Macedonian king could have done it. But you know that's nonsense. Alexander's brother Philip Aridaeus couldn't have done it. Neither could any of the other Macedonian nobles. It required someone with Alexander's specific combination of military talent, political cunning, physical courage, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept limits. You also see what Alexander didn't accomplish. He conquered an empire but didn't create a stable successor state. Within years of his death, his generals will carve up his territories into separate kingdoms. The unity he forced through military power collapses the moment that power disappears. By that measure, Alexander fails. He builds nothing permanent beyond the cities named after him and the routes he opened between east and west. But the question was never whether Alexander was supposed to succeed in creating a lasting empire. The question was whether he was supposed to win at all. And by that measure, the answer is clearly no. The odds against a young Macedonian king conquering the Persian Empire were astronomical. The fact that he did it anyway doesn't mean it was probable or inevitable. It means that sometimes, improbably, things happen that weren't supposed to happen. You think about the people who lived through Alexander's campaigns and wonder how they processed it. The Persian nobles who thought they were defending an eternal empire and instead watched it shatter. The Greek city-states that mocked Macedonia and then found themselves subject to Macedonian hegemony. The Indian kingdoms on the far edge of Alexander's advance, who encountered Greeks for the first time and had to make sense of these strange invaders from the west. Their world was rearranged by someone who wasn't supposed to rearrange it. There's a lesson in there about history's unpredictability. The historians who come after try to explain Alexander's success as if it makes sense in retrospect, but living through it, the outcome was far from certain. At any point, things could have gone differently. Alexander could have died young from disease or battle or assassination. The Macedonian army could have broken apart from internal tensions. The Persian Empire could have rallied and crushed the invasion. None of these happened, but they could have, and the stories written centuries later make success seem more foreordained than it was. You close your eyes, the library fading around you. The story of Alexander isn't really about how a young king conquered the world. It's about how someone who wasn't supposed to win kept winning anyway, through talent, timing, and tremendous luck, until his troops finally made him stop. It's a reminder that history isn't a story written in advance. It's a series of people making choices and taking risks where outcomes aren't determined until they happen. The young prince born in Pella in 356 BCE, to a dysfunctional family in a kingdom nobody respected, had no business conquering one of history's greatest empires. But he did it anyway, and that's why, thousands of years later, we're still trying to understand how it happened. Sleep well, knowing that sometimes the impossible becomes real. Imagine, if you will, the realm of Asgard on a winter morning when the world feels wrapped in cotton wool. The golden halls of the gods stand silent, their walls reflecting the pale light of a sun that never quite seems to warm the air. This is the kind of stillness that makes you hold your breath without realizing it, the sort of peace that whispers of its own fragility. In these days, before the great prophecy took root in every divine heart, the gods went about their business with a confidence that now seems almost charming in its innocence. Odin sat upon his high seat, watching the 9 worlds with eyes that saw everything except, perhaps, what mattered most. Thor practiced with his hammer in the courtyard, each swing sending tremors through the ground that the other gods had learned to ignore like familiar background noise. Freya tended her cats and contemplated beauty in all its forms, from the delicate frost patterns on window glass to the terrible elegance of a well-crafted sword. Life in Asgard followed rhythms as old as the World Tree itself. Feasts rolled into councils, councils dissolved into hunts, and hunts gave way to more feasts. The mead flowed like rivers, and laughter echoed through halls built to last until the end of days, though none of them truly believed those days would ever come. Endings were things that happened to mortals, to the brief lives of humans who flickered and faded like candle flames in a drafty room. Gods were supposed to be different, but even in those peaceful times there were signs if you knew how to read them. The Norns, those 3 ancient sisters who wove the fates of gods and men alike, worked their loom with expressions that suggested they knew something everyone else had missed. Their fingers moved through threads of past, present and future with a speed that spoke of urgency, though they never rushed. Rushing implied there was still time to make a difference, and the Norns knew better than anyone that some things were already written in the deep structure of the universe itself. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, returned each evening to whisper their findings into Odin's ears. Thought and memory they were called, and between them they saw everything that happened under the sky. But lately their reports had taken on a quality that Odin didn't care to examine too closely. Attention, a sense of gathering momentum towards something inevitable. He would nod and thank them, then pour another cup of mead and try to focus on problems that seemed more immediate, and therefore more solvable. Down in Midgard, the realm of humans, life continued with its own particular rhythms. Farmers planted and harvested, warriors fought and feasted, and everyone told stories around fires on cold nights. Many of these stories concern the gods, naturally, because humans have always found comfort in believing that their struggles mirror larger cosmic patterns. They spoke of Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, Freya's beauty, and yes, even of Loki, low-key, though those stories were always told with a mixture of amusement and unease, occupied a peculiar position in the divine hierarchy. He was counted among the easier gods, yet everyone knew he was actually a giant by birth, one of the Jotun who were supposed to be enemies of the gods. It was the kind of complicated family situation that makes modern Thanksgiving dinners look simple by comparison. Odin had made him a blood brother in some ancient ceremony that no one quite remembered the details of anymore, binding them together with oaths that even gods could not break without consequences. In those quiet days before the prophecy became impossible to ignore, I moved through Asgard like a cat in a house, where it knows it's not entirely welcome but tolerated for its usefulness in dealing with mice. He was clever, perhaps too clever, as the other gods sometimes muttered when they thought he couldn't hear. His solutions to problems often created new problems, like a home repair job that fixes the leak but somehow damages the foundation. Yet time and again, when the gods found themselves in truly impossible situations, it was they who turned to, because sometimes you need someone willing to think in directions that would never occur to the properly moral mind. He was beautiful in the way that dangerous things often are, sharp-featured, with eyes that suggested he was always 3 steps ahead in a conversation you didn't know you were having. His smile had edges to it, and his laughter could sound like either delight or mockery depending on how you happened to be feeling that day. The gods never entirely trusted him, but they never entirely distrusted him either, which was exactly the balance he seemed to prefer. Trust was a cage, distrust was exile, but this liminal space between the two offered freedom of a sort. During this period of stillness, I would often wander beyond Asgard's golden walls, out into the wild spaces where the worlds brushed against each other like pages in a book not quite properly closed. He said he was exploring, learning the secrets of creation that the more respectable gods were too dignified to seek out themselves, and perhaps that was even true in its own way. But exploration can take many forms, and not all of them involve maps and careful notes. The other gods probably should have paid more attention to these wanderings. But Asgard was comfortable, mead was plentiful, and it's always easier to assume that tomorrow will be much like today, especially when today is pleasant enough. They assumed she would always be, sometimes helpful, sometimes annoying, but ultimately one of them, bound by the same rules and expectations that governed all their lives. They were right about the first part. Would always be. Where they went wrong was in assuming that meant anything like predictability or safety. Beyond the walls of Asgard, beyond even the relatively tamed wildness of Midgard, lay Jotunheim, the realm of the giants. This was not a place where gods typically vacationed. The giants were old, older than the gods themselves by some accounts, and they remembered every slight, every battle, every drop of blood spilled in the eternal conflict between order and chaos. Jotunheim was a landscape of contradictions, ice fields that burned with cold so intense it felt like fire, mountains that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them, and forests where the trees had witnessed the birth of the worlds and remained unimpressed. It was to this unwelcoming realm that he found himself drawn, pulled by something he couldn't quite name and wouldn't have admitted if he could. Maybe it was boredom with Asgard's golden perfection, where everything was always beautiful and therefore in its way monotonous. Maybe it was a longing for the wild magic that the giants still practiced, the old chaos that had existed before the gods imposed their orderly structures on creation. Or maybe, and this is what he would never have confessed to Odin or any of the others, it was a desire to be somewhere he didn't have to constantly perform the role of the trickster, where he could simply be. In Jotunheim he met Angrboda the giantess. Her name meant she who brings grief, which should have been his first warning but instead intrigued him, the way danger always intrigued him. She was not beautiful by the standards of Asgard, where beauty meant golden hair and perfect features that never showed the weight of years or experience. Angrboda's beauty was of a different sort entirely, the beauty of a winter storm, of ancient stone, of things that endure not through perfection but through sheer uncompromising existence. She lived alone in a part of Jotunheim where even other giants rarely ventured, in a hall built from the bones of some creature that had died when the world was young. It should have been grim, but somehow it wasn't. She had made it comfortable in her own way, with furs that actually provided warmth and a fire that burned with colours I had never seen in Asgard's carefully tended hearths. The first time he visited, he told himself he was gathering information, learning giant secrets that might prove useful to the gods someday. The second visit was harder to justify. By the third, he had stopped trying. Angerboda saw through him immediately, of course. She saw the performance he put on for everyone else, and underneath it she saw something that she had even half forgotten was there. A person who was tired of always being clever, always having the perfect response, and always playing the role that everyone expected. With her he could occasionally be quiet. With her he could admit uncertainty. With her he discovered that not every moment needed to be filled with words or tricks or carefully calculated moves in some invisible game. This relationship was, by any reasonable standard, a catastrophically bad idea. Was bound by oaths to the gods, bound by his peculiar position as both insider and outsider in Asgard's hierarchy. Angerboda was a giant, one of the ancient enemies, and her very name suggested that she carried doom in her wake like a cloak. Nothing good could come from this union. Anyone with sense could have told them that, but sense has never been the primary motivator of those who fall into whatever you want to call the thing that grew between them. Love is too simple a word and too complicated at the same time. Call it recognition, perhaps. The way two people who have always been slightly out of step with everyone around them might recognise that quality in each other and feel something like relief. Time in Jotunheim moved differently than in Asgard. Days could stretch or compress, and seasons followed rules that would have given meteorologists nervous breakdowns. During one of these temporally ambiguous periods, Angerboda discovered she was pregnant. Not with one child, but with 3, because apparently even reproduction couldn't be straightforward when I was involved. This should have been the moment when he returned to Asgard, resumed his proper role, and pretended this entire episode had never happened. The gods were skilled at ignoring uncomfortable truths, and one more god's indiscretion could have been added to a list that was already impressively long. But something kept him in Jotunheim through Angerboda's pregnancy, watching her belly swell with new life, feeling something he couldn't quite name and didn't entirely trust. Perhaps it was fear of what was coming. Perhaps it was fascination with the sheer audacity of creating life when your own existence felt so uncertain. Or perhaps, and this is the most generous interpretation, it was a genuine desire to be present for the birth of his children, to be something other than the trickster for once, to be simply a father to beings who might not yet know enough to be disappointed in him. The births, when they came, were like nothing in the usual order of things. The first child came into the world as winter deepened over Jotunheim, when the cold pressed down like a physical weight and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Angerboda laboured in her hall of bone and fur and discovered that all his cleverness was useless in the face of this most ancient and ordinary of processes. He could do nothing but wait, and waiting had never been something he excelled at. When the baby finally emerged, wrapped in call and blood and possibility, he looked down at his firstborn son and felt his heart constrict in a way that should have been impossible for someone who prided himself on emotional detachment. The child was perfect, small and helpless in the way all newborns are, with tiny fists that clenched and unclenched, as if already learning to hold on to things in a world that would try to take everything away. They named him Fenrir, and in the beginning he was simply a baby. He cried when he was hungry, slept when he was tired, and regarded the world with the solemn curiosity of all new arrivals trying to understand the strange place they've landed in. But even from the start there were signs for those who knew how to read them. His eyes were too knowing for an infant's, his grip on your finger stronger than it should have been, and when he looked at you, it felt like being assessed by something that was already deciding whether you were friend or food. He grew faster than any normal child, his baby fat melting away within weeks to reveal lean muscle and a coat of fur that shouldn't have emerged for months if he'd been a normal wolf, which he very clearly wasn't. By the time Fenrir was what should have been 3 months old, he was the size of a large dog, and by 6 months he was larger than any wolf that had ever run through the forests of any world. His teeth, when he yawned, were already the size of daggers, and his howls echoed across Jotunheim in ways that made even giants pause in their work. and look toward the horizon with expressions of unease. But here's what you need to understand. Despite all this, Fenrir was still just a child. He wanted to play, to be petted, and to curl up next to his mother and listen to her voice as she told him stories about the world before his birth. He was gentle with the smaller creatures that lived around Angerboda's hall, and once I watched him spend an entire afternoon carefully not squashing a mouse that had wandered into his paws. The wolf child's tail would wag when either parent came near, and his greatest joy seemed to be these simple moments of family togetherness. His second birth came only months later, though time in Jotunheim made such measurements almost meaningless. This child emerged even more impossible than the first, and when Angerboda laid him against her chest for the first time, she looked up at him with eyes that held equal parts love and terror. Jörmungandr, they named him, the world's serpent. Though he started out small enough to fit in cupped palms, he was beautiful in the way that reptiles can be beautiful, perfectly designed for his purpose, with scales that caught the light like opals and eyes that were older than anything had a right to be. Unlike Fenrir, who was warm and mammalian in his affections, Jörmungandr was cool to the touch, contemplative, with a stillness that suggested depths beneath depths. He grew even faster than his brother, his body lengthening in coils that soon filled the hall and then spilled outside, wrapping around the foundation like a living boundary marker. Within a year, or what passed for a year, he was longer than any snake or dragon in mythology, his body stretching so far that you could see the beginning but never quite follow him to his end. He moved like water when he wanted to, with a grace that made you forget how utterly alien he was, and when he was still, you might mistake him for a peculiar rock formation, until one of those opal eyes opened to regard you with cool interest. Jörmungandr didn't play like Fenrir did, but he had his own way of showing affection. He would rest his massive head on Angerboda's lap as she sat by the fire, his breath slow and even, radiating a sense of peace that seemed to spread through the entire hall. He liked it when she would trace patterns on his scales and tell him stories, not the grand sagas of gods and heroes, but smaller, quieter tales about observation and patience, and the long view that serpents naturally understood. The third child came last, and her birth was the strangest of all. The labour was long and difficult, and there were moments when I wondered if Angerboda would survive it. But finally the baby emerged, and when they cleaned her and wrapped her in furs, they saw that she was split perfectly down the middle, one side living and lovely, the other side showing the marks of death and decay that usually only came after a life had ended. They named her Hel, and she was perhaps the most remarkable of all the children, though the least obviously monstrous. Her living side was as beautiful as her mother was beautiful, strong-featured and fierce, with eyes that saw straight through pretense to the truth underneath. Her death-touch side was not grotesque in the way you might imagine, but rather peaceful, like a person sleeping deeply, with skin the colour of old parchment, and an eye that saw into realms no living person should perceive. Unlike her brothers, Hel grew at a normal pace, though what was normal about anything concerning this family was debatable. But she aged like a human child would, which meant she stayed small and vulnerable far longer than Fenrir or Jörmungandr. This seemed to bring out protective instincts in her brothers that you wouldn't expect from beings who were already becoming legends even in their infancy. Fenrir would curl his enormous body around her when she slept, providing warmth and security. Jörmungandr would create living walls with his coils, keeping anything potentially dangerous away from his sister. For a short time, and it was heartbreakingly short, they were simply a family. Unconventional, certainly. Impossible by any reasonable standard. But a family nonetheless, finding joy in each other's company in a hall at the edge of civilization, where the rules that governed everyone else's lives didn't quite seem to apply. Angerboda would sit by the fire in the evenings, Hel in her lap, while Fenrir sprawled nearby and Jörmungandr coiled around them all like a living fortress. Would tell stories. He was always good with stories, and for those moments he could almost forget that this couldn't last, that the world beyond their hall was watching and worrying and preparing to take action. But she'd always been too clever not to know the truth. and Angerboda was too wise to pretend otherwise. These children, however beloved, however innocent in themselves, were prophecy made flesh. Their very existence was a threat to the order of things, and order, especially divine order, has never been kind to threats. The gods learned about the children the way gods always learn about things they'd prefer not to know, through ravens and rumours, through prophecies that emerged in dreams, through the Norns weaving with expressions that grew grimmer with each passing day. At first, the news was met with disbelief. Had gotten himself into awkward situations before, but this seemed excessive even for him. 3 children, each more impossible than the last, born of a union that should never have happened in the first place. Then the disbelief turned to concern, and concern ripened into fear, because prophecies began to surface, old predictions that suddenly made new and terrible sense. The wolf who would devour the sun, the serpent who would poison the sky, the maiden who would receive the dead when the final battle came. These weren't just children, they were endings given form and breath, walking proof that Ragnarok, was not some distant theoretical event, but an approaching reality with baby teeth and scales. Odin called a council, which was never a good sign. When gods gather formally to discuss problems, it usually means someone's life is about to get significantly worse. Thor argued for immediate action, because Thor's solution to most problems involved hitting them with his hammer until they stopped being problems. Freya counselled compassion, suggesting that children shouldn't be punished for prophecies about things they hadn't done yet. Tyr, the god of justice, pointed out that justice and prevention made uncomfortable bedfellows, and perhaps this was a situation where they needed to choose which principle mattered more. They sent for him, and he came reluctantly, leaving his family in Jotunheim with promises he must have known even then he couldn't keep. In Asgard's great hall, with all the gods assembled in judgment, he faced questions he had no good answers for. Yes, the children existed. Yes, they were growing powerful. Yes, he supposed the prophecies might apply to them, though prophecies were notoriously open to interpretation, and perhaps everyone was overreacting. This argument went about as well as you'd expect when you're trying to convince people that their existential terror might be premature. Odin pronounced judgment with the weight of someone who had foreseen this moment and hated every part of it. The children could not remain in Jotunheim, free and growing stronger. They had to be separated, contained and placed where they could not fulfill the prophecies that everyone now agreed hung over them like storm clouds over a picnic. It was for the good of all the worlds, Odin said, and maybe he even believed it. Gods are very good at convincing themselves that terrible things are necessary. The separation happened on a grey morning when the sky seemed to reflect the mood of everyone involved. Gods came to Jotunheim in force, not quite an army, but not quite not an army either, led by Odin himself because some orders can't be delegated without seeming cowardly. Angerboda fought them, of course. She was a giantess and a mother, which made her approximately as dangerous as anything in creation when protecting her children. But there were many gods, and only one of her, and they had come prepared with bindings and spells and the kind of overwhelming force that leaves no room for defiance to matter. Fenrir fought too, though he was still young enough that fighting mostly meant biting and howling and trying to position himself between his family and the invaders. He managed to bloody a few minor gods before they got magical chains around him. Chains that wouldn't have held a normal wolf for more than moments, but that had been forged specifically for him, woven with magic and prophecy, and the kind of desperate ingenuity that comes from fear. Even bound, Fenrir struggled, his eyes finding his mother's across the chaos, seeing something in her expression that broke what remained of his puppy heart. They took him first, dragging him away, still bound, still fighting, howling in a voice that carried across all of Jotunheim, and made even the giants pause in whatever they were doing to listen and remember. The gods brought him to a place called Lyngvi, an island in the middle of a lake called Amsvatnir, where water so dark it looked like liquid night lapped at shores that nothing living visited. There they chained him with bonds called Gleipnir, thin as silk and strong as the roots of mountains, made from impossible things. The sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. Fenrir would live there on that lonely island, bound and isolated, growing larger and more bitter as the years passed. The gods told themselves this was mercy. They could have killed him after all. They told themselves he would be well cared for, that someone would bring him food and water. What they didn't tell themselves was what it might do to a social creature to live entirely alone, without touch or companionship, with nothing but chains and prophecy for company. Ur mungan dur. They handled it differently, though no more kindly. The serpent had grown so large that transporting him anywhere seemed impossible, so instead they threw him into the sea, cast him from the cliffs of Asgard down into the waters of Midgard like something broken being tossed away. He fell through clouds and air that never felt anything like him pass through before, and hit the ocean with an impact that created waves that reached shores hundreds of miles away. The serpent sank into the cold deep, where sunlight had never quite figured out how to reach, and there he continued to grow. He grew until his body encircled all of Midgard, grew until he held his own tail in his mouth in an endless loop of scale and muscle and patient rage. Sailors would sometimes glimpse him when storms turned the sea transparent for brief moments, and they would tell stories about the world serpent who waited in the depths for a day when the prophecies would finally come true and he could rise to meet them. She took last, and perhaps her fate was strangest of all. She was still a child, small and frightened, clutching at Angerboda's skirts as the gods deliberated what to do with a girl who was half alive and half dead, and entirely too close to the mysteries that separated one state from the other. Odin looked at her for a long time, his one eye seeing things that others couldn't, seeing possibilities and problems and prophecies yet unwritten. Finally he made his decision. She would not be imprisoned like her brother or exiled like the other. Instead, she would be given a realm to rule. Niflheim, the realm of the dead, where those who died of illness or old age would come to rest. It sounded like a gift, the way Odin presented it, like they were giving her purpose and authority beyond what any child her age should expect. But Hel was already wise beyond her years, split as she was between life and death, and she understood what they were really doing, isolating her from the living, placing her where her strange nature would be appropriate, and keeping her contained through responsibility rather than chains. She went without fighting, because what would fighting have accomplished? But she looked back once at her mother, and Angerboda saw in that look all the future Hel would have without her family around her, all the centuries of ruling over the dead while being neither quite living nor quite dead herself, and all the loneliness that awaited in those grey halls beneath the earth. Watched all of this happen, bound by his oaths to Odin, unable to intervene without breaking bonds that held the very fabric of divine society together. His children were taken, scattered to wind and sea and underworld, separated from each other and from the family that loved them, despite every prophecy that said they shouldn't. And he stood there in his golden halls of Asgard, still technically one of the gods, still technically honoured and respected, and felt something inside him crack in ways that would have consequences no one could yet imagine. Angerboda they left alone in her hall of bones, because what more could they take from her? She sat by her fire, which had always burned with strange colours, and she wept tears that froze before they hit the ground. The gods had taken her children. The prophecies remained. And somewhere in the fabric of fate itself something shifted, like a lock tumbling into place, like a story finally finding its proper tragic shape. After the separation, Asgard tried to return to its previous rhythm of feasts and hunts and comfortable certainty. But something had changed in the golden halls, a tension that wouldn't quite dissipate like morning mist under sunlight. The gods had done what they thought necessary, and they tried very hard to convince themselves this meant they had prevented disaster. They were very good at self-deception when they needed to be. It's practically a requirement for divine status, but the Norns continued weaving, and their expressions never softened. And in the world tree Yggdrasil itself, which connected all the realms in its vast structure of trunk and branch and root, there was a sense of anticipation, as if the tree that held everything together was bracing itself for what would inevitably come. The prophecies about Ragnarok were old, older than most of the gods themselves. They spoke of a final battle when everything that held the worlds together would come apart like a tapestry pulled at its threads. Fire and ice would meet, the dead would rise, the bonds that held monsters would snap, and the carefully maintained order that the gods had spent ages building would collapse into chaos and violence. It was the Norse version of the apocalypse, and what made it particularly unsettling was its specificity. This wasn't vague religious speculation. It was a detailed roadmap of exactly how everything would end. The wolf would break his chains on that day. Fenrir, grown massive with isolation and rage, would shake off the bonds of Gleipnir like they were spider silk, and run free for the first time since his imprisonment. He would chase the sun across the sky, and this time there would be no escape for that bright orb that had risen faithfully every morning since the dawn of time. The wolf would swallow the sun, and the world would fall into darkness that no torch could penetrate. The serpent would rise from the ocean depths. Jormungandr, having grown so large that he literally encompassed the world, would release his own tail from his mouth and surge upward through waters that had contained him for so long. He would spew venom that would poison the very air, creating a toxic fog that would spread across all the lands. The sky itself would turn green with his poison, and things would die simply from breathing. The dead would march under Hel's command. From Niflheim, that grey realm beneath the earth, would come an army of those who had passed from the world of the living, not the glorious dead who dwelt in Valhalla, but the ordinary dead, those who had died in their beds of age or sickness, those who had never held weapons or sought battle. They would rise at Hel's call, because even the boundary between life and death would fail when Ragnarok came. On that day, he would break free from a punishment the gods would later impose on him for his role in another god's death. He would be bound in a cave with venom dripping onto his face for eternity, or at least until the end of everything, whichever came first, as it turned out. When Ragnarok began, those bonds too would snap, and he would lead an army of giants against the gods who had once called him friend, fighting alongside the children they had taken from him. The prophecies described the battle in detail, which would have been impressive if it weren't so utterly depressing. Thor would face Jormungandr in their final confrontation, and though the thunder god would manage to kill the serpent, he would only take 9 steps before the venom finally killed him in turn. Odin would face Fenrir in single combat, and the wolf would do what he'd been prophesied to do since before he was born. He would devour the All-Father, swallowing the king of the gods as darkness swallowed the sun. The fires of Muspelheim would consume what remained, burning through all the worlds like a fever that couldn't be broken. The world tree itself would burn, and when it finally fell, nothing would remain but a waste of ash and regret. It was, by any standard, a deeply unpleasant set of predictions, and the gods spent considerable time and energy trying to figure out if there was any way around them. This is where things got philosophically interesting, if you cared about such things, which most of the gods didn't, because philosophy had never stopped anyone from getting eaten by a wolf or poisoned by a serpent. The problem was this: by taking action to prevent the prophecies, were the gods actually ensuring they came true? If they hadn't imprisoned Fenrir, would he have any reason to hate them enough to devour Odin? If they hadn't thrown Jormungandr into the sea, would he have grown large enough to threaten the world? If they hadn't given Hel dominion over the dead, would she have an army to raise when the final battle came? And if they hadn't taken his children away, would he have any motivation to lead giants against them when the world ended? But it was too late now for such questions. The children were separated, growing in their isolation, and with each passing year they were becoming less like the innocent beings they had been, and more like the monsters the prophecies required them to be. It was like a self-fulfilling prophecy speedrun, and everyone was trapped in roles they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. You might wonder what the children themselves thought about all this. Whether they had any choice in the matter, whether they might have chosen differently if given the option. But prophecy doesn't care much about choice. That's the terrible thing about it, the aspect that makes it fundamentally unfair in ways that even gods couldn't quite address. The future was already written, and all any of them could do was move toward it like actors hitting their marks in a play whose ending had been determined before the first line was spoken. Fenrir, alone on his island, grew large and bitter. He had loved his family once, had been gentle with that mouse, and had wagged his tail when his father came home. But isolation is poison of its own sort, and chains leave marks that go deeper than flesh. He thought about prophecy in the long hours of his imprisonment, and about the role everyone assumed he would play. And perhaps part of him began to think, if everyone believes I'm a monster, if they've treated me like a monster since I was a child, if they've imprisoned me for crimes I haven't committed yet, well, maybe when the chains finally break, I'll give them exactly the monster they expected. Jörmungandr circled the world in his endless loop, growing larger with each passing century, patient in the way that only truly cold-blooded creatures can be patient. He remembered his mother's hall, remembered his sister's small hand touching his scales, and remembered his brother's protective warmth. He remembered, and he waited, and his waiting had the quality of something inevitable. Not eager, exactly, but ready. When the time came, he would rise. The prophecy said so. And for a being who had been cast into the ocean like garbage, there was something almost comforting about certainty, even if that certainty was about universal destruction. Hell in her grey halls learned the art of ruling the dead, and it changed her in ways that would have concerned anyone who cared enough to visit, which no one did. The living were afraid of death, and the dead weren't much for conversation. She existed between states, governing a realm where nothing ever really changed, where there was no joy but also no suffering, just an endless grey continuation that wasn't quite anything at all. She thought of her mother sometimes, and wondered if Angerboda still lived in her Hall of Bones in Jotunheim. She thought of her brothers and wondered if they remembered her, or if time and isolation had erased even those memories. Mostly, though, she prepared. Because the prophecy said the dead would march, and Hel had learned that being prepared was the only form of control available to her. Time passed in the 9 worlds the way it always does, steadily, indifferently, like water wearing away stone. Years became decades. Decades stretched into centuries, and the gods grew comfortable with their solutions to the problem of prophecy. Fenrir was bound. Jörmungandr was in the sea. Hel presided over the dead, and Ragnarok remained firmly in the category of future problems we'll worry about later, except the Norns kept weaving and their thread was running out. The signs began subtly, the way endings often do. Winters grew longer and harsher, stretching beyond their traditional boundaries until spring seemed like a memory rather than something that would actually return. The Norse called it Fimbulwinter, the Great Winter, 3 years of cold with no summer between them, where snow fell even in what should have been the warmest months, and the sun seemed to have forgotten how to provide warmth even when it appeared. In Midgard, humans huddled around fires and watched their supplies dwindle, wondering what they had done to anger the gods. They didn't know that the gods had nothing to do with it, that this was simply the universe preparing itself for transition, the way a body shivers before a fever breaks. Crops failed. Animals disappeared into forests and didn't return. Families turned on each other as resources became scarce, and the social bonds that held communities together began to fray like old rope under too much strain. Wolves appeared in unusual numbers, more than anyone could remember seeing, and they were bold in ways that normal wolves never were. They came close to villages, watching with eyes that seemed to understand too much, as if they were waiting for something. Some people swore they could hear howling in the distance every night, a sound that came from no direction, and every direction at once. A call that their own dogs would answer with whimpers of fear rather than challenge. The ocean grew restless in ways that confused even experienced sailors. Waves rose without wind to drive them, and the water itself seemed to be shifting, moving with patterns that suggested something massive was stirring in depths no human had ever plumbed. Ships that ventured too far from shore sometimes reported seeing coils breaking the surface, coils too large to belong to any known creature, covered in scales that caught the dying light like diseased jewels. In Niflheim, Hel felt the change before anyone else. The dead who came to her realm arrived with stories of the world above falling apart, of chaos spreading like infection through societies that had seemed stable for generations. She stood in her hall of grey stone and felt the boundaries between her realm and the world above thinning, weakening, and becoming permeable in ways they had never been before. It would be easy now to send the dead back up into the light, easy to march them across the boundary that had always seemed so absolute. She thought of her brothers, whom she hadn't seen since childhood, and wondered if they felt it too. This sense of something approaching, of a story finally moving toward its climax after an impossibly long middle section. On the island of Lyngvi, Fenrir felt the bonds that held him beginning to weaken. Gleipnir, that thin ribbon that had held him for so long, was starting to stretch in ways it never had before. It was still strong. The magic woven into it was old and powerful. But even old magic eventually wears down under constant pressure. He had been pulling against these bonds every day for centuries, and now, finally, he could feel them responding. Feel the give in them that suggested freedom might actually be possible. He lifted his massive head and howled, a sound that carried across water and land, through realms and dimensions, reaching ears that had been waiting to hear it. It was a howl of anticipation, of rage that had been building for so long it had become something almost pure and of something else too. A kind of terrible joy at finally being able to move toward the destiny everyone had always said was his. In the ocean, Jörmungandr released his tail from his mouth for the first time since he'd been large enough to catch it. The world serpent uncoiled, and as he did, the seas began to rise. Tsunamis formed spontaneously, rushing toward shores that had no warning and no time to prepare. The serpent's massive body created currents that disrupted weather patterns across the entire world, and when he finally surfaced, truly surfaced, bringing his full length up where sky and sea met, sailors who saw him went mad from the sheer impossibility of his size. He rose toward Asgard, toward the home of the gods who had thrown him away, and as he rose, venom dripped from fangs the size of towers. Where it fell into the water, fish died instantly and floated to the surface in vast carpets of silver death. Where it touched land, vegetation withered as if winter had compressed itself into single devastating moments. The air itself began to taste of poison, metallic and wrong, making every breath a risk. In Asgard, the gods finally had to acknowledge what they'd been trying to ignore for months or years or centuries, depending on how you measured divine denial. The prophecy wasn't something they had prevented or postponed. It was here, now, inevitable as gravity or grief. Heimdall, the watchman of the gods, lifted the Gjallarhorn to his lips and blew, sending out a sound that reached every corner of every realm. A warning, a call to arms, and an admission that everything they'd tried to prevent was happening anyway. Odin sat on his throne and felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Genuine fear. Not the mild concern that accompanies minor problems, but the deep existential terror of knowing that your own end is approaching, and there's nothing left to do but meet it with whatever dignity you can muster. He had seen this moment in his visions countless times, and had played it out in his mind trying to find some way to change the outcome. And he had failed. All his wisdom, all his sacrifices. He had given an eye for knowledge and hung himself from the world tree for 9 days to learn the runes, and none of it had been enough to change what was coming. Thor stood in the courtyard of Asgard, Mjolnir in his hand, and for once he wasn't confident. He was brave, certainly, and he would fight because fighting was what he did. But even Thor could sense that this was different from every battle he'd ever fought before. This wasn't about winning. This was about meeting your fate head-on because there was literally no other option available. The fires of Muspelheim, that realm of primordial flame that existed at the edge of creation, began to spread. The fire giant Surtur, who had been waiting since the beginning of time for this exact moment, led his forces across the Rainbow Bridge Bifrost, and the beautiful arc that connected Asgard to the other realms burned under their feet, collapsing into nothing like a dream at morning. From Jotunheim came the Frost Giants, ancient enemies of the gods, marching in formation that suggested this had been planned for longer than anyone wanted to contemplate. They had waited through centuries of uneasy peace, and now the waiting was over. They came across the broken remains of Bifrost, climbing through spaces between worlds that should have been impassable, driven by old hatreds and older promises, and from a cave where he'd been bound as punishment for crimes that seemed almost petty now in comparison to what was happening, he emerged. The bindings that had held him snapped like dead vines, and he stood in the light for the first time in years that had felt like eternities. His wife had stayed with him through it all, catching the venom that would have dripped onto his face in a bowl, emptying it when it grew full, and returning to catch more. Now she stood beside him as he looked toward Asgard, toward the realm that had once included him, and then cast him out, and his expression was unreadable. He thought of his children, scattered across the 9 worlds, fulfilling prophecies that might never have come true if the gods had simply left them alone. He thought of Angerboda, probably still alone in her hall in Jotunheim, having lost everything to fear and prophecy. He thought of all the times he'd tried to fit in with the gods, to be accepted as one of them, only to be reminded again and again that he was other, different, not quite trustworthy. And then he began walking toward the final battle, because prophecy pulled him forward like a current, and because sometimes being a father means honouring your children even when, especially when, everyone else has turned them into monsters. The armies met on a plain called Vigrid, a vast empty space that existed for no other purpose than to hold the ending of all things. On one side stood the gods and the Einherjar, those warriors who had died gloriously in battle and spent their afterlife training in Valhalla for exactly this moment. They were brave and skilled and utterly doomed, but they formed ranks anyway, because what else do you do when the world is ending except stand in the place where you're supposed to stand? On the other side stood everyone and everything else, giants of frost and fire, the dead raised from Hell's realm, monsters freed from their prisons, and beings that had crawled out from the spaces between worlds where even gods didn't like to look too closely. And somewhere in that mass of chaos and old hatred 3 figures stood out. Fenrir, finally free, larger than mountains, with fur that seemed to absorb a light rather than reflect it. His mouth hung open wide enough to stretch from earth to sky, and in his eyes was the accumulated rage of centuries of imprisonment. Jormungandr coiled at the edge of the battlefield, so large that he seemed less like a creature and more like a feature of the landscape itself, his venom creating a toxic fog that drifted across the plain and made everything it touched wither. And Hel, smaller than her brothers, leading an army of the dead with an expression that was neither cruel nor kind but simply determined, a ruler doing what she had always known she would have to do when this day finally came. The battle, when it began, was everything the prophecies had promised and worse. Thor charged Jormungandr with Mjolnir raised high, and their collision sent shockwaves that cracked the earth and shattered the sky. They had fought before in dreams and visions, but this was real and final, each blow carrying the weight of destiny and determination. The thunder god's hammer struck scales that had never known vulnerability, and the serpent's fangs drove toward flesh that had always been too strong to pierce. Odin faced Fenrir, and all his wisdom meant nothing against the simple fact of the wolf's hunger. Not hunger for food, but for justice, for recognition, for all the years stolen from him. The wolf charged, and Odin fought with spear and spell and desperate courage, but the prophecy was very specific about how this encounter would end. And prophecy, it turned out, was stronger than any weapon. Across the battlefield, gods fell, giants fell, warriors from Valhalla fell, and the dead raised from Hell's realm fell again, returning to the oblivion they'd briefly left. Faced Heimdall, the watchman who had first spotted him sneaking into Asgard all those ages ago, and they killed each other in a mutual annihilation that felt somehow appropriate for two beings who had always been defined by their opposition to each other. The fires spread. Surtur's blade cut through reality itself, and everything it touched burned with flames that couldn't be quenched, because they were burning the concept of things rather than just their physical forms. The world tree Yggdrasil, which had stood since the beginning and connected all the realms in its vast structure, began to burn, and as it burned, the worlds themselves started to come apart. Thor struck Jörmungandr a final blow, and the serpent died, his massive body collapsing across the battlefield like a mountain range suddenly deciding to lie down. But the venom in those last moments poured out in quantities that even Thor's legendary constitution couldn't withstand. The thunder god took 9 steps away from his dead enemy, and then he too fell, poisoned beyond even divine healing. Fenrir devoured Odin, and then Odin's son Vidar, in a moment of grief-driven fury, drove a blade through the wolf's heart. The great beast fell, and in his last moments perhaps he thought of his mother's hall, of playing with his siblings, of a time before prophecy had determined that he would be a monster, or perhaps he thought nothing at all, and simply went into the darkness that all creatures, even prophesied ones, must finally face. The fire consumed everything that remained. Gods and giants, heroes and monsters, all the elaborate structures of meaning and purpose that had held the 9 worlds together. All of it burned till there was nothing left but ash and silence and the memory of things that would never be again. It was, by any measure, a thoroughly successful apocalypse. The prophecy had been fulfilled in every detail. The ending had come exactly as predicted. Everything that the gods had tried to prevent had happened anyway, right on schedule, like a train that arrives precisely when the timetable says it will, regardless of how desperately you wish it would be delayed. And then, in the silence after everything had ended, something new began. Here's something the prophecies didn't emphasize, though it was always there if you read carefully. Ragnarok wasn't just an ending. It was also a clearing away, a burning off of old growth to make room for what would come after. The Norse understood something that many apocalyptic traditions forgot, that destruction and creation are 2 sides of the same process, like breathing in and breathing out. The fires eventually burn themselves out because even magical flames run out of fuel when they've consumed everything combustible. The venom dissipated, its potency fading once there was nothing left to poison. The darkness that had swallowed the sun began slowly to thin. From beneath the waves that had drowned so much of the old world, new land began to emerge. It rose slowly, incrementally, like bread rising in an oven, or like hope returning to people who had given up on it. This land was different from what had been before, softer somehow, more gentle, as if the earth itself had learned something from watching everything burn and decided to try a different approach. The sun, which Fenrir had swallowed, was gone, but the sun had a daughter, and she emerged into the new sky tentatively, like a child stepping into a room where something terrible had happened and isn't sure if it's safe yet. Her light was gentler than her mother's had been, less harsh, the kind of sunlight that makes you want to lie in grass and watch clouds rather than accomplish anything particularly ambitious. And here's where the story gets interesting, where it stops being about endings and starts being about the peculiar resilience of existence itself. Not all the gods died at Ragnarok. Some survived. The younger ones, mostly. The ones who'd been smart enough to hide rather than fight, or lucky enough to be in the right place when the fires came through. Vidar and Vali, sons of Odin, emerged from wherever they'd sheltered to see a world that was utterly changed from the one they'd known. Modi and Magni, Thor's sons, found their father's hammer lying in the ash where nothing should have survived, and they lifted it together because neither was quite strong enough alone. These survivors looked at the new land with mixed feelings. Relief at being alive, certainly. Grief for everyone who hadn't made it. But also something else. A sense of possibility, of freedom from the old prophecies and old patterns that had bound everyone into roles they couldn't escape. The great story had ended, which meant new stories could begin. stories that weren't already written in the weaving of the Norns. 2 humans survived as well, having hidden themselves in the trunk of Yggdrasil during the worst of the destruction, sheltered by the tree even as it burned. Their names were Lif and Liftrasia, which meant life and eager for life, and they emerged into the new world hungry and frightened but alive, which was more than could be said for most of creation. They found that the new earth grew food without needing to be planted or tended, that water was clean and plentiful, and that the harsh requirements of survival that had dominated the old world didn't apply here with the same cruel intensity. It was as if the universe had decided to be kinder this time around, to give life a better chance than it had received before. The surviving gods and the surviving humans met on a green field where Asgard had once stood, and they looked at each other with none of the old hierarchies or expectations in place. The gods weren't quite gods anymore, not in the old sense, not with all their power and certainty. The humans weren't quite the same humans who had huddled in fear before divine judgment. They were all survivors now, all trying to figure out what came next in a world where the old rules had been burned away. They talked, actually talked, rather than the gods proclaiming and humans obeying. They shared the food that grew wild and plentiful in this new earth. They told stories about what had been lost, not trying to resurrect it, but honouring it the way you honour memory, acknowledging that it mattered even though it was gone. And in their talking, a question emerged that no one wanted to ask, but that eventually had to be voiced. What about S's children? Because here's the thing about prophecy. Once it's fulfilled, it's over. Fenrir had devoured Odin exactly as predicted. Jörmungandr had risen and poisoned the sky right on schedule. Hel had commanded the dead at Ragnarok just as foretold. They had done everything that prophecy required of them, playing their parts in the ending of all things with devastating accuracy. So what happened to them now? Fenrir was dead, killed by Vidar's blade, and his body had burned with everything else. But in the new world, in the forest that grew without anyone planting them, wolves ran free, and sometimes when you looked at them carefully, you'd see eyes that seemed more knowing than animal eyes should be, a consciousness that suggested something more than simple beast. Perhaps Fenrir lived on in his children, or perhaps the idea of Fenrir, freedom from chains, recognition after isolation, had become part of the New World's fabric. Jörmungandr's body had been too large to burn completely, and his bones formed new mountain ranges in the fresh earth, creating geography where none had existed before. His venom had soaked into the ground, but instead of poisoning it, it somehow enriched the soil, making things grow with unusual vigour. Sailors on the new seas reported seeing serpents sometimes, much smaller than the world serpent had been, but with the same opal scales and the same patient, knowing gaze. Perhaps the serpent had survived in some diminished form, or perhaps his essence had divided into countless smaller versions of himself, no single one large enough to threaten the world, but all of them carrying his memory forward. Hel was the most mysterious case. Her realm of the dead had been emptied when the dead marched at Ragnarok, and Niflheim itself had been transformed by the fires and the renewal. Some said she still existed somewhere, still ruling over whatever remained of death in this new world where everything seemed brighter and more alive. Others said she had been released from her duty, free finally to be simply herself, rather than the goddess of the dead, living somewhere in the new lands under a name no one would recognise. But sometimes, in the evening when the sun's daughter was setting and the world fell into that peculiar twilight between day and night, people would see a figure walking alone, half in light and half in shadow, half seemingly alive and half seemingly something else. The figure never approached anyone, never spoke, and just walked through the new world, observing it with an expression that suggested both familiarity and wonder, like someone returning to a place they'd lived in childhood and finding it both changed and somehow the same, as fate was equally unclear. He had died in his battle with Heimdall, but death in the old world didn't necessarily mean death in the new. Some claimed to see him in the faces of tricksters and shapeshifters, in the clever solutions to impossible problems, and in the laughter that erupts when someone manages to find humour in desperate situations. Perhaps he too had survived in some form, or perhaps the idea of him, change, complexity, the refusal to fit neatly into expected categories, had become part of the New World's foundation. Angerboda, who had lost everything when the gods took her children, who had lived alone in her hall through all the years of waiting and prophecy, no one knew what had happened to her. Jotunheim had been transformed like everywhere else, and her hall of bones was probably gone, burned or transformed or simply reclaimed by whatever wild magic now shaped the realms. But sometimes, in wild places where the new order hadn't quite taken hold, travellers reported meeting a giantess who asked after news of 3 children, describing them as they had been in infancy rather than as the legendary beings they'd become. And those who encountered her said she seemed simultaneously grieving and at peace, as if she'd finally accepted a loss that had defined her existence for so long. The survivors built new settlements in the New World, but they built them differently this time. Instead of the great halls and elaborate hierarchies of the Old World, they created communities that were smaller, more flexible, and more focused on cooperation than competition. They remembered how the old order had ended and decided to try something else, something that didn't require prophecies about destruction to keep everyone moving forward. The gods who survived didn't try to recreate Asgard. What would be the point? The old Asgard had been built on certainties that no longer existed, on the assumption that divine order was superior to all other possibilities. The new gods, if you could even call them that anymore, lived among the humans, contributing what they could but not claiming authority over everything. It was a more modest approach to divinity, but also perhaps a more honest one. Magic still existed in the New World, but it was gentler and more integrated into daily life rather than being something rare and dramatic that only heroes and gods could access. Children learned small spells alongside their letters, useful magic for growing things or finding lost items or comforting fears. It was democratic magic, accessible to anyone willing to learn, and it changed the fundamental nature of what was possible. The New World had problems, of course. Existence always does. But they were different problems, smaller in scale, more manageable. There were no prophecies hanging over everyone's heads, no sense that everything was building toward inevitable catastrophe. People could make mistakes without it leading to universal destruction. Gods could be wrong without it shattering the foundations of reality. It was uncertain in ways the old world had never been, but that uncertainty also meant freedom, meant possibility, and meant that tomorrow didn't have to be just like today unless you chose to make it so. As the first generation of the New World grew old and prepared to pass on their memories to their children, they told stories about what had been lost. They spoke of great halls and mighty gods, of prophecies and battles, of monsters who were also children who had never been given a fair chance. They told these stories not to make their descendants long for what had been, but to help them understand how they'd arrived at where they were, to honour the cost of renewal, to remember that creation requires destruction, that new growth needs old things to burn away first, and sometimes, on particularly quiet nights when the wind carried voices from far away, people thought they could hear 3 sounds: a wolf howling somewhere in the distant forests, a serpent's hiss from deep beneath the waves, and quiet footsteps of someone walking alone through the twilight, observing the new world with eyes that had seen both life and death, and found wisdom in the space between. The prophecy of Ragnarok had come true, exactly as foretold. The world had ended, and then, because endings are never quite as final as they seem, the world had begun again, different, but somehow familiar, carrying forward the best of what had been while leaving behind the worst. It was, in its own way, the happiest ending possible for a story about apocalypse, not because nothing was lost, but because what came after made the loss mean something other than simple tragedy. As you lie here in your own warm bed, in a world that hasn't ended and probably won't anytime soon, you might think about the strange comfort of the old Norse myths. They didn't promise that everything would be fine forever. They didn't pretend that holding on to the past was possible or even desirable. They looked straight at the reality that all things end, Gods and worlds, empires and certainties, even the stories we tell ourselves about who we are, and they found a way to make peace with that truth. Ragnarok wasn't really about a battle or a wolf or a serpent. It was about change, about the way old orders eventually collapse under their own contradictions, and about how attempts to prevent change often create the very catastrophes they're trying to avoid. The gods took away our children to prevent a prophecy, and in doing so they guaranteed that prophecy would come true. They created the monsters they feared by treating innocent children as if they were already monstrous. But the story doesn't end there, which is perhaps its most important lesson. After the destruction came something new, something that incorporated lessons from what had failed while trying approaches that had never been attempted before. The new world wasn't perfect, the stories make that clear, but it was possible in ways the old world had stopped being. You live in your own time of change, where old certainties are crumbling and new possibilities are emerging in ways that can feel both exciting and terrifying. The Norse who told these stories would have understood your anxiety, your sense of being caught between what was and what might be. They would have told you that this is how transition always feels, that the pause between one world and the next is always uncomfortable, and that discomfort is not a sign you're doing something wrong, but simply a sign that you're alive during interesting times. They might also have told you that trying to hold on to the past too tightly, trying to prevent change through force or fear, usually just makes the eventual transformation more violent when it finally comes. That the children we exile out of fear of what they might become often do become exactly what we feared. Not because it was inevitable, but because isolation and chains create rage that wouldn't have existed otherwise. And they would have assured you that even after everything burns, even after the prophecies come true and the world you knew ends, life finds a way forward. Not back to what was, that's never possible, but towards something new that carries the memory of what came before while also being genuinely different, genuinely fresh, and genuinely alive with possibility. So rest easy in your comfortable bed, in your warm room, in your continuing world. The wolves are just wolves tonight. The serpents are safely small and far away, and death remains in its proper place rather than walking among the living. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and it will bring its own challenges and changes, its own small endings and new beginnings. But for now, in this moment, you can simply be still. You can let go of the day's worries and the future's uncertainties. You can breathe slowly and deeply, feeling your body sink into the mattress, feeling sleep begin to gather at the edges of your consciousness, like a gentle tide coming in. The prophecy of Ragnarok came true, and the world was remade. But that's not your story tonight. Tonight your story is simply about rest, about letting consciousness fade into dreams, about trusting that you'll wake again to a world that's still here, still turning, still full of possibilities you haven't imagined yet. Sleep well. Dream of new worlds growing from old ashes, of children who are loved rather than feared, of chains breaking not into violence but into freedom, of endings that are really beginnings wearing a particularly dramatic costume. And when you wake tomorrow, you'll find the world still here, waiting for whatever story you choose to add to its ongoing narrative. A narrative that, like all the best stories, is still being written, still being reimagined, still discovering what it might become. Alrighty-o, everyone. Tonight's journey is into a story that unfolded not with grand speeches or public battles, but through carefully chosen details, quiet determination, and an understanding that beauty could be its own form of power. Tonight, you'll discover how one woman transformed the way Americans saw themselves and their history, working not from headlines but from the shadows of chandeliers, the weight of antique chairs, and the simple act of choosing which paintings would hang on walls that belonged to everyone. We're stepping into the early 1960s, when America was young and restless, searching for its own reflection in the mirror of the world. Imagine, if you will, you're standing in a Manhattan apartment on a winter afternoon in 1941, and the light coming through the tall windows has that particular quality that only happens when snow reflects the sun upward into rooms that normally live in shadow. The air smells faintly of furniture polish and the paper of new books, and if you listen carefully you can hear someone turning pages in the next room. Jacqueline Bouvier is 12 years old, and she's reading about Marie Antoinette again. Not the simplified version they teach in school, where everything reduces to cake and guillotines, but the complicated truth found in volumes her mother borrowed from the library at her request. She's fascinated by something most people miss entirely. Before the Revolution, before everything fell apart, Marie Antoinette had quietly commissioned some of the most beautiful furniture ever made. The young girl traces her finger over an illustration of a writing desk with legs that curve like flower stems, and something clicks into place in her mind about the relationship between objects and the people who live among them. Her mother Janet calls this attention to detail. But it's more than that. It's an understanding that the physical world tells stories about the people who shape it, and that those stories matter more than most adults seem to realise. When you visit someone's home, you're not just seeing their furniture, you're reading their autobiography, written in the language of choices made and objects kept. The Bouvier household runs on a particular kind of order that feels less like rules and more like choreography. Meals happen at specific times, clothes are pressed just so. Books are returned to their proper places on shelves arranged by both subject and size. Young Jackie learns to read rooms the way other children learn to read faces, understanding that the placement of a vase or the choice of a lampshade communicates something about the person who put it there. Her father, Jacques Bouvier, has a different kind of influence. He's the sort of man who knows everyone in the room before he enters it, who can make waiters laugh and doormen feel important with just a few words. He teaches his daughter something her mother's order can't quite capture. The performance of grace, the way charm can open doors that remain closed to force. She watches him navigate social situations like a dancer moving through a crowded floor, never bumping into anyone, always knowing exactly where to step next. But it's during summers at the family's property in East Hampton that something deeper takes root. You're walking with her through grass that reaches your knees, past hydrangea bushes heavy with blooms the size of your head, and she's pointing out details you wouldn't normally notice. The way the light changes colour as it filters through different leaves. How the same ocean looks completely different depending on whether you're standing or sitting when you view it. She's building a vocabulary for beauty that doesn't rely on the words other people use. Developing her own language for describing what makes one thing lovely and another merely adequate. At Miss Porter's school in Connecticut, her teachers noticed something unusual. Most students approach literature as an assignment to be completed, but Jackie reads like someone searching for instruction manuals on how to live. She copies passages into notebooks not because she has to, but because she wants to keep certain sentences close, the way you might keep photographs of places you've loved. Her French teacher watches her practice pronunciation with the kind of focus usually reserved for religious devotion, understanding that this teenage girl already knows something important. Language isn't just about communication, it's about access to other ways of seeing. This summer she spends in France after her junior year at Vassar shifts everything slightly sideways. You're sitting with her in a cafe in Grenoble, watching her watch the way French women tie their scarves, hold their cigarettes, and gesture with their hands while talking. She's not trying to become French. She's too smart for that kind of simple imitation. But she's absorbing something about the French relationship with style, the way they treat presentation as a form of respect rather than vanity. She notices how French museums display their art, creating rooms that feel like conversations between centuries rather than warehouses for old things. She sees how French families treat meal times as sacred intervals in the day, not interruptions to more important work. Most of all, she observes how the French seem to believe that beauty isn't frivolous or superficial, but essential. A kind of nourishment as necessary as food or sleep. By the time she meets John Kennedy at a dinner party in 1951, she's assembled a particular set of skills that don't appear on any resume. She can look at a room and know within seconds what's wrong with it, and how to fix it. She can make small talk in 3 languages while simultaneously cataloguing everything from the quality of the silverware to the way the host and hostess interact with their staff. She understands that surfaces aren't shallow. They're the first chapter of every story, the thing that determines whether anyone will bother reading further. The 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment has become a young woman who knows that changing how things look is one way of changing how people think about them, and that this kind of change, though subtle, can be more lasting than the kind that announces itself with trumpets and headlines. You're walking into the White House for the first time as First Lady in January 1961, and the first thing that strikes you isn't the history or the grandeur. It's the overwhelming sense of neglect. The air smells like old heating systems and carpet that's seen too many decades of shoes. The furniture looks like what you'd find in a moderately successful hotel from the 1920s. Generic pieces chosen for durability rather than beauty or meaning. The paintings on the walls could be from anywhere, bought in bulk perhaps, telling no particular story about the nation that paid for them. Jackie Kennedy stands in the centre of the green room, and you can see her face doing something complicated. She's not disgusted exactly, but she's certainly disappointed. More than that, she's puzzled. This is the house that's supposed to represent American achievement to the world, and it looks like nobody with any authority has actually thought about what it's representing. The curtains are sun-faded. The upholstery is worn in ways that suggest it wasn't particularly nice to begin with. Some of the antique furniture, and there isn't much, has been painted over with modern colours that hide the original wood. She makes a decision right there that will consume the next 3 years of her life. The White House needs to become what it's supposed to be, and she's going to make that happen whether anyone helps her or not. The first problem is that almost none of the furniture or art actually belongs to the White House permanently. Previous First Families have bought things, used them, and taken them home when they left. The house has no real collection, no institutional memory built in objects. It's more like a rental property that various tenants have decorated according to their temporary tastes, leaving behind only what they didn't want badly enough to pack. Jackie starts making phone calls. She reaches out to wealthy families who might have furniture gathering dust in their attics, original American pieces made by master craftsmen in the 1800s that have been replaced by modern conveniences. She contacts historians who specialise in presidential history, asking what kinds of objects would have been in the White House during its most significant moments. She writes letters to museum directors, essentially asking if they have anything they'd be willing to loan indefinitely to the nation's most important house. The response surprises everyone except her. Americans, it turns out, are sitting on treasure troves of historical furniture and art that they've forgotten to value properly. A family in Philadelphia has a desk that belonged to a Revolutionary War general, stored in a barn because it doesn't match their current decor. A woman in Boston has paintings of early American landscapes that have been hanging in her guest room, gathering dust because nobody ever uses that room. A collector in Virginia has been storing a set of chairs made for James Monroe, waiting for someone who would appreciate them properly. You're watching her work in a makeshift office she's set up in the White House, and the organisation is meticulous. She's created files for every room, with photographs of what it looks like now and sketches of what it could become. She's compiled lists of furniture styles by period, cross-referenced with which presidents were in office when those styles were popular. She's tracking down the provenance of every piece that donors offer, making sure nothing fake or historically questionable ends up on display. This isn't redecorating. It's detective work, archaeology, and education all happening simultaneously. The work has a funny quality to it too, because the White House staff aren't quite sure what to make of this young First Lady, who keeps asking them to move heavy furniture around so she can see how different arrangements feel. The chief usher, J.B. West, finds himself in the unusual position of hosting what amounts to an ongoing furniture audition, where chairs and tables are brought in, assessed, and either accepted into the permanent collection or politely declined. One afternoon, Jackie rejects a supposedly historical table because she's noticed the screws are the wrong kind for the period it's supposed to be from, and West realises he's dealing with someone who's done her homework. She creates the White House Historical Association, giving the restoration project a formal structure and credibility. She convinces Congress to pass legislation making the White House a museum, which means future First Families can't simply redecorate according to their personal preferences and haul away the good stuff when they leave. She recruits experts, curators, historians, and decorative art specialists to serve on committees that will guide the restoration and protect it from anyone's impulses to modernise or simplify. The Blue Room becomes a study in careful colour theory, with walls painted in a specific shade that was popular during the 1820s, furnished with pieces that would have been considered fashionable when James Monroe was president. The Red Room receives curtains made from the same kind of silk that would have hung there in 1860. They're red, not the bright modern shade, but the deeper, richer tone that natural dyes produced. The State Dining Room gets chairs that were actually made for the White House in the 19th century, found in a government warehouse where they'd been sent when someone decided they looked too old-fashioned. You're standing with her in the newly restored diplomatic reception room, and she's explaining the wallpaper to you. It's a reproduction of an 1830s design showing American landscapes, Niagara Falls, Boston Harbor, and Natural Bridge in Virginia. The original paper was found in a house in Maryland, and experts spent months analysing it to understand the printing technique and colours well enough to recreate it accurately. She's not just hanging pretty wallpaper, she's creating an immersive historical experience where every surface tells visitors something true about American history. The funny moments come frequently, usually involving the intersection of her vision with practical White House operations. The staff learns to hide furniture they're particularly attached to, because Jackie has a habit of wandering through service areas and suddenly declaring that a piece they've been using in a basement office would be perfect for the second floor. One carpenter makes the mistake of showing her a storage room full of old frames, and she spends the next 3 hours going through every single one, emerging victorious with frames that turn out to be original to the building, perfect for the paintings she's acquiring. By the time CBS television comes to film a special tour of the restored White House in February 1962, the transformation is remarkable. More than 50 million people watch Jackie guide them through rooms that now tell coherent stories about American history and craftsmanship. She doesn't narrate like a tour guide reciting memorized facts. She shares details like someone who's genuinely excited about what she's learned, pointing out the subtle curve in a chair leg or the way light hits a particular painting at certain times of day. The restoration isn't about luxury or showing off wealth. It's about claiming that America has a visual culture worth preserving and celebrating, that the nation's history exists not just in documents and battlefields, but in the objects people made and used. She's arguing, through careful arrangement and selection, that taking care of beautiful things isn't shallow. It's a form of respecting the people who made them and the history they represent. You're watching her adjust a flower arrangement in the entrance hall, moving individual stems until the composition balances exactly right, and you realise she's applying the same attention to detail here that she learned as a 12-year-old, studying French furniture. The difference is that now she's working at a scale that will influence how millions of people think about American history, and she's doing it one carefully chosen chair at a time. You're sitting in a receiving line at a state dinner, and you're watching something remarkable happen that most people don't even notice. The guest of honour tonight is the President of Pakistan, and Jackie Kennedy is speaking to him in French, not because he's French, but because French is the diplomatic language they share, the neutral ground where a First Lady from America and a President from Pakistan can meet as equals in conversation. She's asking him about Mughal architecture, and his face lights up with the particular pleasure people feel when someone from far away cares about something specific from their culture, not just the obvious tourist destinations, but the deeper, artistic traditions. This is cultural diplomacy, but it doesn't announce itself that way. There are no formal negotiations happening, no treaties being signed. Instead, there's just a moment of genuine connection over shared appreciation for how humans have expressed beauty through buildings, and that moment creates a warmth that will linger long after the dinner ends, influencing how this foreign leader thinks about Americans and their capacity for understanding the wider world. Jackie has figured out something that most political figures miss entirely. Culture is its own form of power, and sometimes showing people that you value what they value accomplishes more than any amount of political pressure. She prepares for state visits the way students prepare for final exams, reading about each country's history, art, literature and music, looking for authentic connections rather than superficial compliments to deploy. You're in the White House kitchen watching preparations for a dinner honouring French Minister of Culture André Malraux, and the attention to detail is almost absurd. The menu has been crafted to honour French culinary traditions while incorporating American ingredients, creating a conversation in food about the relationship between the two countries. The wines are American, chosen specifically to demonstrate that American vineyards can produce quality that stands beside French standards. The table settings mix French porcelain with American silver, every fork and plate placed to suggest that these two cultures can sit comfortably side by side. But the real magic happens in the guest list. Jackie has invited American artists, writers and musicians, not just politicians and diplomats. She's creating an environment where Leonard Bernstein might find himself talking with a visiting conductor from Vienna, where an American painter could discuss technique with a sculptor from Italy. She's using the White House as a kind of cultural crossroads, demonstrating that America has its own artistic traditions worth taking seriously while remaining genuinely curious about traditions from elsewhere. The funny moments emerge from cultural misunderstandings that her preparation helps avoid. Before a state visit from the leader of Tunisia, she learns that certain flowers have religious significance that would make them inappropriate for table arrangements. She discovers that the traditional greeting gesture in one Asian country looks remarkably like a gesture that means something quite different in another, and she makes sure protocol officers brief the president so nobody accidentally causes offence. She becomes a kind of cultural translator, creating bridges between her husband's political objectives and the deeper human connections that make those objectives achievable. Her trip to India and Pakistan in 1962 becomes a masterclass in this approach. You're travelling with her, watching how she moves through each encounter. She doesn't feign interest, she's genuinely curious about everything from classical dance forms to the techniques used in miniature painting. She asks questions that reveal she's done her homework, understanding enough to inquire about specific details rather than offering vague praise. When she visits schools, she doesn't just wave and smile. She sits with students and asks about what they're learning, demonstrating respect for education as a universal value that crosses all borders. The photographs from this trip tell their own story. There she is, riding an elephant in ceremonial dress, and somehow she's managed to make it look both dignified and natural, as if riding elephants is simply what one does when visiting places where elephants are important. There she is at the Taj Mahal, and her face shows genuine wonder rather than the practiced expression of official appreciation. The people watching these images around the world see someone who's willing to participate respectfully in other cultures' traditions, and that willingness creates warmth toward America that no amount of political speeches could manufacture. Back at the White House, she transforms state dinners from formal obligations into events that people actually want to attend. You're at a dinner honouring Nobel Prize winners, and she's placed a physicist next to a poet and a novelist next to an economist, creating unexpected conversations that wouldn't happen in more conventional seating arrangements. She's invited Pablo Casals to perform, bringing one of the world's greatest cellists out of semi-retirement to play in a room filled with people who will remember this evening for the rest of their lives. The diplomatic corps in Washington starts to notice that invitations to White House events have become genuinely desirable, not just obligatory. Ambassadors discover that these aren't stuffy formal affairs where everyone makes careful small talk and leaves early. They're evenings where interesting things actually happen, where you might hear extraordinary music or meet someone who changes how you think about something. The White House becomes a place where culture is taken seriously as its own form of national strength, not just decoration for political business. She uses fashion the same way, understanding that what she wears to state occasions sends messages about American style and values. Her clothes are elegant but not ostentatious, modern but not flashy, demonstrating that Americans can appreciate sophistication without abandoning their democratic principles. When she wears American designers to official events, she's making a quiet argument that American fashion can stand confidently beside European tradition. You're watching her prepare for a dinner with the President of France, and she's chosen a dress in a shade of blue that somehow manages to honour the French flag while remaining distinctly American in its cut and simplicity. It's a small thing, this choice of colour, but it communicates thoughtfulness about the relationship between nations through the language of clothing. The French, who take these details seriously, notice and appreciate the gesture. The restoration work she's done on the White House becomes its own form of cultural diplomacy. Foreign leaders touring the renovated rooms see that Americans value history and craftsmanship, and that the nation isn't only interested in modern progress, but also in preserving and honouring its past. She's created an environment that argues visually for American cultural maturity, demonstrating that the relatively young nation has developed its own traditions worth maintaining and celebrating. Her approach to these diplomatic and cultural efforts has a quality of restraint that makes them more powerful. She doesn't give speeches about the importance of cultural exchange. She simply creates environments where cultural exchange happens naturally. She doesn't announce that she's studying French literature or Indian history. She just knows enough to ask good questions and make meaningful connections. She lets the work speak for itself, understanding that the most effective diplomacy often happens in the spaces between official conversations, in moments of genuine human connection over shared appreciation for beauty or ideas. You're standing with her in the White House garden at dusk after a state dinner has ended and the guests have left. She's looking at the roses she's had planted, varieties chosen not just for their beauty but for their historical connections to American presidents' families. Even here, in this quiet moment with no cameras or audiences, she's thinking about how to use beauty and history to tell stories about who Americans are and what they value. The diplomacy continues even when nobody's watching. Built into the very landscape of the place, she's transformed into something that represents the nation at its most thoughtful and welcoming. You're in a room full of reporters, and there's a question hanging in the air about something personal, something that pokes at the boundary between public interest and private life. You watch Jackie Kennedy's face do something subtle. Not quite a smile, not quite a wall going up, but something that politely redirects the conversation back to territory she's willing to discuss. The reporters don't feel shut down, but somehow the personal question has been answered without actually being answered, and the interview continues smoothly towards safer ground. This is restraint as a form of power, and she's developed it into something like an art form. In an era when television is making everything more visible, when cameras want to follow presidents' families into rooms that previous generations would have considered private, she's figured out how to maintain boundaries without seeming cold or unfriendly. She understands something important. You can't control everything people say about you, but you can control what you give them to work with. The challenge is unique to her generation of First Ladies. Eleanor Roosevelt had to navigate radio and newspapers, but television is different. More immediate, more intimate, and more hungry for content. The cameras want to see everything. How she raises her children, how she decorates her private rooms, what she eats for breakfast, and how she spends her weekends. She needs to feed this appetite enough to maintain public interest without surrendering the privacy that makes family life bearable. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the White House, and there's a careful choreography to what the cameras are allowed to capture. Official photographs show sweet moments, children playing in the Oval Office, family time that looks casual but is actually quite controlled. What the cameras don't see is everything else. The normal chaos of children being children, the difficult moments, and the private family dynamics that every household experiences, but that would become tabloid fodder if revealed. She's created a kind of protective bubble around her children, understanding that they didn't choose this exposure and deserve as much normal childhood as circumstances permit. Caroline attends a small school that Jackie has essentially created at the White House, bringing in other children so her daughter isn't isolated but also isn't on display at a regular school where every moment might become news. It's a compromise between the demands of public life and the needs of a child who just wants to play without cameras documenting every scraped knee and lost tooth. The funny thing is how she uses photography to protect privacy. By allowing certain carefully managed images, she satisfies some of the public's curiosity and reduces the value of intrusive paparazzi shots. Official photographers capture moments that show the family as warm and relatable, creating a narrative that fills the space where speculation might otherwise grow. It's a sophisticated understanding of media relations. Give people enough of what they want that they're less desperate to find what you're hiding. Her own public appearances follow similar principles. She gives interviews, but they're limited and carefully prepared. She appears at official functions, but always with clear boundaries about what's appropriate to discuss. When she does speak publicly, her words are chosen for their precision, saying exactly what she means to say and nothing more. She's learned that in politics, vagueness can be useful, but so can specificity. Knowing which to use when is part of the skill. You're listening to her being interviewed about the White House restoration, and she's doing something interesting. She's genuinely enthusiastic and knowledgeable, sharing details that demonstrate her expertise, but she never makes it about herself. The focus stays on the history, the craftsmen who made the furniture, and the donors who've contributed pieces. She's the narrator of this story, not its hero, and that modesty makes her more likeable, while also deflecting attention from her personal life onto the project itself. The pressure on her appearance is constant and intense. Every outfit is analysed, every hairstyle discussed, and every public appearance dissected for what her choices might mean. She handles this by developing a consistent style that's elegant but not flashy, becoming almost a living logo of American grace. The consistency is strategic. When you look essentially the same at every official function, individual appearances become less newsworthy, and the focus can shift to what you're doing rather than what you're wearing. But there's also a cost to this restraint that you can sometimes see if you're paying attention. You're watching her at a campaign event during the 1960 election, and for just a moment when she thinks nobody's looking, her face shows fatigue. The constant performance of grace, the never-ending requirement to look poised and say the right things, the knowledge that every gesture will be analysed. It's exhausting in ways that aren't visible in the official photographs. She protects this weariness from public view, understanding that showing vulnerability might be interpreted as weakness or dissatisfaction. She's trapped between an older generation that believed First Ladies should be nearly invisible, and a new generation that wants to know everything about everyone. She's creating a middle path, visible enough to satisfy modern expectations, restrained enough to maintain dignity and privacy. The White House Social Secretary learns to navigate Jackie's boundaries, understanding which events the First Lady will attend and which she'll skip, which photographs are acceptable and which cross the line. There's a careful gatekeeping happening, protecting her from becoming overexposed while ensuring she remains enough in the public eye to satisfy political requirements. It's a delicate balance that requires constant adjustment, reading public mood while maintaining personal limits. You're in a receiving line at a state dinner, watching her greet guest after guest with what looks like genuine warmth. And it probably is genuine for the first 20 people. By the time you get to guest number 80, the warmth is still there on the surface, but you can see that she's running on reserves, performing graciousness through sheer will and training. She's learned to pace herself, to conserve energy for the moments that matter most, and to make every interaction feel special, even when she's had 100 identical interactions that evening. Her relationship with the press is complicated by this restraint. Reporters want access, want stories, and want the details that will make their articles interesting. She gives them just enough, providing occasional controlled access that creates positive stories, while denying the kind of unlimited access that would turn her family's life into a daily soap opera. Some reporters appreciate the professionalism, others chafe at the restrictions, frustrated by their inability to get the intimate details that sell papers. She's particularly protective about political matters, understanding that a First Lady's public opinions on policy could create problems for her husband's administration. When asked about controversial issues, she redirects to safe topics, culture, history, and children. It's not that she lacks opinions, but she's made a calculation that expressing them publicly serves no useful purpose and creates potential complications. The restraint here is strategic, protecting her husband's political flexibility while maintaining her own influence through quieter channels. You're sitting with her in a private moment, rare and brief, and she's talking about the price of this constant performance. She doesn't complain exactly, that's not her style, but she acknowledges that living in history's spotlight requires giving up kinds of spontaneity and privacy that ordinary people take for granted. She can't take her children to a park without it becoming news. She can't have a bad day without it being interpreted as significant. She can't make a minor mistake without it being magnified into a major story. The restraint she practices becomes part of her legacy, demonstrating a kind of dignity that influences how future First Ladies navigate the impossible position of being both private citizens and public figures. She shows that it's possible to maintain mystery while remaining approachable, To protect your family while serving the public, and to be both visible and restrained. It's a complicated dance, and she's figured out the steps better than almost anyone before her, creating a template that will influence how public figures manage privacy for generations to come. You're sitting in front of a television on a November afternoon in 1963, watching something that doesn't make sense, that your brain keeps trying to reject as impossible. The president has been shot. The president is dead. The words come through the television speaker, but they sound like they're in a foreign language. Like if you just listen more carefully, they'll rearrange themselves into something that can be true. Jacqueline Kennedy is 34 years old, and in the space of a few hours, her life has split into before and after with such violence that the division will never fully heal. You see her on the television, and there's blood on her pink suit. The president's blood. Your mind supplies reluctantly, and she's refused to change out of it. She wants people to see what they've done, though who exactly they are isn't clear yet, and maybe it never will be. What happens over the next 4 days becomes a kind of masterclass in how to transform private grief into public comfort. How to help a nation mourn when your own mourning is a wound that's still bleeding. She makes decisions in those days that shape how Americans will remember this moment for the rest of the century, and she makes them while carrying a weight of personal loss that would break most people. You're watching her plan the funeral, and she's thinking about Abraham Lincoln. Not because the two assassinations are alike in their circumstances, but because Lincoln's funeral created a template for how America mourns its fallen leaders. She remembers the photographs she's seen, the horse-drawn caisson, the riderless horse with boots reversed in the stirrups, the long, slow procession through streets lined with grieving citizens. She's going to recreate that, not because she's thinking about history in this moment, but because history offers a structure to hold grief that might otherwise become shapeless and overwhelming. The planning happens in fragments, in moments snatched between waves of shock and sorrow. She's specific about details that might seem trivial to others, but matter immensely to her. The caisson should be the same one that carried Franklin D. Roosevelt. The music should include the Navy hymn. The burial should be at Arlington, where rows of white markers testify to other sacrifices for the nation. She's creating a ritual that will help millions of people process what feels unprocessable, and she's doing it while her own children need her to explain why their father won't be coming home. You're standing on a street corner in Washington as the funeral procession passes, and the silence is extraordinary. Hundreds of thousands of people have come to witness this, and nobody's speaking above a whisper. The only sounds are horses' hooves on pavement, the wheels of the caisson, and the muffled drums that mark time for the slow march. And there's Jackie, walking behind the caisson, leading a procession of world leaders who've come to pay respects. She's wearing a black veil, and beneath it, her face is composed in a way that looks almost peaceful, as if she's found some private place inside herself where grief can coexist with duty. The image of her lighting the eternal flame at the graveside becomes one of the most powerful photographs of the decade. You can see in that gesture something about permanence in the face of loss, about creating markers that will outlast individual memory. She's thinking about people who will visit this grave 50 years from now, 100 years from now, and she's giving them a focal point for reflection, a place where the symbol of the eternal flame suggests that some lights don't go out even when the people who carried them are gone. What she's doing in these days is creating what will come to be called Camelot, a way of remembering the Kennedy administration that emphasises its grace and promise rather than its incompleteness and tragedy. A week after the funeral, she invites a journalist to her home and talks about how her husband loved the musical Camelot, how he would play the original cast recording before bed, and had a particular affection for the lines about one brief shining moment. You're listening to this interview, and you understand that she's consciously shaping memory, creating a narrative that will give people something beautiful to hold on to rather than just grief and questions without answers. Some will later criticise this as myth-making, as a false history that obscures more complex truths about the Kennedy presidency. But in the moment, what she's offering is comfort, a way to remember that feels sustainable, that allows for mourning without becoming mired in despair. The Camelot frame gives people permission to grieve for what might have been rather than getting stuck in what was. It transforms a presidency cut short into a symbol of possibility, letting Americans project their hopes onto what might have happened if those 1,000 days had become 8 years. It's not entirely fair. No presidency could live up to the idealised version she's creating. But fairness isn't the point. The point is helping a nation wounded by violence find a way to move forward without simply moving on. You're watching her with Caroline and John in the months after the assassination, and the public rarely sees this part. She's trying to maintain some normalcy for children who've lost their father and their home simultaneously, who've watched their mother become an icon of grief in addition to being their mother. She reads them stories about their father, creating a narrative that will let them know him as more than just photographs and public memory. She's protecting their right to mourn privately, while the nation mourns publicly. The funny thing, though funny isn't quite the right word, is how her grace under this impossible pressure becomes its own form of comfort to others. People who've lost loved ones find something in her example that helps them bear their own grief. She's demonstrating that it's possible to be broken and still function, to carry loss and still create meaning, and to mourn deeply while continuing to care for others who need you. She's not trying to be an example. She's just trying to survive, but the example happens anyway. Letters pour in from around the world, millions of them, from people who want to express their sympathy and their admiration. You're in a room where some of these letters are being sorted, and the pile never seems to get smaller. They come from heads of state and from school children, from veterans and from people who've never been interested in politics, but felt moved by the dignity with which she's carried this burden. She won't read most of them. There aren't enough hours in a lifetime, but knowing they exist offers its own kind of comfort, evidence that the private suffering has been witnessed and honoured. She makes a decision to leave Washington, understanding that she can't rebuild a life in a city where every street corner holds memories of what's been lost. She moves to New York, creating distance from the political world that's continued without her husband, starting over in a place where she can be something other than history's widow. But the image from those November days, the composed face beneath the veil, the steady walk behind the caisson, the hand lighting the eternal flame, that image persists, becoming shorthand for a kind of strength that doesn't announce itself but simply endures. You're in New York City in 1964, and Jackie Kennedy is learning to be someone other than a First Lady. The apartment she's chosen on Fifth Avenue overlooks Central Park, offering views that change with the seasons, bare branches in winter, explosive green in spring, and the golden fade of autumn. It's deliberately far from Washington's political landscape, a fresh start in a city that's used to celebrities and knows how to let them blend into crowds. The transition is harder than anyone from outside might guess. For 3 years, every day had structure provided by official schedules, social secretaries, and staff who managed the logistics of life. Now she's responsible for ordinary things, making sure there's food in the apartment, arranging Caroline's school schedule, and figuring out how to move through the world as a private citizen who's also one of the most recognisable people on Earth. You're with her on a relatively ordinary afternoon, walking through the city, and you notice how she's developed techniques for navigating public space. She wears large sunglasses that hide much of her face. She moves quickly with purpose, signalling to passers-by that she's busy rather than available for conversation. She's learned which restaurants have private entrances, which stores will let her shop after hours, and which parks are busy enough that she can disappear into the crowd, but not so crowded that she'll be constantly recognised. The work she begins to do is different from anything she's done before. She takes a job as an editor at Viking Press, later moving to Doubleday, and she's genuinely good at it. You're watching her edit a manuscript, and the marks she makes on the pages show real skill. She can see where a narrative drags, where a description needs sharpening, and where an author has been too close to their material to notice repetition. She's applying the same attention to detail she brought to the White House restoration, but now she's shaping words instead of rooms. Her colleagues learn to treat her like any other editor, which is what she wants. There are moments of humour in the office when someone forgets who she is and starts to gossip about recent political events, then catches herself mid-sentence, realising she's talking to someone who lived the history they're discussing as gossip. She's gracious about these moments, understanding that people need time to adjust to her presence, to learn how to be natural around someone whose face has been on more magazine covers than they could count. The books she chooses to work on reveal interests that were always there, but couldn't be fully explored during her White House years. She edits books about photography, about ballet, and about historical preservation. She works on memoirs of artists and writers, helping them shape their stories for public consumption. She's drawn to projects about beauty and culture, but also to stories about people who have overcome difficulties and who've rebuilt after loss. The work is meaningful to her in ways that go beyond the professional satisfaction. It's a connection to the world of ideas and creativity that politics only occasionally touches. You're at a publishing party with her, and she's talking with an author whose biography she's been editing, and there's a quality to the conversation that's different from political small talk. This is a genuine exchange of ideas, questioning about historical interpretation and discussion of how to balance accuracy with readability. She's intellectually engaged in ways that the role of First Lady, for all its importance, didn't always allow. Her children are growing up in this new life, and she's fiercely protective of their privacy. Caroline attends a prestigious Manhattan school, but Jackie's made it clear to other parents and to the school administration that her daughter should be treated like any other student. No special privileges, no extra attention. When photographers try to catch pictures of the children, she confronts them directly, asking them to imagine how they'd feel if their own children couldn't play without cameras documenting every moment. The work of being Jacqueline Kennedy, separate from being Jackie Kennedy Onassis that comes later, involves finding ways to honour what came before while building something new. She establishes a foundation to support the arts, channeling the public's continued interest in her toward causes that matter to her. She writes letters to donors and foundations, applying the diplomatic skills she learned during state visits to the work of fundraising and advocacy. She's still using her fame, but now she's directing it rather than being directed by it. You're with her at a fundraising gala for historic preservation, and she's giving a speech that's characteristically modest but effective. She talks about the importance of maintaining buildings that connect present generations to the past, about how physical spaces hold memories and meaning that can't be recreated if they're lost. She's applying lessons from the White House restoration to a broader context, arguing for preservation as a public good rather than a luxury. The crowd responds warmly, and afterwards checks are written that will save buildings she'll never personally visit but whose survival she's helped ensure. The funny moments in this new life often involve the disconnect between her public image and her private interests. She loves watching television, especially coverage of sporting events. She follows tennis closely and becomes an avid fan of professional cycling. She enjoys going to the movies, though she has to time it carefully to avoid crowds that might recognise her. She reads voraciously, everything from dense historical biographies to trashy novels, finding pleasure in the escape that books provide. These ordinary enjoyments exist alongside the extraordinary fact of who she is, creating a life that's simultaneously normal and utterly unique. Her friendship circle expands to include people from outside politics, artists, writers, musicians, and people who value her for her mind and company, rather than her connections to power. You're at a dinner party at her apartment, and the conversation ranges from recent exhibitions at the Metropolitan Museum to gossip about the publishing industry to someone's recent trip to Cambodia. She's created a social world that feeds her intellectual interests while maintaining the privacy she needs to feel like herself. The relationship with her children deepens in ways that were harder during the White House years. Without the constant demands of official duties, she has time to be present in ordinary ways, helping with homework, taking them to appointments, and being there when they come home from school. She's building normal rhythms that were impossible when every day was scheduled months in advance, and private family time had to be carved out of public obligation. You're in the apartment on a quiet evening, and she's looking through photographs from the White House years, organising them for the Presidential Library. She's creating a different kind of legacy now, one that's about preserving accurate memory rather than shaping public perception. The work is bittersweet. Each photograph holds both the warmth of good memories and the sharp pain of the loss, but it's important to her that history has access to authentic records rather than just official narratives. She maintains connections to Washington, but on her own terms, attending events that matter to her while declining invitations to everything else. She's learned that she can pick and choose, that people will accept her absence because they're grateful when she does appear. She's created boundaries that allow her to engage with political and cultural life without being consumed by it. The years pass, and gradually Jackie Kennedy becomes a person who exists primarily in history books and photographs, rather than in daily news coverage. She becomes Jackie Onassis after her marriage to Aristotle Onassis, adding another chapter to a life that's already contained more chapters than most people could imagine living. But underneath the various public identities, she's building something more fundamental, a private life that belongs to her, filled with work she finds meaningful, friendships she values, and the ordinary pleasures of existence that aren't documented, or analysed or judged by audiences who feel they have a claim on her story. You're in a library, years after the events you've been following, and you're looking at how history has processed Jacqueline Kennedy's legacy. The books are numerous. Biographies, analyses, coffee table volumes focused on her style, and serious academic works examining her cultural influence. Each one captures something true but incomplete, like photographs that freeze individual moments without quite catching the motion between them. What's interesting is what persists and what fades. The clothing that seemed so important at the time, the pillbox hats, the simple dresses, the specific shade of her lipstick, these become period details, markers of an era's aesthetic rather than timeless style. But something else remains, the idea that beauty and culture matter, that how we present ourselves and our institutions isn't superficial, but communicates something essential about our values. You're walking through the White House in the present day, decades after she left it, and every room she restored still carries her influence. Later First Ladies have made their own changes and added their own touches, but the fundamental approach she established, treating the White House as a museum of American history rather than just a residence, continues. The guidebook's visitors receive reference her work. The non-profit she established still raises funds for preservation. She created a structure that outlasted her tenure, ensuring that no single person could dismantle what she built. The cultural diplomacy she practiced has become standard, almost unremarkable in its normalization. Modern First Ladies routinely promote American arts abroad, invite artists to the White House, and use state dinners as opportunities for cultural exchange. It's so common now that it's easy to forget there was a time when this wasn't automatic, when someone had to demonstrate that it was valuable and possible. She created a template that became a tradition. You're talking with someone who works in historic preservation, and they mention almost casually how Jackie Kennedy's work changed American attitudes toward old buildings. Before her restoration of the White House, there was an assumption that progress meant replacing old things with new ones, that historical buildings should make way for modern development. She demonstrated that preservation could be forward-thinking rather than backward-looking, that maintaining connections to the past could coexist with embracing the future. The funny thing about her privacy campaigns, her fierce protection of her children, her refusal to let cameras into every corner of her life, is how prescient they look now, in an age where privacy has become increasingly difficult to maintain, where social media encourages constant self-exposure. Her insistence on boundaries seems not outdated but sophisticated. She understood something about the corrosive effects of total visibility that many people are only beginning to recognize. You're watching a documentary about the Kennedy administration, and the narrator is discussing Camelot, the mythology Jackie created in the days after the assassination. The documentary is careful to note the gap between myth and reality, to point out policies and actions that complicate the idealized narrative. But even as it deconstructs the myth, the documentary can't quite escape it. Those 1,000 days continue to shimmer with a special quality, a sense of possibility that persists despite all the evidence of limitation and failure that historical analysis provides. The generation of Americans who were children when Kennedy was president, who watched Jackie light the eternal flame on their television sets, carry something of her influence in how they think about leadership and loss. They learned from her example that grief can be borne with dignity, that public duty can coexist with private pain, and that it's possible to create meaning in the face of tragedy. These aren't lessons you can really teach. They have to be demonstrated, lived in full view, and embodied rather than explained. You're in a bookstore, and you notice how many different kinds of books bear her influence without necessarily mentioning her name. books about interior design that emphasise historical accuracy, books about fashion that argue for elegance over trendiness, books about parenting that discuss protecting children's privacy, books about grief that acknowledge the necessity of both private feeling and public composure. She created ripples that moved outward into culture, affecting how people think about numerous subjects that might seem disconnected from the story of a First Lady from the 1960s. Her work as an editor, which might have seemed like a footnote to her more public accomplishments, has its own legacy. The books she shepherded into publication remain in print, introducing new readers to subjects she cared about. Her colleagues remember her as genuinely good at the work, not just a famous name attached to projects for publicity purposes. She proved that someone who'd lived at the centre of political history could find satisfaction in quieter professional accomplishments. The relationship between privacy and public service that she navigated, reluctantly, imperfectly, but ultimately successfully, continues to be relevant for anyone who lives partially in public view. She showed that it's possible to maintain mystery without being dishonest, to be reserved without being cold, and to protect what's intimate while still connecting meaningfully with audiences who feel invested in your story. You're looking at photographs of the eternal flame at Arlington, and you realise it's still burning just as she intended. Visitors come constantly, leaving flowers, standing quietly and thinking their own thoughts about loss and legacy and the moments in history that changed everything. She created that place, that focal point for reflection, in the midst of her own unbearable loss, and it continues serving the purpose she imagined for it. The quiet legacy is perhaps the most powerful one, the demonstration that influence doesn't always require force, that change can happen through careful attention to detail, and that beauty and grace are their own forms of power. She never wrote the definitive book explaining her approach, or gave speeches outlining her philosophy. She simply did the work, made the choices, and demonstrated through action what she believed mattered. You're thinking about the 12-year-old girl reading about Marie Antoinette in that Manhattan apartment, tracing her finger over illustrations of beautiful furniture, beginning to understand the relationship between objects and the people who live among them, and you're thinking about the woman she became, who took that understanding and applied it at a scale that influenced millions of people's relationships with their own history and culture. The connection between those two moments, childhood fascination and adult accomplishment, is what makes the story feel coherent, like a life lived with intention even in circumstances that often spun beyond any individual's control. The legacy isn't simple or uncomplicated. She was a person of her time, with limitations and blind spots and moments when she failed to live up to her own standards. But what remains, what persists after all the analysis and criticism and revisionist history, is the fact of transformation. She changed how Americans thought about their visual culture, their relationship to history, and their capacity for grace. Under impossible pressure, she did this not through speeches or legislation or political manoeuvring, but through the accumulation of careful choices about beauty, dignity and meaning. You're closing your eyes now, ready for sleep, and the image that remains is not of grand public moments, but of something quieter. A woman looking at a room and seeing not just what is, but what could be, understanding that the gap between those two visions could be bridged through patient attention to detail, through respect for history, and through the belief that beauty matters, and that how we live among objects and images and memories shapes who we become. That understanding, passed from one generation to the next through example rather than instruction, is perhaps the truest legacy of all, a way of seeing that persists long after the specific accomplishments that demonstrated it have been catalogued and analysed and filed away in history's careful records. And with that thought, you let the story settle, let the details blur into the comfortable darkness behind your eyelids, carrying with you into sleep the gentle reminder that legacy isn't always loud, that influence often works in whispers, and that sometimes the most lasting changes are the ones that happen so gradually, so carefully, so quietly, that you only recognise them years later when you look around and realise the world has shifted slightly on its axis, becoming something just a little more beautiful, a little more thoughtful, a little more aware of the connections between past and present, between objects and meaning, and between the choices we make and the world those choices create. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755 or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognised these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations, and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms. forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognised that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specialising in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable scepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France. Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles in the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticizing Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr, but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the seconds' conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in a society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until a wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters, yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society. While cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialisation truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Sleep wasn't quite the uninterrupted 8-hour luxury you once knew in another life. Instead, you dozed fitfully between the sounds of night, the distant howl that made your spine tingle, the rustle of something large moving through the brush outside, and the gentle snoring of your cavemates curled around the dying embers of last night's fire. Your bed is a carefully arranged pile of furs and dried grasses, positioned just far enough from the cave mouth to avoid the morning chill, but close enough to make a quick escape if needed. Yes, escape plans were part of interior decorating back then. The stone beneath you has been worn smooth by countless nights of human bodies seeking comfort, and honestly, it's not terrible once you pile on enough mammoth hide. Stretching your arms carefully because that shoulder you wrenched wrestling a particularly stubborn root vegetable last week still protests, you notice the familiar ache in your lower back. Living in the Paleolithic era was essentially a continuous low-intensity exercise regimen that would leave modern fitness enthusiasts feeling both envious and exhausted. The fire pit still glows faintly in the centre of your cave home. Keeping it alive through the night was everyone's responsibility, because starting a new fire from scratch was about as fun as performing surgery with stone tools, which, come to think of it, sometimes happened. You pad over on bare feet that have developed soles tougher than any boot leather, adding a few small branches to coax the flames back to life. The morning ritual begins with checking your body for new aches, cuts, or mysterious bruises that appeared overnight. Living near nature often results in it leaving its mark on your shin or forearm. Today's inventory reveals a scratch on your thumb from yesterday's flint napping session and a tender spot on your hip where you misjudged the height of a boulder. This is a common occurrence. Your stomach announces itself with a rumble that echoes slightly off the cave walls. Breakfast isn't waiting in a refrigerator, mainly because refrigerators won't be invented for another 40,000 years or so. Instead, your morning meal depends entirely on yesterday's success at gathering, hunting, or the ancient art of convincing someone else to share their food. You peer outside the cave entrance, squinting against the growing daylight. The world stretches out before you in endless green, broken by rocky outcroppings and the distant glimmer of the river that serves as your neighbourhood's main street, grocery store and community centre, all rolled into one. The air carries the scent of pine resin, damp earth, and something that might be smoke from another group's fire miles away. Weather prediction was a survival skill back then, not casual conversation. You scan the sky with the intensity of a meteorologist, reading cloud patterns like a morning newspaper. Those wispy streaks to the west suggest wind later, which could mean rain by evening. The thought makes you mentally catalogue the cave's water containers, mostly animal bladders and carefully shaped gourds that took weeks to perfect. A sound from deeper in the cave indicates your companions are stirring. There's Grak, whose snoring could wake the dead and occasionally did wake the living at inconvenient moments. He's already sitting up, running thick fingers through hair that defies any attempt at styling. Not that styling products were readily available. Beside him, Mira stretches like a cat. Her movements graceful despite sleeping on stone and fur. The day ahead holds the usual uncertainty. Food needs to be found, tools require maintenance, and somewhere out there, opportunities and dangers wait in equal measure. But first, there is the simple joy of living in a world where each sunrise feels like a tiny triumph against the challenges. Your feet find their way to the cave entrance, and you stand there for a moment, breathing in the morning air that tastes cleaner than anything you could imagine. The sun climbs higher, promising warmth later, and somewhere in the distance, a bird calls with the kind of pure joy that makes you remember why being alive, even in the Stone Age, has its moments of absolute perfection. Finding breakfast in the Paleolithic era was like playing the world's most consequential treasure hunt game, where the treasure was edible and losing meant going hungry. You step outside the cave, bare feet immediately registering the temperature and texture of the ground, information your modern brain would dismiss, but your ancient instincts catalogue automatically. The morning dew has settled on everything, turning spiderwebs into jewelled masterpieces and making certain rocks slippery enough to turn a casual stroll into an impromptu tumbling session. Having experienced this lesson firsthand several times, you now walk with a measured gait, understanding that gravity remains the same in the Stone Age as it does everywhere else. Your stomach rumbles again, more insistently this time. You've noticed that the human digestive system doesn't care about the historical significance of your situation. It simply craves food, ideally as soon as possible. This morning's breakfast menu depends entirely on your knowledge of what's edible versus what's decorative versus what's deadly. It's like being a contestant on the world's most dangerous cooking show. 20 yards from the cave, you spot a cluster of berry bushes that wasn't there yesterday. Actually, they were there yesterday, but your brain is still learning to see food sources instead of just green stuff. The berries are small and dark purple and pass the preliminary tests. Birds have been eating them without falling over, and they smell right. You taste one carefully, letting the flavour register fully before committing to a handful. They are sweet, slightly tart, and have a texture that suggests they won't cause immediate digestive rebellion. Success. Gathering enough to satisfy your hunger, you remain vigilant for potential opportunities. Breakfast in the Stone Age was often a progressive meal, eaten as you found it rather than sitting down to a prepared plate. Near the berry bushes, a cluster of what you've learned are edible roots pokes through the soil. Digging them up requires the sharp stick you carved last week, and excavating roots turns out to be excellent exercise for muscle groups you didn't know existed. The roots are starchy, filling, and taste vaguely like potatoes if potatoes had been designed by someone who'd only heard a rough description of what food should taste like. A flash of movement catches your eye. A rabbit is frozen in the peculiar way that rabbits pretend to be invisible by remaining absolutely still. Your hand moves slowly toward the throwing stick tucked into your woven grass belt. Rabbit would be a protein upgrade to this morning's vegetarian fare, but hunting requires a combination of skill, luck, and the kind of patience that doesn't come naturally when your stomach is demanding immediate attention. The throwing stick is a marvel of Stone Age engineering. Basically a carefully balanced wooden projectile that you've practiced with until your shoulder aches. The rabbit remains motionless, probably calculating its odds of escape versus the energy cost of sudden movement. You shift your weight slowly, raising the stick with movement smooth enough not to trigger the rabbit's flight response. Then a branch cracks somewhere behind you, probably Grack stumbling around looking for his breakfast, and the rabbit vanishes in a blur of brown fur and indignation. Your throwing stick sails through empty air and lands with a disappointed thud against a tree trunk. So much for upgraded protein. You retrieve the stick, mentally adding practice hunting in areas with fewer clumsy companions to your growing list of survival improvements. The berries and roots will have to suffice for now, supplemented by the memory of yesterday's successful fish-catching expedition. Walking back toward the cave, you notice Mira has discovered a bird's nest with eggs, the kind of find that makes everyone's morning significantly brighter. Eggs are perfect food packages, assuming you can convince their parents that you need them more than the unhatched occupants do. The negotiation typically involves quick hands and faster feet, especially when the parents are larger birds with strong opinions about egg ownership. The morning meal shapes up to be a combination of your berries and roots, shared eggs, and some leftover fish that Grack managed not to eat entirely yesterday. It's not exactly a gourmet breakfast, but it contains calories, nutrients, and the satisfaction of having successfully gathered it yourself from a world that doesn't deliver food to your door. Sitting on a sun-warmed rock outside the cave, you eat slowly, savouring flavours that are simple, direct, and somehow more satisfying than you expected. The food tastes like work, like success, like the peculiar pride that comes from feeding yourself through knowledge and effort rather than convenience. Your stomach settles into contentment, and the day ahead seems more manageable with breakfast accomplished. The sun rises higher, warming the rocks on your shoulders. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of morning bath that wakes up every nerve ending at once. After breakfast, your attention turns to the daily maintenance tasks that keep Stone Age life functional. Your toolkit needs inspection, and in a world where the nearest hardware store won't exist for several millennia, tool maintenance isn't optional. It's survival. You settle onto a flat rock that serves as your workbench, spreading out your collection of implements with the care of a surgeon arranging instruments. There's the knife you chipped from flint 2 weeks ago, its edge still sharp enough to slice through hide but showing tiny nicks from yesterday's root-digging expedition. You've bound the spear tip, which required 3 attempts to perfect, to its wooden shaft with such meticulous sinew wrapping that it almost appears decorative. Flint knapping, the art of striking stone with stone to create sharp edges, requires the kind of focused attention that makes meditation look like multitasking. You choose a piece of flint, testing its weight and density with fingers that have learned to read stone like others read books. The hammerstone fits perfectly in your palm, its surface worn smooth by countless impacts. The first strike sends a small chip flying, landing near your feet with a tiny click. Success. You turn the flint slightly, visualizing the blade hidden inside the raw stone, waiting to be revealed through patient, precise work. Strike, turn, examine. Strike, turn, examine. The rhythm becomes almost hypnotic, each impact calculated to remove exactly the right amount of material. Somewhere around the 15th strike, your concentration wavers for just a moment, and the hammerstone catches the flint at the wrong angle. Instead of a clean chip, a large chunk breaks away, taking half your emerging blade with it. The flint now looks less like a future tool and more like evidence of why patience isn't just a virtue, it's a requirement. You set the ruined flint aside and reach for another piece, reminding yourself that failure is just another word for practice. The second attempt goes better, partly because you've already made today's mistake and partly because your hands remember the proper rhythm. Gradually, a serviceable blade emerges from the raw stone, its edge sharp enough to make you respect it immediately. Tool maintenance extends beyond just making new implements. Your spear shaft has developed a small crack near the binding, the kind of flaw that could turn a hunting trip into a disaster if left unattended. You unwrap the sinew carefully, it's too valuable to waste, and examine the crack more closely. The split runs with the wood grain, which is positive news. A cross-grain crack would mean starting over with a new shaft. You select a thin strip of wet hide and wrap it tightly around the damaged area, pulling the wood fibres back together. Once it dries, the hide will shrink, creating a repair stronger than the original wood. It's the Stone Age equivalent of duct tape, minus the adhesive and the tape. Fire maintenance demands its attention. The coals from last night have settled into a bed of embers, perfect for cooking but needing encouragement to flame up again. You add small kindling, dry grass, thin twigs, strips of birch bark that catch fire like they were designed for the purpose. The flames respond eagerly, crackling to life with the kind of enthusiasm that makes you appreciate humanity's ancient partnership with controlled combustion. Keeping the fire alive was a community responsibility that rotated among the cave's inhabitants. Today is your turn to be the firekeeper, which means feeding it regularly, banking the coals for cooking, and most importantly, never letting it die completely. Starting a fire from scratch using flint and steel, or rather flint and iron pyrite, since steel won't be invented for quite a while, is possible but exhausting. You practice the fire starting technique anyway, because redundancy keeps you alive. Strike flint against pyrite, directing the sparks into a nest of the finest, driest tinder you can prepare. Cedar bark worked into soft fibres, birch fungus, and dried grass so fine it's almost powder. The sparks catch, glowing like tiny stars in the tinder nest. Gentle breath coaxes them into flame, and suddenly you have fire created from nothing but skill and persistence. Success gives you a quiet satisfaction that's hard to describe. In a world where most things are uncertain, being able to create fire on demand feels like having superpowers, which, from the perspective of any other animal, you suppose it is. Your morning's work spreads out around you. Newly sharpened tools, repaired weapons, a healthy fire, and the kind of competence that builds confidence. These aren't glamorous tasks, but they form the foundation that makes everything else possible. Every sharp edge, every strong binding, and every glowing coal represents the difference between thriving and merely surviving. The sun has climbed higher while you worked, and the warmth feels good on your shoulders. In the distance, you can hear water running over rocks, the river calling with promises of fish and the kind of cooling bath that makes hot work worthwhile. The river beckons with the sound of water moving over stones, a constant murmur that serves as the soundtrack to your daily life. You gather your fishing equipment, a spear with a particularly point, a net woven from plant fibres that took weeks to complete, and the kind of optimism that comes from successful fishing experiences mixed with realistic expectations about fish behaviour. The walk to your favourite fishing spot takes you through terrain that changes subtly with each day's weather. Today, the path has become slightly muddy due to yesterday's brief rain, causing footing to become uncertain in areas where the clay soil has turned into a slippery surface. You've learned to read these conditions automatically, adjusting your gait to avoid the kind of spectacular fall that looks amusing in hindsight, but feels considerably less funny when you're picking mud out of uncomfortable places. Your fishing spot is a bend in the river where the current slows and deepens, creating a natural pool where fish tend to gather. The location also offers a large flat rock that serves as your observation post, positioned perfectly for both seeing into the water and maintaining the kind of motionless patience that successful fishing requires. Settling onto the rock, you peer into the water with the focused attention of a meditation master. The surface mirrors the skiing clouds, yet beneath that reflection is a completely different world. Fish move through their domain with the casual confidence of creatures who belong exactly where they are, unaware that you're studying their patterns with the intensity of a behavioural scientist. A large trout, you've learned to distinguish species by their movement patterns and preferred depths, holds position near the far bank, its fins making tiny adjustments to maintain its place in the current. It's perfectly positioned for a spear throw, assuming you can manage the complex physics of refraction, water resistance, and the fish's likely escape route, all while maintaining the balance necessary not to fall off your rock into the river. You raise the spear slowly, muscles remembering the thousands of practice throws that have taught your arms the proper arc and release point. The fish remains steady, focused on something upstream that might be food drifting down with the current. This is the moment when patience and preparation meet opportunity, assuming your aim has improved since yesterday's somewhat embarrassing performance. The spear leaves your hand with the smooth motion of long practice, cutting through air and then water with barely a splash. Success appears certain for a moment. Then physics asserts itself in the form of water refraction, and your spear passes harmlessly beneath the fish, which vanishes in a swirl of indignant motion that somehow manages to look reproachful. Retrieving the spear requires wading into water that's shockingly cold despite the warm air. The river bottom is a collection of smooth stones, some steady and reliable, others perfectly designed to shift unexpectedly and send waders sprawling into deeper water. You move carefully, your feet testing each step before committing your full weight. The spear has lodged between two rocks in deeper water, requiring a wade that brings the river level to mid-thigh. The cold is invigorating in the way that makes you immediately understand why some people voluntarily take cold showers, while simultaneously making you question their sanity. Your muscles tense against the temperature, and retrieving the spear becomes a matter of quick efficiency rather than careful technique. Back on your rock, you settle in for another attempt, water dripping from your legs onto sun-warmed stone. The net offers different possibilities, less precision required, but demanding perfect timing and the ability to read fish behaviour well enough to predict their movements. You study the water again, looking for the subtle signs that indicate where fish are likely to swim. A school of smaller fish moves through the shallows, their bodies flashing silver as they turn in unison. They're following some underwater logic that makes perfect sense to them and appears completely random to you. The net requires positioning downstream from their path, then patience while they swim into range. You slip into the water again, moving with exaggerated care to avoid sending vibrations through the riverbed that would scatter your targets. The fish continue their mysterious choreography, occasionally coming tantalizingly close to your net's range before veering away as if they've suddenly remembered important appointments elsewhere. Finally, the school's wandering path brings them directly toward your position. You raise the net slowly, waiting for the moment when the maximum number of fish occupy the minimum amount of space. The technique necessitates precise timing. If you act too early, the fish will scatter, and if you act too late, they will have already passed through. Now, the net sweeps through water and fish with satisfying efficiency, and suddenly you're holding breakfast, lunch, and possibly dinner in woven plant fibres. The fish flip and struggle with understandable urgency, and you wade quickly to shore to transfer them to the woven basket that serves as your portable container. Success tastes like cold river water, and feels like the quiet satisfaction of having fed yourself through skill and patience. The morning's fishing has provided enough protein for the day, plus extra to share with your cave mates who may have had less luck with their own food-gathering expeditions. Walking back toward the cave, basket of fish in one hand and wet fishing gear in the other, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction of having succeeded at something your ancestors would recognise and approve of. There's something deeply right about providing food through your own efforts, even when those efforts occasionally involve falling into cold water while chasing fish that seem to mock your hunting skills. The afternoon sun has reached that perfect angle where it warms without burning. Your successful fishing expedition has left you feeling confident enough to venture further from the cave than usual. Today seems like an ideal time to explore the valley beyond the ridge, where rumour, delivered by a travelling group last week, suggests there might be fruit trees and possibly deposits of the particularly good flint that makes superior tools. You gather exploration supplies with the methodical care of someone who's learned that preparation prevents most disasters, and improvisation handles the rest. Your pack consists of a large hide bag containing water in a bladder, dried meat from last week's successful hunt, the multi-purpose knife that's sharp enough to be useful but not so precious you'd weep if you lost it, and cordage woven from plant fibres that serves approximately 600 different functions in Stone Age life. The ridge requires a climb that would be considered moderate exercise in modern terms, but feels more like a full-body workout when you're carrying supplies and watching for loose rocks that could turn an afternoon hike into a medical emergency. Your route follows what might charitably be called a path, really just a series of animal tracks connected by your own optimistic assumptions about the best way up steep terrain. Halfway up the ridge, you pause to catch your breath and immediately understand why your ancestors developed such impressive cardiovascular systems. Every activity in Paleolithic life was essentially a fitness program, designed by someone with a sadistic sense of humour and a deep commitment to building character through physical challenge. The view from the ridgetop makes the climb worthwhile. The valley spreads below you like a green carpet dotted with silver streams and dark patches that might be groves of the fruit trees you're seeking. In the distance, smoke rises from what's probably another group's fire, reminding you that you're not alone in this vast landscape, just temporarily out of the shouting range of your neighbours. Descending into the valley proves trickier than the ascent. Gravity assists your progress with the kind of helpful enthusiasm that occasionally threatens to turn a controlled descent into an uncontrolled tumble. You pick your way carefully down the slope, using trees and rock outcroppings as handholds, and trying not to think about how much easier going down is than climbing back up will be. The valley floor reveals itself to be a mixture of opportunity and complexity. Yes, there are fruit trees, several varieties you recognise and a few that require the kind of careful testing that determines whether they're food or decoration. The good news is many trees are heavy with ripe fruit. The challenging news is that you're apparently not the first to discover this resource. Fresh tracks in the soft earth near the largest fruit grove tell a story that makes your survival instincts pay closer attention. The large paw prints, indicating a predator rather than prey, are so recent that their edges remain sharp. Bear, most likely, and probably still in the area since bears tend to stay near excellent food sources until they've exhausted them completely. This scenario creates what you might call a tactical situation. The fruit represents valuable calories and nutrients that would improve everyone's diet significantly. The bear represents the kind of conversation partner who settles disagreements through methods that don't typically end well for the smaller participant. Wisdom suggests retreat. Hunger suggests negotiation. Pride suggests you're probably overthinking the whole situation. You compromise by gathering fruit from trees on the periphery of the grove, working quickly but quietly, ears tuned for any sound that might indicate you're about to have an unexpected encounter with the local bear population. Every fallen branch that cracks underfoot sounds like a gunshot in the afternoon stillness, and every rustle of leaves brings a momentary pause to listen for approaching footsteps that weigh considerably more than yours. The fruit gathering goes well until you reach for a particularly promising cluster growing just out of easy reach. Stretching toward it requires shifting your weight onto a branch that seemed sturdy enough when you tested it, but apparently has strong opinions about supporting human body weight. The branch surrenders with a sharp crack that echoes through the grove like a dinner bell ringing for every predator within miles. You land in a heap of bruised dignity and scattered fruit, momentarily more concerned about the noise than the impact. The grove falls into the kind of absolute silence that suggests every creature with ears is now listening intently to determine what just announced its presence so dramatically. After several heartbeats of holding your breath and straining your ears, you conclude that immediate danger seems unlikely. Gathering the scattered fruit with hands trembling slightly from adrenaline rather than injury, you come to the conclusion that discretion is a crucial aspect of fruit gathering. Your pack now contains enough fruit to supplement several meals, plus the kind of story that will improve with each retelling around the evening fire. The discovery of the flint deposits proves anticlimactic after the fruit tree adventure. Yes, the stone is excellent quality, better than what you've been working with. Yes, there's enough to supply your tool-making needs for months. And yes, it's located in an easy-to-access outcropping that doesn't require negotiating with large carnivores. You gather several prime pieces of flint, testing each for quality and selecting those most likely to produce superior tools. The additional weight in your pack reminds you that the return journey will be more challenging than the trip down, but a good flint is worth the extra effort. The afternoon light has begun its slow slide toward evening by the time you start the return climb. Your pack, now heavy with fruit and stone, makes the ascent feel like a full-body strength training session, designed by someone who believes suffering builds character. Each step up the ridge requires deliberate effort, and you find yourself developing a new appreciation for the concept of pack weight distribution. The return to your cave feels like coming home after a successful adventure, your pack heavy with the day's discoveries, and your body pleasantly worn out from useful exertion. The late afternoon light filters through the trees with that golden quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who understands the beauty of natural illumination. Your cave mates have been busy during your absence. Mira has constructed what appears to be a fish-drying rack from carefully arranged branches, and several of yesterday's catch hang in neat rows, slowly transforming into preserved protein that will last much longer than fresh fish. Grak has been working on something involving a great deal of scraped hide and what looks like sinew, though his projects often remain mysterious until they reach completion. The fruit you've gathered creates immediate excitement. Fresh fruit has been scarce lately, and the variety you've brought back includes several types that none of you have tasted before. This leads to the careful ritual of testing new foods. Small amounts first, attention paid to flavour, and any immediate reactions, then waiting to see if your digestive system approves of the innovation. The unknown fruits turn out to be pleasantly sweet with a slightly tart finish, and your stomach accepts them without protest. Success. Dinner will be considerably more intriguing than usual. The remaining fruit can be dried using techniques that transform perishable food into long-term storage solutions. Your flint discovery generates a different kind of enthusiasm. Grak examines each piece with the focused attention of an expert, testing density and grain structure with techniques you're still learning. Good flint means better tools, which means more successful hunting and gathering, which means improved odds of thriving rather than merely surviving. As evening approaches, the ritual of fire building begins. Today's fire will be larger than usual, partly for cooking the varied foods you've all gathered, partly for the social warmth that comes from sitting around flames while sharing the day's experiences. You add a portion of fuel, and soon the cave entrance glows with cheerful light, pushing back the growing darkness outside. Cooking in the Stone Age requires timing, attention, and acceptance that precision isn't always possible. The fish cook quickly on hot stones placed near the fire, their flesh turning from translucent to opaque, with the kind of straightforward honesty that makes you trust the process. Roots require longer cooking. They are buried in coal and covered with more coal until the hard starch becomes something approaching tender. The fruit needs no cooking, but some of it gets wrapped in leaves and placed near the fire's edge, where gentle heat concentrates the flavours and creates something resembling a primitive dessert. The result tastes like concentrated summer, sweet and warm and satisfying in ways that make you understand why humans developed such elaborate relationships with food preparation. Mealtime in your small community follows informal protocols that balance individual needs with group harmony. Everyone shares the food based on their contributions and needs. Today's successful fishing expedition earns you a larger portion of the evening meal, while your fruit discovery means everyone enjoys flavours that wouldn't otherwise have been available. The conversation that accompanies dinner revolves around the day's experiences, challenges and discoveries. Grak describes his hide-working project, which is apparently intended to become a more comfortable sleeping arrangement, an innovation that everyone endorses enthusiastically. Mira explains her fish-drying technique, learned from a group they encountered several weeks ago, who came from a region where preservation methods had evolved to handle seasonal variations in food availability. Your adventure in the fruit grove gets recounted with the kind of embellishment that turns a minor mishap into an entertaining story. The branch-breaking incident becomes slightly more dramatic in the telling, the bear track slightly fresher, and your escape slightly more narrow. This is how oral tradition begins, not with deliberate exaggeration, but with the natural tendency to make experiences more engaging when sharing them with others. As full darkness settles outside the cave entrance, the fire becomes the centre of your small world. Its light creates a circle of warmth and safety that makes the vast night seem manageable rather than threatening. The flames dance with hypnotic patterns that capture attention in ways that television won't manage to duplicate for several thousand years. The evening's work continues around the fire. You begin shaping one of the new flint pieces into what will eventually become a superior knife. The careful chip-by-chip process made easier by good light and comfortable seating on fur-covered rocks. Mira works on cordage, twisting plant fibres into strong rope using techniques that require consistent tension and rhythm. Grak continues his hide project, scraping and softening the material with tools designed specifically for the purpose. The work requires patience but produces results that make the effort worthwhile, soft, durable material that insulates better than woven grass, and lasts longer than most alternatives available to Stone Age craftspeople. The fire settles into steady coals as the night deepens, and conversation gradually gives way to the quiet satisfaction of useful work accomplished in good company. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities, but tonight offers the simple pleasure of warmth, food, and the security that comes from being part of a group that works together successfully. Outside the cave, night sounds begin their ancient chorus, owls calling across the valley, the distant splash of something large moving through the river, and the rustle of small creatures going about their nocturnal business. The sounds aren't threatening when heard from the safety of your firelit cave. They're simply the soundtrack of a world that continues its complex business regardless of human concerns. The transition from active evening to restful night happens gradually in your Stone Age world, marked not by clocks or schedules, but by the natural rhythm of fire settling into coals and bodies, growing heavy with the day's accumulated fatigue. The work around the fire continues, but at the relaxed pace of people who understand that some tasks are improved by patience rather than hurried completion. Your flint knapping project has progressed to the delicate stage where each strike must be precisely calculated. The emerging blade shows promise, straight edge, good thickness, the kind of balance that will make it useful for detailed work. The rhythm of stone striking stone creates a gentle percussion that blends with the soft sounds of your companion's activities and the crackling whisper of the dying fire. Mira's cordage work has produced several arm lengths of strong rope, twisted with the consistent tension that comes from practiced hands and focused attention. She tests each section by pulling against it with her full strength, nodding with satisfaction when the fibres hold without stretching or breaking. Good rope means better nets, stronger bindings, and countless other applications that make daily life more manageable. Grak's hide preparation has reached the stage where the material needs to rest overnight before the final softening process. He rolls it carefully and places it where morning dew won't reach, but air can continue to circulate around it. His movements have the unhurried precision of someone who's learned that rushing this particular process leads to disappointing results and wasted effort. The fire has settled into the perfect state for banking, hot coals that will retain heat through the night, while being easily coaxed back to flame when morning comes. You arrange the coals carefully, covering them with a layer of ash that will insulate without smothering, then surrounding the whole arrangement with stones that will radiate absorbed heat long after the flames disappear. Your sleeping area beckons with the promise of rest after a day filled with successful activities. The furs have been arranged for maximum comfort, with extra padding beneath your hip and shoulder, the pressure points that determine whether you wake refreshed or spend the night shifting position in search of elusive comfort. As you settle into your sleeping arrangement, the day's experiences replay in your mind with the satisfaction that comes from time well spent. The morning's successful fishing, the afternoon's fruit and flint discoveries, and the evening's productive work around the fire, each activity connected to the others in the seamless web of interdependence that characterises Stone Age life. The sounds of your companions settling into their sleeping arrangements create a comfortable background of familiar noises. Soft movements as furs are adjusted, the quiet breathing that indicates relaxation, and the occasional contented sigh that suggests everyone is pleased with the day's accomplishments. These are the sounds of security, of belonging to a group that functions well together. Outside the cave, the night world continues its ancient patterns. An owl calls from somewhere across the valley, its voice carrying clearly through air that's grown cool and still. The river murmurs its constant song, a liquid soundtrack that's as reliable as sunrise and equally soothing. Somewhere in the distance a wolf howls, not the threatening sound of nearby danger, but the distant communication of creatures going about their own business in their territory. The darkness beyond your cave entrance isn't empty. It's full of life following rhythms older than human memory. Nocturnal hunters pursue nocturnal prey, night-blooming plants release fragrances that attract night-flying insects, and the complex web of relationships that sustains this ecosystem continues without pause or fanfare. From your perspective, enveloped in warm furs, with a banked fire nearby and trusted companions within reach, the night feels protective rather than threatening. Your cave has become home in the most fundamental sense, a place where you belong, where you're safe, where you can rest without constant vigilance. Sleep approaches with the gentle inevitability of tides or seasons, natural processes that don't require your participation or permission. Your breathing deepens, matching the slow rhythm of complete relaxation. The day's minor aches and tensions dissolve into the kind of profound rest that comes from physical work, fresh air, and the satisfaction of having lived fully within your circumstances. Dreams, when they come, are filled with the textures and colours of your waking world. The sound of running water over smooth stones, sunlight filtering through leaves, and the satisfying weight of well-made tools in your hands all contribute to these dreams. These aren't the anxious, disconnected fragments that trouble more complex minds. They're the peaceful processing of a life lived in harmony with immediate, tangible realities. The fire settles deeper into coals, radiating steady warmth that makes the cave's air comfortable throughout the night. The banked heat will last until morning, ready to kindle into flame when the new day begins its cycle of challenges and opportunities. Tomorrow will bring its own weather, its own possibilities for success and failure, and its own moments of satisfaction and frustration. But tonight offers the perfect rest that prepares mind and body for whatever comes next. Your breathing slows to match the rhythm of deep sleep, and the last conscious thought is gratitude for the simple completeness of a day well lived in humanity's most essential mode. The night embraces you with the vast stillness of a world where artificial light hasn't yet pushed back the darkness, where silence isn't broken by mechanical sounds, where rest comes naturally when the sun sets, and work resumes when it rises. This is sleep as it was designed to be, profound, restorative, and perfectly aligned with the natural world that remains your home, your challenge, and your endless source of both struggle and wonder. In the depths of night, your cave becomes a pocket of human warmth in the vast coolness of the world. The banked fire glows like a gentle heartbeat, steady and reassuring. Your breathing synchronizes with the ancient rhythms that have guided human rest for countless generations. Slow, deep, peaceful breaths that carry away the day's tensions and prepare your body for tomorrow's adventures. The furs beneath you hold the day's accumulated warmth, creating a cocoon of comfort that makes the stone floor feel almost luxurious. Your muscles relax completely, releasing the subtle tensions that come from constant awareness, constant readiness, and constant engagement with a world that demands your full attention during waking hours. Sleep, when it finally claims you completely, is the kind of rest that modern humans rarely experience, uninterrupted by artificial lights, electronic sounds, or the mental chatter of complex schedules and abstract worries. It's sleep that serves its fundamental purpose: complete restoration of body and mind, preparing you for another day of the most essential human activities: finding food, creating shelter, making tools, and maintaining the relationships that make survival not just possible, but meaningful. The night passes peacefully around your small community, each of you settled into the kind of deep rest that comes from days filled with purposeful activity and evenings spent in productive companionship. Outside, the natural world persists in its nocturnal activities, while within your cave 3 humans slumber peacefully, rooted in the ancient rhythms of earth and sky, seasons and weather, work and rest. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new discoveries, and new opportunities to exercise the skills and knowledge that keep you thriving in humanity's most fundamental environment. But tonight offers the perfect gift of complete rest, deep sleep, and the profound peace that comes from a life lived in harmony with the natural world that remains, now and always, your truest home. Imagine this. It's 1890 and you're walking through a Sicilian village. The first thing that hits you isn't the Mediterranean breeze or the smell of wild herbs. It's the fact that everyone within 3 miles knows exactly who you are, where you're going, and probably what you had for breakfast. In old Sicily, privacy was as rare as snow in August. You'd wake up in your stone house. When I say stone, I mean real rocks that the mason put together with anything he could find, like his grandmother's secret recipe that may or may not have had goat cheese in it. The walls were thick enough to stop a cannonball, which was good because your neighbour's rooster sounded like an opera singer having a terrible day. Today, your bed wasn't really what we'd call comfortable. Imagine sleeping on a mound of grain sacks filled with things like corn husks, wool that still smelled like a sheep, and sometimes even a few surprises that made you think the previous owner had been keeping his winter vegetables under there. But you know what? You could have slept standing up against a cactus after working for 14 hours straight. The morning ritual was simple and gorgeous. You would wander into the kitchen, which was also the living room, dining area and barn for the family goat on chilly nights. Your wife would have already started the fire, as people in the town believed that if you weren't married by the age of 25, it meant something was wrong with you. And by fire, I mean a real wood-burning stove that needed the talents of a NASA engineer and the patience of a saint to work right. There was bread for breakfast. Always bread. If the harvest was good and the saints were smiling, a tomato or cheese might be undiscovered. The bread was a wonder of medieval science. It was so dense that you could use it as a foundation stone, yet it was also the best thing you'd ever tasted. Your local baker, who undoubtedly learned his profession from someone who might have known Julius Caesar, had hands that could make bread and water do magic. You'd go outside after breakfast and breathe in air that was so clean it almost washed your lungs. Women beat laundry against rocks to the rhythm of ancient percussion. Children played games that always seemed to involve running at full volume. And somewhere in the distance, two men were having a philosophical argument about whether their grandfather's donkey was faster than their neighbour's grandfather's donkey. This argument had been going on for about 30 years. The roadways, if you could call them that, were more like suggestions scratched into rock by feet, hooves, and the odd cartwheel over the years. They walked around hills and olive trees like water flows downhill, which means they had no logic at all, but they always took you where you wanted to go. It was like trying to solve a three-dimensional puzzle made by someone with a sick sense of humour and a clear dislike for straight lines to go around the village. Your house was surrounded by other houses that appeared like they had sprouted out of the hillside itself. These winding paths made sure you would run into at least 17 individuals before you could buy a loaf of bread. This was on purpose. In Sicily, community wasn't simply a pleasant thought, it was a way to stay alive. When the next drought, invasion or locust plague struck, you and your neighbours would need each other. Now let's speak about your employment. In the past, work in Sicily wasn't so much about getting ahead in your profession as it was about getting Mother Nature to cooperate for one more season. If you were lucky enough to own property, by land, I mean a plot about the size of a modern parking space that was supposed to support a family of 8, you were basically a professional gambler playing against the weather, bugs, and the strange changes in soil chemistry. A modern gardener would cry for you if they saw your farming implements. Imagine a plough that looked like it had been made by someone who had only heard about ploughs and had never seen one in person. A donkey pulled it, and the only thing that seemed to qualify it for the task was its amazing ability to show existential misery through ear positioning. This donkey, let's call him Giuseppe, because they were all named Giuseppe, had something to say about every furrow and wasn't afraid to say it. People who understood that flat ground was meant for others in different regions transformed the fields into hillsides. You'd work on these terraced plots that stuck to the sides of hills, like a stone mason's fever dream. There were paths between each level that would make your calf muscles strong enough to break walnuts. Every morning, you would climb up and down these old steps with tools, seeds, hope, and occasionally Giuseppe's angry feelings when he thought the labour was too easy for him. But here's where it gets intriguing. Sicilians have turned making do into an art form that would make modern recyclers look like amateurs who waste things. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was ever thrown away. Did the broken pottery catch your eye? It was perfect for storing olive oil. Is that old shirt still in use? It can be used for cleaning purposes, as patches for a friend's old clothing, or even as a source of fire fuel. Giuseppe meticulously collected the items he added to the landscape every day, transforming them into treasures for the garden. Your wife, on the other hand, ran a household that worked like a small factory. She would get up before dawn to milk the goat, who had her own ideas about how to start the day, and made them known by moving her hooves in certain ways. Then came the bread making, which was more like conducting a symphony of yeast, timing, and prayer than cooking. The dough would rise in wooden bowls that had been in the family for so long that they almost had family names. Lunch was a time when Sicilians showed that they knew something deep about life. You can't work well on an empty stomach, and you can't appreciate food well if you're in a hurry. Everyone in the hamlet would stop what they were doing for 2 hours and congregate around tables, rocks, or any other flat surface they could find. The food could have been modest, like bread, olives, and whatever veggies that the local animals hadn't devoured yet, but people ate it with such care and enjoyment that it became a celebration. The afternoon brought new problems. If you weren't tending to the crops, you might have been repairing something that was broken. In a world composed of stone, wood, and hope, this happened about every 15 minutes. Your concept on repairs was simple. If something is broken, use everything you have to fix it. If it breaks again, fix it again, but this time with more determination. If it breaks again, make it part of the design and act like it was always meant to work that way. The way people lived in your community was more complicated than a spiderweb made by an architect who couldn't make up his mind. Everyone knew everyone else, but more significantly, everyone knew everything about everyone else, even things that hadn't happened yet but surely would because, as your neighbour would remark, it runs in the family. The village well was the core of this communication network. It was the source of water, the news headquarters, and an unofficial courtroom where people could settle conflicts. from severe property problems to heated arguments about whose grandmother cooked better tomato sauce. You'd come with your water jug and leave with it, along with full reports on 3 pregnancies, 2 family fights, 1 iffy romance, and comprehensive weather forecasts from someone whose great-uncle was said to have been able to tell when it was going to rain by watching how his chickens walked. In this social order, the priest of the community had a special role. He was a spiritual guide, a mediator, an amateur meteorologist, and a secret keeper who would have made a government spy envious. He had somehow learned the fine art of knowing everything while seeming to know nothing. He could give a sermon that spoke directly to the moral shortcoming you had been struggling with all week, without ever looking you in the eye. Then there were the village elders. They were old enough to remember when things were different, but not so ancient that people could comfortably dismiss what they thought. They would sit outside their houses like living libraries, giving counsel, criticism, and sometimes deep knowledge. But you had to be careful to tell the difference between the wisdom and the stories that had become better with each telling over the preceding 40 years. While everything was going on, your kids were getting an education that no school could equal. They'd learn useful things like how to get a chicken to lay eggs where you want them, how to read the weather in clouds, and how to cope with the complicated social dynamics of a place where your third cousin's choice to plant beans instead of wheat could change your family's winter food supply. But maybe most significantly, kids would learn how to tell stories. As the sun sank behind hills that had seen many families struggle and succeed, someone would start a story every night. It could have been the time great-grandfather outsmarted the tax collector, the winter when the whole village lived on nothing but olives and sheer stubbornness, or the strange merchant who came one day with spices that made everyone's food taste like it had been blessed by angels. These stories were more than just fun, they were guides for how to live. Every story had a lesson about bravery, intelligence, the value of community, and the fact that you should never ever trust someone who says they can make you rich quickly. The stories showed you that life would be hard but also beautiful, and that the hard and the beautiful were often the same thing, seen from various points of view. In your community, marriage was primarily focused on creating a partnership capable of handling any challenges life presented, rather than being centered around love, which was scarce. Courtship involved long negotiations between families, thorough background checks that would make modern security agencies look undesirable, and careful thought about practical matters like whose land bordered whose, who had the healthier goats, and whether the potential bride's mother knew any advantageous ways to treat common illnesses. People today have a hard time understanding how complicated your relationship with food was. You lived in a place where wealth and scarcity were like elderly lovers who had been battling for ages but couldn't bear to be apart. One season might yield crops so large you'd think you were in an agricultural paradise, while the next might be so lean you'd enjoy the subtle taste in bread made of hope and ground acorns. But what was wonderful was that Sicilians had come up with a way to convert any meal into a party. With just 3 ingredients, wild greens, a little olive oil and some garlic, your wife could create a dish that would delight your palate. It wasn't about using strange spices or complicated methods. It was about giving each ingredient the care and respect it needed. For example, look at your olive trees. These weren't simply plants. They were family members with their personalities, histories, and even mood disorders from time to time. Your great-grandfather learned to walk when certain trees were making oil. Those trees would keep making oil long after your great-grandchildren were old enough to grumble about the harvest. The trees were all different. This one made oil early, that one was stubborn but made the sweetest oil, and the old behemoth on the hill had weathered 3 droughts and a landslide, but still made enough olives to feed the family through the winter. During the harvest season, the hamlet transformed into a scene resembling ordered pandemonium. Everyone assisted each other, since olives don't wait for the right time, and a family that tried to pick them alone would still be picking when the next season's flowers came out. You'd work from dawn until your hands were purple from olive stains, and your back hurt like it had been redesigned by someone who hated how people stand. But the work paid off in ways that went beyond the oil's usefulness. The rhythm of the harvest was quite fulfilling. It was like reaching, picking and tossing the fruit into baskets that seemed to fill up with magic. The talks that took place throughout these lengthy days formed friendships that would last a lifetime. People worked out their problems, fell in love, and either settled old arguments or turned them into legendary feuds that would fascinate future generations. You produced wine using a similar method. The grapes grew on vines that ran down slopes in designs that made it look like the person who planted them either knew a lot about the land or had been sipping their wine while planning. Each family developed their unique methods, learning from both their mistakes and successes over the years. Some batches got so famous that they became local legends. Making wine was a mix of chemistry, art and religion. You would crush the grapes, sometimes with your foot and sometimes with a wooden press. You knew that the wine would taste like the fruit, the weather that year, the mood of the soil and your hopes for the months ahead when this purple liquid would warm winter evenings and make ordinary meals feel like celebrations. Another kind of art was preservation. Your lady knew how to preserve food in a way that would impress even the smartest food experts today. She dried, pickled, salted and stored vegetables with the meticulous care of someone who understood that the difference between having enough food and being hungry could hinge on accurately estimating how many tomatoes the family would need to last until spring. The pantry, which was really just a cool, dark part of your stone house, was set up like a military supply depot. Peppers dangled from the rafters like decorations that you could eat. There were clay containers with olive oil, preserved lemons, and strange mixtures that your wife swore could treat anything from a headache to a broken heart. They carefully stored sacks of grain, paying close attention to the moisture, temperature, and the continuing fight against rodents that thought your food storage was their buffet. Your daily life was shaped by rhythms that were older than written history, rhythms that linked you to every generation that had ever worked in this tough, magnificent country. You wouldn't wake up to alarms. Instead, you'd wake up to the sky getting lighter above mountains that had seen empires rise and fall, conquerors come and go, and people who just wanted to produce their food and raise their kids in peace. Weather wasn't simply something that occurred to you. It was your business partner, your enemy, and your unpredictable companion who might make or ruin your year depending on how it felt. You could discern signs that meteorologists would be jealous of, how the morning light hit the hills, how the wind changed between valleys, and how insects and birds acted as if they knew things that humans wouldn't understand for another 100 years. Your neighbour, the one with the philosophical donkey, possessed meteorological knowledge that was almost otherworldly. He could tell it would rain 3 days ahead of time by how his chickens organised themselves in the yard. He'd tell you when to plant by watching which wildflowers flowered first. His forecast was so good that people from nearby towns would come to him only to obtain his forecast. But knowing how the earth operated meant more than just being able to anticipate the weather. You lived in a place where cause and consequence were clear in ways that people who lived in cities would never see. If you plant at the wrong moment, your family will go hungry. If you don't pay attention to the indicators of plant disease, your neighbour's crops will suffer too. When you waste water during dry spells, everyone suffers. This person wasn't being politically aware of the environment. It was just a matter of life and death. Local craftsmen made your tools so that they fit your hands as well as your skin. For example, a man's plough or a woman's loom had to suit their hands properly. The blacksmith in the hamlet wasn't just a person who fixed things. He was an artist who could look at a piece of twisted metal and see what kind of tool it wanted to be. He would heat iron in forges that gleamed like parts of the sun that had been caught, and then he would shape the metal with hammers that made sounds that could be heard throughout the valley. The rhythm of seasonal work generated a calendar that was more reliable than anything written down. In the spring it was time to prune, plant, and carefully encourage new growth while keeping it safe from late frosts that could ruin months of planning in a single night. During the summer, farmers were responsible for monitoring their crops, managing their water resources, and preparing for harvest. Harvesting and storing food and celebrating the year's success in the cellars and pantries took place in the fall. During winter, you had the opportunity to make repairs, strategize, and spend extended evenings sharing stories and transferring skills. The way you lived your holy life fit well with the way you farmed. You would pray for rain when your crops needed it, praise God for excellent harvests, and ask for protection when things were perilous and everything you had worked for was at stake. The village feast days were on important days for farming. Thus, the celebrations honoured both spiritual and practical customs. The church was the village's most beautiful building. It was made of the same local stone as your house, but centuries of craftsmen turned it into something that made you feel good every time you saw it. Saints peered down from paintings made by painters who knew that the faces of the saints needed to show the hopes and struggles of the people who would pray to them through years of joy and pain. Your priest had the hard job of finding a balance between long-term and short-term needs. He would deliver sermons on spiritual salvation while simultaneously monitoring families struggling to provide for their children and requiring the silent support of the community. He would marry people, baptize them and bury them, marking the end of their lives in the embrace of community, tradition, and the harsh beauty of the Sicilian environment. In your universe, family wasn't just a group of people who lived together. It was also a business, a support network, an entertainment committee, and a quality control department, all rolled into one complicated, caring, and often frustrating organisation that ran every area of everyday life. Your kids weren't just the next generation. They were your retirement plan, your insurance policy, and your way of living on in a world that judged performance in decades and centuries instead of quarterly reports. Your family's house undoubtedly sheltered 3 or 4 generations, each of whom made their own changes, repairs, and upgrades. Over time, the house became a physical record of your family's history. That corner where the wall was a different colour, great-grandfather added onto the kitchen there because great-grandmother's cooking was so outstanding that neighbours started coming over for supper without being invited. The floor in the main room isn't even. That was in the winter when Uncle Antonio put his wine barrels inside and forgot that wood expands when it gets wet. Your kids acquired responsibility not through instruction, but through practical experience. By the time they were 7, they would be in charge of critical tasks like feeding the chickens, retrieving eggs, and maintaining the fragile diplomatic ties that were needed to keep the family goats giving milk. By the time they were 10, they would know enough about farming to tell when plants were sick, guess what the weather would be like, and figure out exactly how much grain the family would need to get through till the next harvest. But being a kid wasn't all about work and duty. Kids in Sicily were great at finding fun things to do with items that adults left lying around. They would use stones, sticks, and their imaginations to play complicated games that might turn a hill into a war, a kingdom, or an ocean full of pirates. They would make toys out of scraps of fabric, build tiny communities out of pebbles and clay, and learn how to tell stories that would help them when they grew up and had to pass on traditions to the next generation. Unwritten rules, which were stronger than any written laws, dictated how neighbours treated one another. You would help with the harvest, lend tools, be there for people when they were sick or going through a hard time, and take part in the complicated social discussions that keep a small community running. However, rivalries, competitions and fights could last for decades and be enjoyable for everyone else who was not directly involved. Your town had its own court system that worked on its own, no matter who was in charge of the government at the time. Village elders settled disagreements because they knew that the purpose wasn't to figure out who was right and who was wrong, but to find solutions that let everyone keep living and working together. Most of the time, punishments were useful. For example, if you broke something, you would fix it, and then some to make up for the trouble you caused. If one were to disseminate harmful rumours, it may be necessary to engage in activities that would occupy one's time and prevent further gossip. The town also had its own economy centred on trade, mutual duty, and the idea that what goes around comes around, sometimes literally. You could swap olive oil for wheat, aid a neighbour with their harvest in exchange for help with your own building project, or give wine for a wedding celebration, knowing that when your daughter got married, the community would give generously to her celebration. Marriage wasn't just the joining of 2 people, it was the joining of 2 family businesses, complete with negotiations that would make current corporate lawyers proud. People discussed dowries, changed property lines, and planned for future generations like military leaders might. But beyond all the practical reasons was the understanding that successful marriages made partnerships strong enough to get through any problems that might come up in Sicily. Women in your village had a real but often hidden influence on the community. They oversaw the household budgets, made medical choices, set up marriages, and kept the social networks going that let people share information and solve problems. A woman who was known for being wise and making beneficial decisions might sway village decisions just as much as a male did. However, she might accomplish it by talking to people at the well instead of at official gatherings in the town square. As night falls over your village, the old stones turn gold, as they have seen many sunsets just like this one. You feel like you are part of something bigger than any one life or generation. The fire in your hearth burns wood from trees your grandfather planted. It warms a house that was built by hands that learned how to do things from craftsmen, whose names are no longer known but whose work is still strong and true. As the day comes to an end, your kids come together, their faces lit by the firelight that ties them to every child who has ever listened to stories in this room. The stories you tell them aren't just for fun. They're a legacy that passes on knowledge gained through generations of success and failure, happiness and sadness, and plenty and want. Each story teaches bravery, intelligence, determination, and community better than any school. The community relaxes into its nightly routines, which have been the same for hundreds of years, outside your massive stone walls. A woman sings while she spins wool. Her voice can be heard in the tiny alleys, which are full of children going home for dinner. The fragrance of bread baking in communal ovens mixes with the smell of wood smoke, and plants growing wild on slopes that seem to glow from inside. Your neighbours are doing their own nightly routines like taking care of animals, fixing tools, making plans for the next day's labour, and sharing meals that turn simple foods into celebrations of survival and community. The two old men are still arguing about their grandfather's donkeys, and their dispute has gotten more complicated to include extensive comparisons of the donkey's intelligence, endurance, and moral character that will make future generations laugh for decades. The priest of the hamlet makes his rounds at night, not as an official duty, but as a friend and neighbour who knows that spiritual care frequently means helping out in other ways. He might help someone make a tough choice, settle a small argument, or just have a glass of wine with someone who needs companionship. His presence is like thread through fabric, weaving through the community and making links that hold everyone together when their strength isn't enough. The stars shine above mountains that have protected your people from invasions, plagues, famines, and all the other things that test human strength. You remember that you are part of a chain that goes back to ancestors whose names you will never know, but whose blood runs through your veins. Their hardships made your life possible, just like your struggles are making life possible for kids who haven't been born yet. The knowledge of your world isn't in books, it's in how you read the weather, how you keep food fresh, the stories you tell, the songs you sing, and the people you meet. It's wisdom that comes from experience, is tested by need, and is confirmed by the fact that you're here, doing well in a location that asks a lot of its people and provides them beauty, community, and a deep sense of belonging. Your Sicily isn't just a place on a map. It's a way of living that knows how seasons and souls are connected, how individual effort can help a community survive, and how daily work is necessary but also spiritual when it's shared with others through meals, stories, and struggles that become victories. As you go off to sleep in your old house surrounded by the tranquil sounds of a community at rest, you feel positive about the work you've done, the connections you've taken care of, and the traditions you've kept alive. Tomorrow will bring new problems, new chances, and new stories to contribute to the collection that makes up your people. But tonight, you are surrounded by community, tradition, and the lasting beauty of a life lived in accordance with the rhythms of the soil, the seasons, and the human heart that finds its home in the endless dance between struggle and celebration that is the heart of the Sicilian character. The fire turns into brilliant embers, your kids' breathing slows as they fall asleep, and the old hills outside your window stand guard over dreams that tie you to every generation that has ever lived on this wild, beautiful island.